Time to shake off the winter cobwebs. It's pre-season testing back once again in the Middle East. The Bahrain International Circuit plays host. The teams have 24 crucial hours to make the cars pitch perfect ahead of a brand new season. We're starting here in Bahrain, the perfect place for testing. Day turns to night, optimal conditions. This is it. Time to get cracking. And who's got the best car ahead of the closest season ever? And here's how the calendar lines out. We start in Bahrain before moving over to Saudi Arabia and Australia, taking up into April. A month off before Azerbaijan, back-to-back with Miami. Imola then follows Monaco with the remaining May dates. Spain moves to June, along with Canada and Austria leading us to July. British Grand Prix on the 9th of July, then Hungary, and then Belgium rounds us out to the summer break. We come back at the Netherlands, then Italy, 2 weeks later Singapore, back-to-back with Japan. Qatar back on the calendar with a sprint race. United States, Mexico, Brazil. New addition to Las Vegas as well on the 18th of November. The season rounds out in Abu Dhabi on the 26th of November. 23 races. It's the longest F1 calendar in history. Let's take a look around the Bahrain International Circuit, a 3.362-mile circuit, 15 turns in total, 3 DRS zones as well. High elevation change up towards turn number 4. It's a fast, abrasive circuit. Get a good exit then out of the last corner and boot it hard towards turn number 1. Maximum usage as well of the DRS and ERS power. You're going 8th gear flat out, over 300 kilometers, lap on the brakes very late, turn in a very tight right-hander. Careful as you accelerate the power, flat out through the kink at 2 and then the rise uphill towards turn 3 with the second DRS detection zone. Turn 4 flat out, braking around about 80 meters to go, flick the car in once again to the right, let it drift out wide, pick up the accelerator, don't go all 4 wheels off the white line as well, but try and use it as much as possible. Down to the sand dune section now, 5th gear, right through the curves as well, get back on the power, heavy braking stop once again, down on the way, 2nd gear corner, back to the right, power mid-on at the exit, rise up. Turn 9 and 10, double sweeping left-hander. Take the first one tight, brake hard, and turn. A lot of lockers on the inside front left here as well. Into the tight turn 10. DRS opens once again for the 3rd time. Down you go towards turn 11. Important to keep the car moving, important to keep the brakes on, light tap of the brakes down in 4th gear, power through mid-exit as well, right up the curbs. Now, turn 12 and 13, very important, don't touch the curbs at all, otherwise I'll spin you towards the wall. It's one of those type of circuits. Flick now, down, mid through, the last turn 13, down, once again, the long back straight, no DRS, you're going to have to pass here with ERS management as well, into turn 14 as well, another heavy braking zone, down 3rd gear, back again to the right, turn 15's practically invisible as you hurtle down with the DRS open through the first activation zone across the line. That is a lap of the Bahrain International Circuit here in Shakir. Here we go again then. Another 4 hours. Day turns to night on day 2 of the Aramco pre-season testing for Formula 1 in 2023. This fantastic Bahrain International Circuit once again provided to be the best testing location. Smooth, cool, calm conditions are assured around this 5.412 kilometre circuit. That's 3.363 miles. 63.34% of the lap is spent at full throttle. 15 turns in total. Top speed of over 320 kilometres an hour. 15.2 metre elevation change as you go at the top of turn 4 down the sand dune section. And every time it's sort of just a little pre-season practice. Every time we get that in as well. Tom says, for crying out loud, not the caps again. Sorry, yes, only because Synthel had the cap, and then I thought, all right, I'll put a cap on, because he's got the Red Bull, but I've got a Mercedes, but it is a McLaren Mercedes. It's back from 2005, but it all counts, Synth, right? I mean, we can get away with it, a bit of friendly rivalry. Good afternoon to you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Let's see what we're going to see for this part of the preseason testing. We haven't seen too much yet. Only one red flag, right? Or did anything happen at the end of the AM session?
Yeah, the red flag for the standing start procedure that absolutely flopped as well. We had George Morgan in the commentary box, and we were going to go give it the full beans of enjoying the first start, and then only Magnussen, Hamilton and Ocon and Sainz moved, which was weird. What did you make of it? Did you see the start?
I didn't actually. Yeah, I was at school, so I wasn't able to see after I left you. I didn't see anything anymore from testing.
On F1 TV, go rewind it and take a look. And we'll just pass up to the commentary box now with Alex Jakes, Jolyon Palmer, and Lawrence Beretta.
And there's one other that's finishing off in this one, and it is going to come to me.
You can do it.
Going to come to me, Zhou. Bottas takes the whole day tomorrow in the Alfa Romeo. So for those three guys, this is all they've got, and I think we're going to see maybe some long runs, a bit of a race run, and you know, still such a crucial part is delivering consistent race pace, and not, especially on this sort of track where the tyre deg is high. That's how you can win or lose a race or a championship, as was a great strength for Red Bull last season. So I think we're going to see some of that, and then they will definitely be pitching towards maybe a C5 soft tyre run towards the end of the day.
Oh, tantalising. Pushing for the first time in Formula 1 2023.
Max is getting in the car.
There
we go. There we go.
You set the expectations low, and you're immediately happy when they roll out on track. It's all going perfectly to plan. Earlier on, Carlos Sainz was fastest in the morning session with 70 laps to his name. Logan Sargent, P2, on a softer compound of tyres, 74 laps as he went up there. I did enjoy the attempt at a practice start.
I did. It was a mess.
We tried that beforehand. If that had been the real thing, would have been a total curveball.
It was quite funny. There were some people that were obviously glued to the red lights and ready to practice their reactions in the full thing, but there were people ahead that were very much in procedure and not interested in going when the lights went out. So it was a stuttering start.
Ambling around like it was a football warm-up before the match.
Good old testing.
Yeah.
Good old
Peak
testing.
It was very close between Carlos and Lando, wasn't it?
Almost went at the back.
Park up.
Carlos launched. It was Nürburgring 99 all over again.
That's a good reference.
Stuttering start.
Oh, yeah, that's what me and George Morgan was saying it was about as well. 99.
Session. We're not going to badger anyone back at Biggin Hill to dig that out of the archive. But if you do,
dig it out.
We'll
It's
happily,
a great start.
happily talk through that entire race. That's my all-time favourite Grand Prix, that one. And it started with a complete... The lights didn't go out. They just didn't go out.
They held and held and held, and then...
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. It was a false start, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a problem with the
Start
system.
that never was.
Dig it out.
Well, we'll see if they do dig it out since, but either way, the session is about to get underway once again with a green light at the end of the pit lane for the afternoon running. What do you think we're going to see then in this afternoon? A lot more green running, a lot more track temperatures. We are now underway for the session, or are we going to have a little bit more of a controlled session when everyone just sort of holds their breath and we don't really see that much action? Everyone does race runs.
Well, we've only seen one car breakdown, right? And it was only at the very beginning of the first session yesterday. So I wonder if it's going to happen. A second one can happen today, this session. So well, it nearly seems inevitable, doesn't it? But because last years we see a lot more cars breaking down, but this time out it's actually quite calm.
Fernando Alonso, who's tested the entire day. everybody we've had up here in the commentary box has said exactly the same thing. Very impressed with that run. And he was third this morning on a 132.969. Can he go the whole hog? Can he top a session? They're doing some floor setup changes now. Russell's in the car for Hamilton this afternoon, but can Alonso top a session? It's looking very good now for Aston Martin.
Yeah, well, he might as well top this session. He's obviously now back in the car, and I think is Leclerc and Albon driving now, or is it also Sainz and Sargent?
Leclerc is in, and can't see Albon at the moment. So Leclerc's in. Sargent, I think, is staying in the car.
Okay, well, I think Alonso can probably beat those times with another half day. So, well, maybe he can top this session. I mean, obviously Verstappen's in the car as well this time out. Well, let's see what's he going to be able to do.
Will Buxton's down at Aston Martin on the new pit wall, which is 8 by 4.
I want to give you a little bit of an insight. You know, it's testing, so we can spend a little bit of time talking about the things we wouldn't normally talk about. I want to show you the pit wall, or the Pratt Perch, as we call it. Bob can go over there. I'm not allowed to cross that line because that's a live pit lane. Aston this year have got an 8-seater. There's only 7 seats on it at the moment, but an 8-seater Pratt Perch. The only other team that has that is actually AlphaTauri, as Max Verstappen heads out for his final run of pre-season testing. No expense spared on that Aston Martin Pratt Perch. It's a beautiful thing, and of course that huge monstrosity has to be transported all around the world at great expense, and we are of course under a budget cap in Formula 1, $135 million this year. So with that in mind, I went and had a little look up and down the pit lane. 8-seaters for Aston and AlphaTauri, 7-seaters for Red Bull Racing and McLaren, 6-seaters for Ferrari, Alpine, Alfa Romeo and Williams. Mercedes have slimmed right down to a 4-seater. I'm not sure if that's just for testing, and they'll have a bigger one back for the races. But interestingly, down here at the Haas F1 team, money conscious as always, under the budget cap, they have figured out a way to save weight. This isn't just a testing Pratt Perch. This is their race pit gantry. Just 3 seats, and they estimate it will save them upwards of $250,000 a year in transportation costs alone. All of that money they can then put onto the car for developments throughout the season. Every penny counts, and Haas taking the decision early to save it on the pit wall and put it on the car.
$250,000. I think that is just absolutely ridiculous that a simple pit garage synth can be saved that much by slimming down from 6 seats to 3. So you're telling me, so it was costing them $500,000 to fly that thing around the world. $500,000, unbelievable.
Yeah, well, it makes sense as well that why not just make it a bit smaller if there are either just empty seats there or people who just don't have to be there necessarily. So it's obviously incredible, and that then $250,000, that's well, free then for them, I guess. It's I assume that maybe we'll see other teams do this as well then in the future, because why not?
I would expect Mercedes to be the first to do that, because unlike Christian Horner, who likes to feel involved and actually goes on the pit wall, Toto Wolff likes to stay in the garage under his control where all the strategists are. So I think Mercedes might slim down a bit more. They're already on 4, as you heard from Will Buxton. I wouldn't be surprised if that did move to 3. And that would be strategist, chief mechanic who sits on the pit wall and controls the pit road, and then a 3rd seat on there, presumably for the pit board sign as well, to control the messages to them. So that'd be the 3-seaters. But yeah, Toto Wolff's never been one for actually being in the pit wall, is he? He's always wanted to be, or the, as Will Buxton calls it, the Pratt Perch, which is comically called in Formula 1 and around motorsport. But the pit wall, he's always been in the garage, isn't he? With the Bose headphones slamming down on the units as well. I don't know. Where would you like to be, garage or pit wall? I'd like to be on the pit wall, to be fair. Even if it's raining, it's like you're that immersed in the action.
I'd say in the garage actually. I think it's a lot more busier there as well. Maybe more fun to watch as a fan point of view. So yeah, I guess I'd pick garage.
That's a question I want to ask. I know Tom and Josh are in the chat as well. Everyone who's in the chat, what would you rather be, pit lane or pit wall for an F1 session as well? In fact, let's open that up actually. We had the other poll beforehand with Aston Martin winning a race. You're right, Josh, it is poll time, starter poll. Where would you rather be for a session? Where would you rather be for an F1 session? Question mark.
Verstappen's jumped up to third already on the test tires. I think
Yeah,
it is.
132.815. So Verstappen's really going there already. Do you reckon he's going to top it already? What's the conditions? 40 degrees, the same as this morning.
Yeah, well, he's on that. I think the early test tires at the moment. So maybe later on, if he's going on the actual tires from this year, that he will be able to top the session. Possibly. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Well, we're hoping maybe I won't go top the session, but I wouldn't be surprised if Verstappen would top it.
There we go. I've asked the community because that took a long time to get that poll operational. It just wasn't working for some reason, and we're having some numerous issues with tech. There we go. So where would you rather be, pit wall or pit lane? And Max Verstappen, as you said, third fastest on the soft compound tires at 132.815 to kick off his start time. He's already beaten his run yesterday, which was a 132.837. That was the fastest test time on day number 1. And Verstappen then already a couple, what was it? 0.13, something like that, faster. So that's a good run for Max to see whether or not he can stay ahead going forward in this testing times. Now, something's slowing down my CPU massively on my MacBook, so while I work out what's open and what shouldn't be, and fix it, there it is, I think it's preview causing the problems because everything else has been open before. Max is going around slowly since, and new diffuser on the back of the Red Bull there. That looks pretty.
Yeah, it looked like something was breaking apart from the back of the Red Bull. I did not see that correctly, but going very slow now. Is he preparing for another lap?
I think so. He's getting out of the way for Zhou Guanyu. Just trying to have a look at the back of that diffuser. They're very interested in, aren't they, on F1? Looks like their floor splits away in the middle.
He's looking straight into performance. The outlap one fast lap, there's eye-catching.
This is Jolyon Palmer.
This level of trundling slow lap, either he's got a problem, oh, he's not winding it up. Maybe is he just coming back in?
What's he
Is he doing a
doing?
double cool? Short shift?
Is that a steady state run just to get the engineers they want to look at something, or is there a problem?
Yeah,
It doesn't look like
at this point I think I saw something coming out of the back of the car.
Here it is. Red Bull had problems this morning with Perez. We never got to the bottom of it, why he was stuck in the pits. There's a look at the new underfloor diffuser of the Red Bull. That's a great little shot there.
Nothing there.
Yeah.
Well,
He's going slow, isn't he? And that's a worry for me. What are they looking at where it sounds...
well, it's less worrying that he hasn't
Yeah.
pitted.
Yeah, that is a point. It's less when he hasn't come in. Paul Monaghan is the chief engineer and the car engineer for Red Bull. Very experienced man, been with the team since 2005. Is not looking too worried on the pit wall. You're hearing the audio in the background of Max Verstappen. I don't think he's got too many problems. It's a very slow lap. I'm trying to listen in and give everybody else the opportunity to listen. Sounds like the engine's almost tuning around, isn't it? It's like they're trying to fight. It's like he can't get in gear. So it's like he's stuck in a gear.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I can't go to his team radio, of course, because it's pre-season testing.
Yeah. I know, it really annoys me as well that we haven't got any radio coming through. Just to take a look. I'm trying to see anything on. Oh, let's go down to pit lane. This
Because
microphone. Will
Mercedes have
Buxton.
left us some beautiful pieces of car furniture out in front of the garage, and so what I wanted to show you was a really nice close-up on what is one of the most distinctive features of the Mercedes. Now, we've been talking about the side pods, particularly when you look at the influence that Ferrari's side pods have had on the designs of the cars, the length and breadth of the field, and that is, on the top of the side pods, there is the dip that channels the airflow down towards the back of the car, towards the beam wing and the rear suspension. Now, this obviously is Mercedes engine cover, not their side pods, and that's because of the size 0 side pods which they have, which hug in tight. Bob might be able to show you through there. Obviously hug in tight to the side of the car. There is no side pod to direct that airflow towards the rear of the car. So instead of utilising the side pod, as most other teams have done, Mercedes ingeniously have taken where the halo connects back to continue that and channel the air down the engine cover towards that beam wing and the suspension at the rear. It's a very clever utilisation of that engine cover, even if it does look a little haunchy, a little bulky. I'm going to take it and put it on. And also, this is the only part of that rear section of the car that's actually painted. You can see at the back there, there's the pure carbon there. The paint comes down. Thank you. And that's the only part that's painted. Everything below that line, beneath where it says Team Viewer, everything below that line is carbon. And the same is true of the nose. You can see the tub and the work that's going on in the tub. Pure carbon up to the top element of the nose. And then you see on the nose here, the paint just pulls in from the top there and down. Still carbon underneath, but just paint on the top surface and on the top surface of the wing. That is the only paint on these cars. And interesting, I was having a chat to the team earlier today, and I was asking them something that, Sam, you and I were talking about last night, which is that we know it is possible to colour carbon weave. But I asked them about that potential to colour the carbon weave in order to have, you know, you don't just have black carbon, you could have blue, purple, red, yellow. And the team said, yes, you can, but actually, unless you put layers and layers of lacquer on top of it to shine it up and really bring the colour out, which would make it worthwhile, it's not going to look as good as you think it's going to look. And by then, by adding all those layers of lacquer, you might as well have just painted the thing in the first place. But Sam, I know that you've been looking into that coloured carbon as a potential for the teams. But yeah, the team seems, well, Mercedes at least seems to think that if you did that, you'd have to lacquer it up.
Thank you very much then, down there at the Mercedes garage for Will Buxton. As they're still taking some look. We're just taking a look at the pictures while we've got them since as well. Max seems okay, just got the second fastest, 1:32.519. But yeah, Mercedes, they make a good point. If we paint the carbon, we may as well just paint it a livery, and then it negates the cost of the weight saving, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I do think they just need to paint over everything, just to stop this weird thing that they're creating now, that they're just not painting just to save any weight.
Just taking a look then as they're still having some rummaging around. They're changing over the seat from Lewis Hamilton to George Russell. Of course, they must have changed the setup then, and the floor, brake ducts. They're getting that set up for a proper race run this afternoon as well. As out of the track, Charles Leclerc does more acceleration runs in his afternoon session. Coming up on 15 minutes completing the session now. And across the line, does Leclerc break through to the top 10? He goes 10th. 1:34.507 at the moment. Just waiting, because I think they've dug out some images from Digging Hill about that practice start from the Nürburgring. So if they do show it, we'll throw over to Alex Jakes and then hopefully be able to show it to you in the pictures. So, cheers from Argentina, lad says Gaston Martin. Hello, Martin. Hello. Pleasure to have you along for testing. And Josh says, oh, I see a new box. Yes, that's from where we can go pit lane side by side. We had it last year, but we've actually got it sorted this year. And we are going to have them before next week. We're going to go through the Sky coverage and get all the other boxes set up so that we're not going to be messing around sorting things out either. Synth, just having a little think about what's happening in testing right now as Max comes back in after 2 push laps. that to me seemed like, okay, that was your warm-up, Max. Then we'll change the car, you do some long runs, and then when the sun sets and the track gets cool, you're released. Because he's got to do a glory run, considering he hasn't got tomorrow. This is it for him.
Yeah, I think he will do some very quick laps towards the end. I think some long runs now, just like you said. I think that will happen as well. Just now a few quick laps on those test tires, and then do the program, and then at the end some quick laps from Verstappen, and see where he can end up if he can top this session as well.
Oscar Piastri gets his second run in a Formula One car in the McLaren Mercedes, as he's out on the circuit as well. As you can see, the green light, the pit exit, got told twice in the timings on the board there. Apparently, he was on the prototype tyres as well, Max. So we'll double check to see if he's going to put any mediums on. Piastri, however, he's doing, is this pedal cam? No, it's not pedal cam. It's a 46.870 in the middle sector, but this is a warm-up lap for him, so it's his first lap out of the pit lane, so I'm not expecting to see him do anything exciting at the moment. But do you reckon Piastri could get a podium at some point this year as a rookie? Has he got that talent and mentality to sort of really go for it?
Yeah, well, obviously it really depends on how quick that McLaren is. We've got some very competitive teams, I think, coming here. So I think it might be very difficult for McLaren to get a podium. And if somehow they manage to get onto a podium, I think it might be Lando Norris instead of Piastri. So maybe, I don't think we will see a podium from him this year. But I would love to be proven wrong, of course, by Oscar Piastri.
Just changed my microphone round as well because it was, believe it or not, fun tip for everybody. If you're having ear problems where you're wearing headphones too long, turn it the other way around, and because the foam has been in one position, it actually provides you a bit more protection than on the back. So just swap your headphones around and you should be okay for a while. So that's why the mics are double-sided. Oscar Piastri then, he's on a lap time now. He's 1.1 off in the first sector as well, but I heard again a lot more proporting, a lot more cars hitting the ground as he came through turn 7 and 8 there.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of bottoming out, I think, on the McLaren of Oscar Piastri. We saw a replay a little bit earlier on on the level of Verstappen as well, with a lot of sparks. I think that was in turn 12. Less on the Ferrari, I think, through there when we saw a replay before it. Let's see if we can see that on the McLaren as well through here at the exit.
Yeah, bottoming out a little bit. Does he slide? Just about. Yeah. Oh, okay, we've got some clips coming through here on the channel, and this is of the McLaren MCL 36 from 2022. So that's what the car looked last year, and this is this year's car. And you're just seeing at the bottom of your screen. So they have changed the side pods quite dramatically as well. If you roll it back, look. So last year when testing started, it was pretty much a normal car. Now this year they've gone for the more Red Bull approach and the more Ferrari side pod approach. What do you think of this year's McLaren? Not the livery, but the actual car. It does look a bit tasty.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, I don't see McLaren drive for the top just yet. So, what's this replay? Oh, this is the porpoising, right?
Yes.
We were talking about. Yeah, you can see it very clearly, but it's not as bad as we saw with other cars.
Yeah, it's bouncing across. He's got some flow of his paint on as well, so that's going to be jumping up and down the start straight. Also, as we've been talking about all testing, since bumps have appeared in the circuit that nobody can explain where from. There's just sort of constant vibrations, and they're only down the start-finish straight at the last towards the braking zone. That's the only place where the bumps are. So everything else you see when the car is going around and it's normally propulsing, that's the aero effect. But down the start straight, the last 150 meters or so, there are quite a few noticeable bumps that is causing problems. Now look, you can see here, if you're watching on this, the Ferrari, they just hit a bump, but then it's normally going up and down. But now watch as it goes into the last couple of corners. Now,
yeah,
you can hear it scraping at the bottom, so it's a problem. And I'm glad MotoGP aren't here, because they probably say it's a horrible circuit as Leclerc gets a big drift through turn 2 and 3, just about holds it as he begins his push laps. But surely they're not safe for these guys as well. It's going to give them all a backache after this.
Yeah, well, we've seen as well as Leclerc also sliding to turn 4. We've seen some like the Mercedes before that over that bump he just lost a bit on his car. Yeah, it's weird that it's happened this year. We haven't seen it in the past, I think, either on this track. So either they'll try to fix it when we come to this circuit next week again, or we might have a race with some bumps, some nasty bumps towards the end of the straight.
Turn 1's going to be very exciting if that's the case as well, with everybody hitting the ground running quite literally. So I look forward to seeing that as Leclerc out of turn 12. He had a spin here in first practice last season. Let's drift it wide. The good news is, by the way, our commentary rotor is almost set up for not day 3, even though we've got quite a lot of it sorted, but our commentary rotor for the Bahrain Grand Prix is almost set up as well, as who's going to be where, when, for the practice sessions and the qualifying sessions as well. The race, I think, is going to be the normal team, but then that's going to change as we head to Saudi Arabia and other circuits as well. It's the Aston Martin safety car I've noticed in the pit lane there. That's the first time I've noticed it since, which is good to see it's still here this year, because I haven't had confirmation yet. But I'm just expecting a lot more safety cars this year, as a lot more action. Cars can follow each other a lot more closely. They've evolutionized the running order again. It's going to be fun. 2 seconds.
The Ferrari for me
Ferrari
is actually
now,
exactly the same as we
pass
saw before.
over.
Same position on track. The Ferrari is a really gentle evolution of the F175, so they really haven't changed the concept dramatically, and you can really see it in that morph there. So if you wind it back ever so slightly, the cars are almost indistinguishable from one another if it wasn't for slightly different sponsor logo placement and a few bits of paint that are missing. But actually, they've reshaped quite a lot of things. The side pods are slightly revised. The side pod ducts are revised. They've changed a lot around the front wing. There's some suspension changes. There's quite a lot of work, and we know there's a huge amount of work actually that's gone on the power unit, and that was the real Achilles heel of the Ferrari last year, because they blew so many up last year, and this team blew up a few of the Ferrari power unit as well. Identical mechanical components, of course, in the Haas as to that Ferrari we were just talking about. They supply components to Haas and they just use them all. Because there were so many failures, Ferrari had quite a lot of leeway in bringing upgrades, not officially performance upgrades to the power unit, because you're not allowed to do that. You're only allowed to make reliability upgrades, but if that reliability upgrade means you can push the power unit past a bit harder and you get a load more horsepower as a result, well, that's why the Ferrari is expected to be not only more powerful, but also more reliable this year. And it should still have that very good trait of very good torque, very good drivability out of every single corner.
So that's the Ferrari upgrade that we've been seeing as well as cars come back into the pit lane. So C3 tyre for Sainz, test tyre for Verstappen, C5. Oh, Laura Winters with Pedro Fittipaldi.
Fittipaldi, who joins me from Haas, named as the reserve driver. The 2023 season is upon us. Firstly, how are you doing? How was your winter, and how good is it to be back?
Yeah, it was a great winter. Obviously, spent a lot of time at home, and then I raced the Daytona 24 Hours a couple weeks ago, and now here in Bahrain, and the season's already underway, basically.
We'll take a little wander through the paddock, shall we? I remember doing this with you almost a year ago in the pre-race show before that first race of the year, and we were talking about Max Verstappen versus Charles Leclerc, Red Bull versus Ferrari, and then the season went away from us. A year later, we're here again. What are your expectations for this season?
Well,
Firstly for Haas, but also overall, and I know you're going to say it's too early to say.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit too early, but I know obviously for the team, the goal was to make another step forward, to fight, just to be a little bit more consistent throughout the year, because we had a lot of pace, especially here last year. We finished 5th, which is a mega result, but we've got to make another step, and that's the goal. I mean, everybody's goal is like that, and I think for everybody else, last year was a new generation car, so there was a lot of some guys arrived with the wrong setups for the first race, and it was kind of a bit crazy at the start of the season. I think everybody's going to be a lot closer this season.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a lot more reliability out there as well. And I know Kevin Magnussen and Nico Hulkenberg, both for Haas, getting some really decent laps in as well. How is the car looking? What's the feedback from the drivers?
I think the feedback's been good. I think we ran like 67 laps this morning, so it was a good amount of laps. Obviously, there's always things to work on. So Kevin and Nico have been, working really hard and trying to make the car better, the engineers as well, and just trying to, fine-tune it for the first race. It's hard to tell exactly where you are versus competition. So I think we're gonna know more in the race weekend, because a lot of people hide some stuff. They always sandbag a little bit. You know, they hold out to the race weekend, and then you go out in qualifying, and a team that maybe you weren't expecting just pop up ahead. So it's hard to tell, but for sure we're in the fight.
Testing's just one big game, isn't it? But no one quite knows the rules. It's great. It's like a puzzle to work out. There's so much mystery around the paddock. And for yourself as well, it's great to see you back within the Haas team as well. What's your role this year? Does it carry on as it was from last year?
Yeah, it carries on. You know, I'll be going to most of the races as reserve driver. I'm also racing WEC full-time and IMSA as well, so I'll be super busy. I have 14 race weekends that I'll be doing away from Formula One. So in total, I mean, I'm going to be traveling almost every weekend from one race to another. So it's going to be pretty crazy, but I'm happy. I love to be racing, and busy is always good.
That is a full gas schedule. That's brilliant. And how is Nico Hulkenberg settling into the team as well? Of course, a new teammate for you guys to get acquainted with.
Yeah, I met him for the first time when we did the postseason test last year. I was driving in Abu Dhabi, and he was as well. So we did the test together, and honestly, I get on with him super well. It was the first time, you know, I met him was last year, and then coming in now to the preseason tests. Super cool guy, very funny guy actually. I was always cracking a joke, but yeah, I like working with him, and obviously with Kevin as well. I've known him for many years.
And I'm sure Haas have hopes, have ambitions, certainly from pre-season to now when we've had a day and a half of running or so under the belts. Where do you think Haas will be in the first 3 races, based on both expectation, reality, and hopes as well?
Yeah, I think the goal is to be, you know, deep in the points. We finished 5th here last year, so it was a good track for us. But things change from one year to another. The guys who didn't run well here last year are going to be much more in the window this year. So I hope that we're going to be comfortably in the points and, you know, Q3 and, you know, fighting for 7-6 place finish. But the midfield is super tight. I think much tighter than the beginning of last year. So it's going to be whoever can just maximize the package that they have. And there's going to be developments throughout the year as well. So if the team is weak here, I would expect them to bounce back within a couple races.
Oh, thank you very much indeed, Pietro, for all of that analysis. Pre-season, so much yet to uncover. I'm glad to hear that you're going to be about as well, because I'm sure we'll be speaking to you throughout the season. And good luck with your own racing endeavours too. Thanks, Pietro.
Thanks.
Back to you guys in commentary.
Laura Winter talking to Pietro Fittipaldi as Peter Gasly starts a lap time as well. Verstappen and Zhou closing in as well. Gasly goes 14th as well off the board there, since they love interrupting us when we're in a good conversation. Go on then. Last day of testing tomorrow, of course, and I'm annoyed I'm missing some of it as well, but are we going to see the main times coming then, not now? Because Verstappen's now fastest sector 1.
Well, I think we're going to see the main time from Verstappen at least today, because he doesn't have any time tomorrow. But from most drivers, I do think we might see them tomorrow when they have got enough data and they think, then now let's just send them out for a sort of a quali run, or the glory runs, as you call it. Right? So
glory runs.
yeah.
I know Tom Dillon hates it when I say that, but he's busy covering the cricket, so he's not going to have a go at me. But yeah, glory run. Oh,
yeah,
sparks flying off the under tray of Max Verstappen, a little bit wide in turn 13, but he's up. 29.233 in the first sector, 39.518 second sector, 5.5 tenths up on Sainz's time. This is about to be the fastest time of testing so far. Cross the line for Max Verstappen in the RB19. It's a 1:31.863. He is 0.623 faster than Sainz. And that was on an old set of tyres. Unbelievable.
Wow, only 1 second to go then to last year's pole time here in Bahrain. So and he's on the mediums as well. So I think we might even see the pole time from last year being beaten here in testing, either later on today or tomorrow. So yeah, good lap by Verstappen. Very good. Let's see what if he can even improve on that time later on. If he maybe goes for a quick run on the softs as well.
We were saying that we wanted to get the cars sorted differently as well. It's still looking faster. Pit lane with Will Buxton.
First session today, still getting to grips, of course, not just with the team and the car, but Formula One itself. That said, the vibe down here at Williams is, and I don't want to jinx things, but very, very positive. There are little sort of words coming out of this garage, little feelings coming out of this garage, that it may be one of the best test sessions they've had in a decade or more. Of course, we know over recent years Williams have not had a lot of luck in pre-season testing, stemming back to when they haven't had a car ready, or if they have had the car ready, it hasn't not just performed, but really held itself together. This week, though, these 3 days, certainly 1.5 days in, no major issues. The car performing well, the baseline looks good, the drivers are happy. Both the experienced Alex Albon and this man, new boy Logan Sargent, as we said, second fastest this morning, back out on track now.
Thanks, Will, down there in the pit lane. Sargent heads back out as well. And I've just been informed, since this could be something interesting to talk about, George Russell's done his media duties just now, and he says that he doesn't think Mercedes are going to be capable of winning next weekend here in Bahrain. He says Red Bull look the best and perform the best, but I don't think that's entirely true, because we saw Perez having a few issues. Max was complaining yesterday morning. Perez was complaining today in the morning sessions. So I don't think it's clear cut yet that Mercedes are out of it and that we're going to see a difference.
Yeah, well, we know maybe from Mercedes that they are could be struggling and still a little bit towards at the beginning, and I think they might be a little behind these first races, but maybe are able to fight back and get quicker towards the end of the season. So, but maybe. Yeah, it's not going to happen next week, but you never know. Last time out, they got a 3-4 as well. Lucky podium for Russell after a double DNF for Red Bull. You never know what's going to happen in those races, of course.
And we've got a replay here of Kevin Magnussen, Nico Hülkenberg, on the steering off a little bit.
A bit wide on the curve.
Is that normal? That's just normal, isn't it? It's just pushing.
Yeah, we see that quite a lot through this corner as well. But those sparks at the exit of turn, I think turn 12 it is. Is that just bumps or is it porpoising through there?
I think it is. I think it's porpoising, because I haven't seen many cars bumping through that part of the track. So I think there's a little bit of porpoising as the car changes direction. Wind's blowing that way though. There's a headwind coming into turn 11 according to my tracker here in the box. So on the T feed, so I think there's still a possibility that it's being affected by porpoising. I want to get another look. We're about to see Hülkenberg go through there again, so that would be another good example.
I meant turn 12, right? The
yes.
Fast right-hander.
Yeah.
Where we saw the Red Bull especially having... Yeah.
Okay,
well,
head was back now, yeah. This is what I mean. It's that section of the track. There's a headwind going down there. The arrow's pointing that way on the track, downwards. We're going to ride with...
Here we can see the freeze. We just saw a replay as well a bit earlier from the Alfa Romeo of Joe. They've got a lot of purposing as well on the straights. It's crazy when we saw the helmet of him, but see his face. Yeah, here we can see the freeze then.
He had to take another... He had to lift off the throttle, didn't he, coming through there? This is turn 12. Porpoising, you're right. Did you hear it? It's scraping out. Yeah. You're right. So there's no bumps there. That is porpoising through the wind. It's now turned to a crosswind through turn 9, so it's blowing under the floor. I reckon it is costing them. I think the teams are still suffering with porpoising. And now they've changed all the aero. It's like if your chair is a millimetre short on one leg, you're still going to feel the rock. And that's what's happening. They've changed something and there's a rock. Because the cars are 2 millimetres higher this year, which is, I think, less than a width of a finger, which is ridiculous. And it's still causing the problem. Look at Ferrari down the straights, on the ground and bumping them down massively. Well, that is the worst I've seen Ferrari pausing all test.
Yeah, well, we just saw the Alfa Romeo also. I think have it just become worse since yesterday or something. It's a lot of bouncing going on here, a lot of porpoising. Unfortunately, though, it has come back, and well, I think purposing shouldn't be too difficult to fix, right? It just cost them a bit of pace, right? I heard that.
It would just be lap time gains will be lost completely. We're just having a problem with our driver tracker, so we're going to swap to the secondary tower as well from F1.com to the T feed, because F1.com is slow, so we're going to try and fix that problem. But yeah, I think you're right, Since, as well, the fact that that's the issue. It's struggling through the corners and you're losing a couple of thousandths of a second And that's, I think, that's why we're seeing such a big gain, because Red Bull aren't proposing that much. Ferrari are. Sounds to 6/10 off in this morning sessions. Leclerc's down in 10th position on a 134.5, and arguably he should be up. Track temperature's starting to come down, though. It's now 38 degrees. When this session started about 45 minutes ago, it was at 41 degrees. So it's come down by 3.
It looked like that Williams didn't have too much purposing on this straight. So that could be a good thing for them, or is he not pushing too much? I think he is pushing a little, just doing long runs, I think. So maybe that's why it wasn't too clear that purposing. Yeah, he's losing 3 seconds.
He's on a very old run of tyre by the look of it as well. So that's Logan Sargent, who's having his little moment coming through. Yeah, we've lost the F1 driver track, the F1.com driver tracker for the time being. It'll come back shortly. We've got the F1 we've got the T feed, which is the same thing. So at least we've got backups. I'm on backups this year. We're not completely devoted to losing one timing screen. Williams looking on. There's Fernando Alonso still in the car. 1.1 seconds off the pace now of Verstappen. He's going to be on the longer runs in this morning. He's going to hand out the pit lane once again with Red Bull.
Tune in for testing, and that's to try and get a look at all the clever bits of the car. Bob has the camera on his shoulder at the moment, because if he puts it on the floor with the front of the car exposed, they're going to man block it. So we've just kept it up there. Hold on. Got caught behind that. Get down lower, Bob. Get down as low as
There's
you can,
the floor.
mate, to have a look at what everybody wants to see on this Red Bull, which is the all-new entry points for those tunnels, Venturi tunnels underneath the car. That, of course, where the air is first channeled into those all-important tunnels underneath that Red Bull. We haven't had such a good view of this, actually, all the way through testing, because the nose and front wing is pretty much always on the car. But I'm sure Sam will love getting this unobstructed view to the front of that Red Bull. And before everybody actually the Lloyds I think are starting to come. Are they going to start working on it before they block us? The Red Bull is an absolute piece of art. From front to back, we'll try and get a shot of it actually when the car's actually out here in pit lane, because from the rear it's an absolute thing of beauty. All of the work that's been done on those winglets, the beam wings towards the back of the car, but it's at the front there. We know the front wing has to be critical in terms of cutting through the air, but with all of that importance placed on the tunnels of the 2023 F1 cars, that is the point, the most important point of these cars, where they break the air, where it's channeled underneath the floor and through those tunnels. Sam Collins, I know that is a desperately important part of the car, and great for us to have a view of that unobstructed.
Well, Will, I want to stay with you for a moment, because while we do have the rear end of a mechanic's overall, shall we say, or clothing in view at the moment. When you look at the bulk, if you can get the camera to look at the bulkhead, that's perfect. You've moved the mechanic wonderfully. If you look at just above the brake cylinder there and zoom in, you'll see a little pipe running up on the left and right-hand side of the car, leading to a little connector. Now, that's the driver's drinks bottle connector that's running up there. Now, I was wondering where Red Bull had put the driver's drink bottle. Well, that little pipe and that little connector tells us something, that Red Bull have retained something they've done for a few seasons now, put the driver's drinks bottle in the tip of the nose of the car. It's only a couple of kilos in weight when it's full,
but it lifts up as it drinks.
Move a couple of kilos a long way forward on the car and keep the car in the weight distribution window. So, Will, I don't know if you can just see that just above the master cylinder there.
That's clever. Look at that.
You can see it moving up.
That's right. We know that Max Verstappen likes coconut water in his drinks bottle, and an air temperature of 29 degrees centigrade, 3-layer Nomex, and a bunch of different overalls that are different sort of fireproofs underneath. You might be wanting to take a drink as you drive around the circuit, but that is all about weight distribution rather than the drivers having a drink. I've always wondered what happens if the driver biffs the nose, though.
Yeah, you get coconut water all over you. It's interesting, isn't it? Because they used to have the bottles, a number of the drivers still do have it further back in the car. Yeah. Some of them even behind the seat in the cavity, just in front of the engine. I know, thinking back, thank goodness, we're going back to the 90s. Damon Hill used to fill his with cold tea because it used to get so hot that by the end of the Grand Prix, he could just have a nice cup of tea. Anything else, a fruit juice or an isotonic drink, didn't taste so nice when it was hot, but tea did the job.
No way is that a real story.
It's true.
Hill.
I heard it years ago.
I believe so.
Yeah, it's tea. It's tea. I've said it in the commentary before.
A cup of tea whilst heading on to his World Championship.
It gets hot. It does get hot. I used to have it in the as Will said, sort of in the cockpit area. And you're in a hot country, and all you want is a cold drink. especially in early on when you're going round to the grid or you're on the warm-up lap and you want just a little bit of a refresher before the start, and it's immediately boiling hot. But I just the thought of a cup of tea at that time, or a sip of tea.
Well, I know our
Not for me.
producer on this broadcast is a big fan of tea, but Jolien, are you just gutted you didn't think of this?
No, I'm not. It's through a straw as well. In the
tea through
helmet.
a straw.
Tea through a straw
Things have
is
not gone to plan.
Yeah.
If you're having tea through a straw.
Because a lot of drinks are about the vessel you're drinking them in, aren't you? Aren't they? It's you got to drink tea in the right environment, and trying to win a Grand Prix in a 90s Williams drinking a cup of tea.
It's very on
How
brand.
British do you get?
It's really nicely, doesn't it? It's really.
The thing is, though, Synth, it's 110% true because it's in his autobiography, and also I knew that story because he said it once in the commentary box. So he used to put tea on it. Genius. I'm surprised not many people do.
Yeah, that's brilliant. How do you come up with it? Really?
I have no idea. I don't know how else. Bailey's water. I just heard Jolien Palmer like to drink. What the hell's that? Oh, it's an isotonic drink, I'm understanding. Warm. Oh, hang on.
Coconut water.
Hot coconut water. What? Oh, that's Matt's thing is.
I think we might have to try this later.
Gubbins.
Oh, I'm not trying coconut water. As a Max supporter, you gonna do it? That's a hot coconut water during the race.
Oh, I take a Red Bull.
We've got another one of these. Actually, I tell you what, speaking of Red Bull, do you want to have a look at it? Because it's here now on the stream. We'll keep on with us. What do you reckon of it then? This is last year's, that's the 22 RB18 with its side pods. And now look at this year. They've got quite a dramatic change in terms of the three-step side pod once again.
Yeah, it's quite different, yeah.
Right, there's 2018. That's 29. That's 2022's RB18, and this year we're going to roll it forward, and you'll see the RB19 from this year. So if you take a look at where the Oracle sign is, look, the side pod is different, and it sort of booked into itself again. The halo becomes more of a aero feature at the back compared to last year. They very much have taken the Ferrari route. I think everybody's taken the Ferrari side pod route from last year. So everyone's been cherry picking off each other. But Red Bull must have one of the strongest packages if they've got their own floor and their own Ferrari side pod. So it's a strong car again.
Yeah, it only keeps looking faster if they got a combination of last year's Red Bull and Ferrari as well. So that's quite interesting to see. Well, I think maybe what they're going to be looking at now is reliability.
Indeed, and I'm slightly worried as well that we haven't seen anything from Mercedes in terms of the fact that they have actually, instead of having side pods, they've gone down the no side pod roll for a second year. And I just don't know how it works. I still don't, because considering the fact that the side pods this year look to be an integral part of the aerodynamics to make the propulsing stop. So it looks like we've got, I don't know, Mercedes have got something up their sleeve. There's something we're not seeing with them. I think it's in the rear suspension, but there's something with the Mercedes that we've missed. And do you reckon they've got a system like we had the
DAS.
RAS, yeah, DAS, and then we had RAS, the rear axis suspension system that we saw back in Turkey in 2021. That lasted 2 races before it didn't get banned, but the FIA very nicely said to them, look, whatever you're doing here, just stop as well. Good old Michael Masi as well. Not putting any penalties on, just giving them a warning. As no, he did. Tom Stallard there, race engineer for Piastri. Nice to see Tom back in Formula 1 and at McLaren. He was with Danny Ricciardo for a year. They took a year off, and he's back again now with Oscar Piastri. Tom Starr's been around Formula 1 for decades as well. He used to be Coulthard's engineer as well. Back at McLaren. Beautiful car, that McLaren. Look at the floor intake as well. We're just seeing on our stream now. Really exciting stuff. Hopefully soon, by the way, we'll be able to show we will be able to show the replays. That's currently something I'm trying to work and get on, because the replays aren't live, and it's a thing about live coverage you can't do. Replays is a different matter. My hand's blowing up a bit. I noticed it's 1 o'clock though, Synth, and I can't remember when you're on for. Is it now or is it later?
Well, I think it's at around
1:10.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got 10 more minutes. Then it's going to be Richie joining me, and then I think it's Ed 3:30 till 2:30, but I'm not entirely sure, as I haven't heard from him just yet. I just want to make sure. I'll text him in an hour. I'll text him soon to make sure he's there. And then Megan will join me from 3:30 to 4:30 alongside Josh as well. Josh, you might have to step in for Ed at 2:30 just in case he's not there, and then I'll let you go for the last hour as a sort of move up, and then Megan comes in for her stint as well. I tell you what, my hand's hurting. I don't know why. What's impressed you on day 2 then, Senthil? Anything that's jumped out at you? It's been a bit of a quiet one, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, I keep getting the impression that the Red Bull is looking stronger and stronger this year. And I'm really hoping that the Aston Martin is going to be up there as well. And I think we've sort of been confirmed this testing days as well, that they are definitely quicker than people may think they are. So that could be very interesting to see. And I think we can't rule out Ferrari. We haven't just seen too much from Mercedes, right? Have we?
No, we haven't.
Just don't know much about their pace.
They've kept themselves today. Hamilton was 9th this morning. Well, actually, he was 7th this morning, but he'll end up 9th overall. But he's still got time to find as well. It's getting a bit difficult. And I've just been informed, actually, as well, that when Megan comes into the commentary box at 3:30, it'll be just after the Formula E practice session. Now, just a reminder for you, Formula E Practice 1, it's not live on YouTube. It never is. But we will show highlights of Practice 1 at 6:40 tomorrow. Remember that time, 6:40, because at 7 o'clock we'll be live for Practice 2 of the Formula E race, because then at 7:30 I'll be coming into the commentary box here and taking over the session until 9:30, so I'll be here for 2 hours. Megan will then come back in for an hour, 2 hours for the remainder of the session. And I think I'm back for the last 20 minutes of the session to round it off. Then I'm introducing the first 1 hour, 25 minutes of the afternoon session. Megan then takes over for 1 hour and 15 as lead commentator from 1:40 until 2:10, so maybe 90 minutes she's commentating, and then we're all together for the last hour of the test from 3:10 until 4:30, so 1 hour 20 minutes. So that's how tomorrow's going to work in the commentary box in terms of who's going to be where, and it's going to be interesting to see, and I'm hoping Megan doesn't get bored as well, but I will be partnering up with some excellent people, because in the commentary box it won't just be Megan and one other person. There'll be when Megan's in, there will be a team of people as well, and Synth, who's going to be one of those people who'll be joining as well. And when I'm in the commentary box, I've got all the goodies. I've got Jess Ball joining me in the commentary box from PSGL PS F1 commentator, and then I've got as well Kieran, who is joining me in the commentary box as well. Kieran McGinney as well, who is a track commentator, esport commentator, racing commentator as well. He'll be joining me in the commentary box to kick off the afternoon session for an hour before we hand back over to Megan, and then I think it'll be Josh and yourself, Synthil, coming in to the box. So I think that's how it's working, but we're confirming all that tonight, and then the commentary schedule gets published once we've figured out who's where and when. Just looking here. Sargent gets another wing change since. It looks good for the American. Williams having a very strong day in 3rd position.
Yeah, well, let's hope that's going to be a sign for them that they're going to be able to at least get consistent points. That's obviously where they are struggling with the last couple of years. I guess we can say since maybe 2016. Afterwards, they were really falling out of the points. So yeah, let's hope they can try and find a way back slowly towards the top, and let's see if they can be in the midfield. And like we heard earlier today from Fittipaldi, that he thinks that the midfield's even closer than last year, which I can't imagine. But well, that would be incredible if that's going to be the case. So let's hope that would be the case as well.
Powerful if it is. I really hope so. I think they've got a good feeling that car is going to be stronger. The midfield is going to be a lot closer in terms of it, because last year we had Williams, who was obviously at the back. Their car was terrible, but this year it's looking quite strong. AlphaTauri looks strong. Haas are looking stronger this year than they were. Aston Martin, not that they could be jumping up the border as well, looks absolutely fantastic. So, what's happened in the commentary box? Someone in the box.
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I'm enjoying the sun.
It's Orlando.
I'm watching currently in my Williams Hospitality unit.
No, it's not.
Watching the TV. So, the glory.
Is it Albon?
Yeah, I think it's Albon. Yeah, they sound so
The
alike.
joy of it. First of all, then, tell us your impressions of the car that you have underneath you. The car
I was
that
in the
we're
Williams
currently riding on
Hospitality
board
suit.
with your teammate for this
Sweet.
year.
Yeah, it's well. Firstly, I have to say, you guys were going in on Paul Logan
Albon.
there.
It is Albon,
Alex,
yeah.
it wasn't. It was just an observation of the lap times. And I didn't know you were listening, to be honest.
I reckon we must be a bit higher up on Highfield than most people. Let's just see, because I think.
Can you get us the
Logan,
answer, Alex? Given that they would
Well,
tell you.
Just watch him just do about 60 laps in a row today, right now. So I think we've tanked it up high.
Okay.
That's not to say the others haven't, but I hope they haven't. But yeah, I think we're not in a bad place. The car feels like we're addressing some of the weaknesses last year. To be honest with you, I do still feel like cars carry a DNA. I'm sure, Jolene, you know about that, but it is hard just to get rid of certain issues over a year. It does take a bit more work into it, and it feels like our extremes are less this year. So our low speed to our high speed balance has always been a big talking point for us, trying to get everything a little bit more together. And I think the extremes have reduced. So we're fighting with less understeer, less oversteer, but we're still fighting with it.
Could you feel it straight away when you got in the car yesterday? Were you thinking we're in a much better place within a first run or two with that characteristic, or is it something that you're just dialing out through your time in the car?
Yeah, well, my first push lap of the test, we were only a few tenths off, or maybe a bit more than that, but we weren't far away from my qualifying lap. So we clearly had pace straight away, and of course, we're not running the fuel loads or the engine mileage engine modes that we were running in qualifying last year. So it's positive, but it's all relative. At the end of the day, we think we've done a good job. We've done a better job than we have last year, that's for sure, and we have made progress. But it's all relative to our rivals, if they've made a bigger step or not compared to us.
And we were talking, I don't know how long you've been tuning in for, listening to us talking all things Williams, but
It was relentless. I mean, I was here for at least 3 minutes, and that was all I got. So
did you hear us eulogising about your qualifying performances last year?
I didn't hear that one. Well,
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I tuned in a bit late for that one.
So what we were saying is...
Just tell me again.
You're such an amazing qualifier, Alex.
He said you were never on the back row last year, and I didn't have the heart to correct him that wasn't the case, Alex.
Was my stat incorrect?
To be honest, there was most probably a couple of times.
There's only a couple
Miami
of
was
times.
one.
I scanned through the season. I think it was a variety
And
of
Singapore?
penalties. Alex, can you see a monitor at the moment?
Well, I can. If you're talking about the main screen, yes, I can see Max driving right now.
Would you like to talk us around a lap of Bahrain International?
Oh, sure, I would do. So turn one, there's been a massive tailwind all test. It's been a nightmare and a lot of front locking over there. Turn two, turn three, it's all pretty good. You're basically trying to run the car as cold on the tyres as you can to try to make it last a lap. So turn 2 and 3 can sometimes feel a bit edgy. turn 4, the wind actually goes in your favor here, so now you have a headwind all the way through this from 4, 5, 6, 7. The car feels amazing, and you tell the guys this is what I want all the time, but it's obviously not possible. Turn 8 is when the tyres are screaming. It's a hairpin corner, and you've just come from a high-speed section, so it is not fun, but even less fun is turn 9 and 10, which is where we're in now. A massive tailwind, of course, just like turn 1, and that's where you're seeing everyone locking up. And it's actually a weakness of our car, which we're trying to address, and I think we're making progress, but we're still locking up. I think I've seen a few replays of myself and Logan going off there. Turn 11, quite a simple corner, actually. And then turn 12, which requires a lot of management in high fuel, but it's easy flat in low fuel. And by this point, your tyres are, even if they're overheated by turn 8, they're still overheating more. So these last 2 corners, especially this last corner, I think you've seen a lot of drivers run wide, is because the tailwind's hitting you from the back here, the tyres are hot, and you're just keen to get to the finish line. So I think heavy foot plus everything else. It was a good lap from X.
Thank you, Alexander Albon. And it was a good lap. It's a 1:31.650. And I don't think there's a better way to send Synthol off when they're Max Verstappen, again, setting the fastest time of the entire test. Impressive lap there for Max on the C3 tyres.
Yeah, a very good lap, and well, I gotta go now, so well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow then.
Absolutely. I hope to see you tomorrow. I don't know if I will, but I do hope I will. If not, it'll be Megan with you. But thanks. If I don't, thanks for your company in the test. I will hopefully see you tomorrow. I think I will. If not, Megan will.
Yeah, and otherwise we'll see you next week then for Formula 2 and Formula 3.
Absolutely.
And everything else.
Can't wait. Thank you. See you later.
Yeah, see you. Bye.
Thanks to Synthol again. We are 3 hours, 18 minutes remaining in today's test session for the 2023 Formula 1 season. And the Bahrain International Circuit providing us one of the best views in the house for action. So yes, just an update then about, as I said, the times for Formula E. Tomorrow's qualifying, live coverage of practice 2 with highlights from practice 1 from 6:40 AM GMT. That is qualifying from 9:35 GMT, the race from 1:45 GMT. Just a 15-minute build-up to the race. I do apologise about that, but trust me, it will be enough to find the information we need. Usually it's a half-hour build-up, but with Formula 1 testing, we have to cut that down ever so slightly. And again, thank you very much to Tom Dillon, who has agreed to stream the race so that Megan's laptop can handle showing the Discord as well as everything else. For instance, the filming of everything tomorrow as well. Basically, we've got a setup ready. It's going to look great. You'll barely notice a difference on the stream, apart from maybe a couple of extra things. But you won't notice anything. It'll look pretty much identical to normal, which is a lot more fun than we were expecting. Right, Richie is going to be in soon for his segment. Not rushing him, I'll just let him know. Let's pass over to the boxer at F1 TV.
Is there a bit of focus to improve the race pace this year? Has that been a particular area of prep for you?
I think it goes hand in hand. So last year, especially with these Pirelli tyres, when you take out the fuel in the car and you put new tyres on, it can hide a lot of balance limitations that you have in your car. And it always felt like sometimes when you'd go into qualifying, you would end up just being able to nurse issues that you can't avoid in a race run. When the tyres get hot and they get old and the fuel's heavy, the balance limitations of the car just become more pronounced. And I think that's why sometimes in qualifying we were just, I'm not going to say we were outperforming the car, but we were just in a better position that we could hide some of the issues, which at a race you're just exposed. So with a better through corner balance, I think the race pace will just pick up naturally. That's our belief anyway. And yeah, of course as well, when you are slightly quick on the straights and slower in the corners, you tend to slide around more. The tires overheat more, and that's fine for one lap, but when you've got 70 laps, it starts to accumulate, and that's what kind of made it tricky for us.
Alex, it's Will Buxton up in commentary. Hello.
Hello.
Williams haven't exactly had an easy time of it in pre-season testing for quite a number of years now, and without wishing to sort of jinx things, the last day and a half.
I just had an earful from you guys about coming to Brakes on Fire, but yes.
It seems to be going really well. The vibe down in the garage seems really good. Everyone seems very, very positive. How is it going, and is it as positive as it feels from the outside?
It's been very smooth. So we've had no any setbacks so far. You know, that's including the 2 filming days we've done today, yesterday. We've ticked absolutely everything off the list that we've wanted to get done, which is a bit of a rarity in our sport. So I feel like we're as best prepared as we can be. Of course, the performance is still a bit of an unknown. We don't know what everyone's doing, but operationally and in terms of preparation going into this year, it's gone down very well, and I think as a group we're happy with how we've executed the FW45 so far. Very professional. I'm going to call my car the 45. Yeah.
The 45. What were the objectives that you really wanted to iron out, in this test session? Was it about resolving the major issues of last year? Was it just an all-round improvement on the car? Was there one thing that you needed to absolutely nail from last year and then consistently improve that package into this? What's the philosophy behind the 45, as you're going to call it?
Yeah, it's kind of what I touched on about through corner balance. That's a place where we would go to some races. A good example would be Monza, let's say, where our car was obviously good on the straight line. We're actually not too bad at braking and straight line braking, and we could get away with circuits where there weren't too many high-speed corners, and it just made the car a little bit restricted in where we could perform at. There was maybe 3 or 4 races in a year where we could look at points, but it was always going to be difficult. Spa was another example, and that's just because our car it couldn't be. There were some corners, some bogey corners, let's say, that would really hurt us, and that's what we're trying to address. Is if everything can be a bit more connected and we can get through. We're not having a major limitation around a circuit. We should be able to tune the car in a better place. And sometimes last year it felt like we were never actually setting up the car in a perfect way. We were always compromised. We always had to find a good balance between high-speed stability and low-speed understeer, for example. And so you were always just finding an okay setup, but it was what would go around the track the quickest. So if we can, the focus has been this year to try and not let that happen, and if we can have a bigger scope to tune the car in all types of corners, then we'll be in a better place and not lose out so much in specific corners. So that's the plan. That's what we've been planning on.
Well, excellent stuff. Alex, I know that the commentary box was too far for you, but appreciate you.
That looks a better vibe, doesn't it?
It looks more
rubbish.
comfortable down there in the paddock. Although if we zoom out with the shot that we've got of you, you appear to be entirely on your own. What's happened?
I'm Billy No Mates over here.
By the way, there's no one for miles, Alex.
Yeah, exactly. It's because I've upset marketing. They've left me. But you're not too far away. It's just that I didn't want to come see you.
That's all right.
You're actually not that far away. Didn't want to jinx it.
We've taken it personally. After last year, we do not blame you at all. Alex, thanks for your time. Go well this year.
What's the run plan? What's the run plan? Are we going to see a Williams at full tilt, low fuel, soft tyres later tomorrow?
Tonight?
I think it will look similar to what Logan did today. So...
Decisive.
He's walking out of shot. Yeah. He's properly had
Drop the mic, walk away.
So yeah, that'll be it.
Top man,
I feel
thank you
awkward
very
now.
much.
I don't know if you're still looking at me.
No, it's all right. We've cut away. We've cut away. Thank you, Alex.
Okay.
Go well.
Thank you very much, guys.
Alex Albon, as ever, a terrific sport, and I don't blame him after last year. If you weren't with us last year, he came up to the commentary box, he started talking through a lap, and then Nicholas Latifi properly
Exploded.
caught fire and put Williams on the back foot. But great to get an insight to the changes on the 45. I like that.
On the 45.
Oh, the 45. Very good. Also, thank you to Will Buxton, who heard my request for tea. And unbelievably, was this you making?
Yeah, I made you a cup of tea. That's why I was 5 minutes late to the commentary box.
I really appreciate that. I then went and promptly spilt it all down me. So terrific work all round.
As Lawrence high-fived you as he was leaving, and tea went everywhere.
The intent was nice from Lawrence. Unfortunately, the reaction was tea everywhere. Never mind.
He went to high-five you. You were lifting up your cup of tea to take a sip. There was a high-five to tea scenario.
Yeah, it was a mess.
And tea went everywhere.
It was a mess.
I didn't get a hot coconut water. What
I'm sorry about that, mate. I couldn't find any.
What a shame.
It was.
Yes,
a
it
hot
does,
Pocari
Josh. It
sweat.
does.
was
If
about
that
the best I
counts as
could
someone
do.
making tea or coffee on
Sorry
bingo,
about
that counts.
Would you have had a tea if it was on offer?
Yes.
We've got Ribena in the canteen, so a hot Ribena.
People have a hot Ribena.
I know, that's why I suggested
Yeah,
it.
hot
Just
Ribena is
imagine
good.
it.
Hot Ribena is good.
Any level of hot drink up here would have been nice. But,
Oh, sorry.
but
I've got
we
Coke.
move on. I'm glad that Jake's thirst is quenched.
Do you want me to go and get you a coffee or something?
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, mate.
Never ask a question in commentary. Never ask a question. Right, it's good to get.
Okay, well, that's just getting absolutely worse as well. Richie's going to be here in around about 10 minutes. His PC is having a few issues as well, which is understandable. So I'll be in the comm box. Oops, we don't want to be showing that as well. So we'll wait for a few minutes. 3 hours and 8 minutes remain then. Let's run through the times. Is it something interesting to look out for as well? 1:31.650 for Verstappen, Sainz second, Sargent third, fourth Alonso, fifth Joe, Magnussen sixth, Ocon seventh, Gasly eighth, Perez ninth, Hamilton rounds out the top 10, Russell 11th, Leclerc 12th, Hulkenberg 13th, De Vries 14th, Norris 15th, Piastri 16th, and Tsunoda is in 17th position as well. As you see on the timing towers, only 17 cars taking part in today. Tsunoda down there in last position as well. Alonso, Russell, Leclerc and Piastri, the drivers out on the track at the moment. Charles Leclerc battling through turn 1 and 2. Looks like he's starting a push lap as well. You can hear the engine roaring as it comes out of turn 2 and 3. Up the hill once again towards turn 4. Light on the brakes, flick the car in towards the right, 80 kilometers an hour. Does go all four wheels off the track. That'll be a track limits next weekend, which you've got to remember actually, because it's a difficult part to forget about what happened with Max Verstappen back in 2021, where he and Hamilton came together. We're just getting open the tweet deck, by the way. That's what we're doing up here in the comments box. In fact, I'm going to have to go to button 9 for a while because my Bluetooth mouse is low on battery, and it keeps dying on me. It is very low on battery, so I'm not surprised actually. What percentage is it on? It's on 33%. And the reason it's low on battery is because we've been doing so much testing over the last 2 days of action. Undoubtedly enjoyed having George Morgan in the comment box earlier on. He has extracted himself on the Volcano, just to let you know, Josh. Across the line then for Leclerc, 1:32.725, and puts himself up into 4th position here in this day of testing action. As we've got TweetDeck loaded up now, I can stand back up in the comms box. Leclerc goes 4th fastest as well. Now, I asked a question to you earlier on when we had Cynthia in the box. Where would you rather be for an F1 session? Would you rather be in the pit lane or the pit wall? 64% of you have said pit lane, and 36% has said pit wall. I've ended that poll now in case we need to start another one. Leclerc having a lot of sliding coming round of turn number 4. Let's keep, yeah, that's in turn 13 as well. So he's had 2 separate oversteer moments, which is never good. Also, the problem with having multiple multiple mice in the commentary box is the fact that there's one mouse that's wired to the main PC, and I keep going to use the wireless one. That's on the other thing. I might turn it off actually for a while because we barely use it. Logan Sargent's back in the pit lane now, 3rd fastest on the C5 compound tyre. Josh says, what's the point? If a Williams has any mechanical issues at all, blame it on the Duracell batteries. Get into the pits, take the old batteries out, put the new ones in and send it back out as well. Absolutely. Or take it out, rub it on your shirt and put it back in again. Static charge might just make it work a little bit more. Walter drivers coming out of the pit lane. De Vries still down in 14th position as we look at him now on the screen as well. Out of turn 8, gets a lovely acceleration, lovely whistling of the Honda Turbo under the RB powertrains. Honda, they're officially re-entering Formula 1. They've put their name down for the 2026 Formula 1 regulations to become part as a factory team. We understand that could be with McLaren. However, we have seen McLaren also having a meeting with Red Bull about becoming a powertrain with Ford as possibility, which is very interesting indeed. De Vries' first sector time, though, the lap he's doing at the moment, it's a 29.989. Second sector, 40.754. Leclerc's coming to the pits, but De Vries might be about to jump up the running order in the commentary, in the timetable. Only goes 13th fastest on a 1:34.425. Now, somebody pinged my Discord. It's someone in the commentators chat. This is, it's from you, Josh, saying the Haas pit wall that was already saved £250,000 a year is not finished. The team is actually looking to completely reduce it to a wall that can go via sea freight and can be replicated 6 times, saving another £250,000 to the air freight residents. So they're going to save $500,000 via their pit stop. That is unbelievable. Well done, Josh, for finding that out for us. So that Haas pit wall that is already, this version, saving them $250,000 is now going to save them an extra $250,000 when the actual final version is brought out. So that is quite a lot of the budget cap. Remember, it's $135 million this year, the budget cap. And to have $500,000 saved is crucial in development. Very crucial. That's half a car. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. In fact, that's the car minus the engine. So that's another chassis. That's a brilliant job. It's going to be a lot of fun then as Leclerc back out on track. Full fastest on a C3 tyre compound now. And he is down. Well, actually, hang on a minute. On my timing screens, Sainz is still top, so I don't know what's happened there with the pre-season testing radio. F1 TV's got something going on. Alex?
So where are we at this stage of play? 12 laps for Max Verstappen and a rapid lap time of a 1:31.650. Then Sainz is 70 laps from earlier on, put a 1:32.4 on the board. Over the bumps on board with Oscar Piastri to turn 1 now.
Those bumps appeared from nowhere this year as he comes.
Minor lock-up, end of braking. Just he started to think about turning in and unloaded the right front. Immediately locks up and missed the apex. Just a little bit late on the brakes for Piastri. McLaren flying very much under the radar. Yep. Zach Brown saying that they've not hit their targets. Very strong stuff actually from Zach. We knew that they were. The general demeanour has not been positive at McLaren through the winter, through yesterday's running. They obviously missed a bit of track time with a brake issue, and Zach was saying fundamentally we've got upgrades coming. We will get there, but we're not in a great place right now.
Okay, let's go down to the paddock once again, where Laura Winter is ready for another chat with Mario Isola.
Alex. Yes, Mario is joining me here in the paddock. Yesterday, Mario, we spoke about the winter and how Pirelli have been preparing for this season. We're now in the midst of it.
Yeah.
We've got cars on track. We're a day and a half or so in. What kind of feedback are you getting from the teams?
Yesterday night, they were complaining about the balance. More about the balance, I believe. It's a combination of the new tires, new cars, and a bit of wind that was disturbing the downforce yesterday. Today they are more focused on tires. We have seen end of this morning that some teams started to make race simulation using all the 3 compounds that are selected for the race. I'm expecting that when the temperature is going down later this afternoon, they will try performance runs to understand the pure performance, and tomorrow probably they continue to focus on tires in order to better balance the car. Still the rear is a bit weak, probably because the front is stronger, but the performance is quite good. Looking at the lap times, the performance is quite good.
Was there any positive feedback? You went straight in there with a complaint from the teams. Did they have positive things to say as well?
I believe it's a bit early to complain or to give a positive feedback, because as I said, they have to understand how to better connect the car front to rear. And that's their challenge for the moment, to be ready for the race. Then obviously next 2 races will be completely different, as we said yesterday. But for this race, what is the target for them is to try to reduce the rear degradation. We know that Bahrain is all about rear degradation. You have a very abrasive asphalt, high temperature, so degradation is high by definition. And if they find a way to reduce degradation, is a key element for the race.
As you say, we're expecting some performance to start to come out of these cars. We're expecting the drivers to begin to lean on them, and we're hoping those lap times will start to tumble. What have you made of some of the times we've seen so far, and indeed the reliability as well? Because generally across the board, it's been pretty reliable stuff, and certainly for Red Bull, they're topping those timing sheets, certainly from yesterday.
I didn't see any issue with the reliability. Everything is working as expected. It is also true that we don't have big changes of regulation compared to last year, so it is just an evolution. It is interesting for us to understand the performance of the cars, because obviously we can imagine a high rate of development during the season, and we cannot change the tire during the season, so we need to have an idea on where the performance is going. That's important for us. We have 23 races and we need to provide a suitable tire for 23 races, but everything is going as per expectation, I would say.
It's going to be a fascinating season, isn't it? Thank you, Mario.
Thank
Hopefully
you.
this time tomorrow we'll chat again and see what we've
I will
heard.
be here.
Great. See you there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Laura Winter, down there in the paddock, talking to the boss of Pirelli as they come through. And, oh, hello, there I am. Why am I on the bottom screen? What's happening there? I don't know. I have no idea what's going on there. But hello, Richie, as the technical graphics erroring there. Hello, Richie, how are you?
Good. I've been rushing around, actually. I got home about 1, and I've just spent the last 15 minutes getting the PC set up, but I'm here now.
Well, a pleasure to have you, and hopefully all is good and nothing is going wrong.
Yeah. But, so it's been an interesting session, hasn't it? I watched a bit of the morning session, and obviously Sargent went pretty quick. I think it was a couple of hundredths off Sainz, wasn't it, this morning?
He was really fast, yes. Second fastest this morning. Now he's dropped down to 3rd. Alonso was still top. But it's been really strong all day, and there's a lot of talk going around the paddock at the moment that Williams are going to be the midfield team to beat, but there's also a lot of talk going around that we've got to watch out for Aston Martin and Alonso.
Oh, well. See, I've said that since Alonso's move. I've said, right, this is big. It's going to be something big without Aston Martin. And I've noticed, I'll be honest, the car I've seen having the most struggles is the Mercedes.
Yeah, they've been struggling a lot this afternoon.
And
as
it's
well.
not the fact the car's so, it's just you can see, I was watching the onboards with Lewis earlier, and the brakes just are locking up so easily. You're losing the rear, so they're definitely going to be doing a lot of setup changes. So I don't think today, at least, we'll see Mercedes near the top of the timings, because I think they're going to be working on setups, working out what's better for the brakes, better for the rear, and all stuff like that. So Mercedes having a bit more of a setup testing day, I think, and testing what works and what doesn't.
I agree with you, because Hamilton this morning was 12th fastest, and then Russell's only gone 10th at the moment, so he's not getting up there too much. First of all, welcome. I want to say one thing though. We've got to talk about the F2 last night. Cameron Downs taking his first ever win. Have you recovered yet? Because I certainly haven't recovered.
Well, I'm still recovering because it was amazing, wasn't it, to kick it off
Mighty.
with PSGL F2. I'd say the best start, like the best opening we've ever had, I think, as commentators, haven't we?
Yeah,
F4 and F3 we had great, but this one was just, it was just different, wasn't it?
It was more special as well because we've seen him go up the ladder as we have, and it's so fun.
Yeah.
And he was
he was in F4 at the end of season 29 when I joined. He was in F4 in season 30. Then he came up with us. No. It's a season 30 he was F4, season 31 he was F4.
Yeah.
And last season he was F3, and now he's F2. So he's come with us the whole time, same as Bogdan. So to see him take his first win is really, really nice. And obviously, it was like Harlem. It would have probably been his first win if he didn't win it. So it was, it was going to be an amazing result no matter what. And the race leader binning it under turn 3, then bringing out a safety car to change up the order completely. Then Drake Dempsey binning it, Camel Stature leaving the session. It was crazy, wasn't it?
I think Drake Dempsey having the accident as well was alarming and surprising. Nobody expected him to have the spin, and then of course he was having a go in the Discord about the what was it? It was the level of the lobby internet connection, wasn't it? Because at the start he got punted round and he wasn't happy about it.
Yeah,
a lot.
Well, at the start, Camel Stature I believe had some desync because he literally charged 3 cars into turn 1.
Ooh.
He just cut across like there was no. So I believe there might have been a bit of desync involved. I don't know because I haven't had a look into it too much, but I think that's the most likely option. Plus Camel, I've seen him racing in WR, and his internet isn't always the best. He tends to have quite a lot of issues, so I think that could be something Camel's side, not anyone else's issue, which is a shame because he's a quick driver, as we've seen from qualifying and the race.
SHT's pointed out, by the way, that Hulkenberg's out there on the soft compound tyre. He is. And he's out there on the soft, and we're watching him now. He's on the C4 tyre compound. So it's not the fastest Sweetie tyre we've got, but he certainly should improve up from 14th position. As things stand, he is on a 1:35.042, but this opening Gambit hasn't really been good. He's been slow in the first couple of corners, green in a few mini sectors, and second sector 40.296. I mean, it's 1.332 off the pace of Verstappen. So even on these tyres, the Haas at the moment doesn't seem to have the pace.
Yeah, it's I think the Haas will be, I wouldn't say a back marker, but I think it'll be lower in the midfield.
Yeah, I think it's one of the back teams, definitely. But it's hard to pick a back team this year.
When you think of back markers, you think of the slowest cars. Or you think of the really, really slow car. But at the moment, we haven't really seen any team that is going to be a slow car. You know what I mean? Like, the only one I could argue would be AlphaTauri, because McLaren, they're not pushing, but they're looking quite quick, especially with their team lineup. Mercedes, of course, going to be at the top, same as Red Bull and Ferrari. Alpine are looking quite quick.
Yeah.
Haas, they're looking midfield. Williams aren't looking too bad either. And Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin also expected to rise up. So I think it'll be really hard to choose a slowest car until we get on track. Normally, in testing, you see, right, you can kind of tell which car's going to be the slowest, normally, which was the Williams in testing last year and the Aston.
Yeah.
Whereas this year, it's all been over the place, hasn't it, really?
And I'm worried, actually, because usually, as Hulkenberg did go 7th, by the way, as SHG points out, 1:33.193, usually, at the end of testing, I go, right, this is what I think, after watching the test, this is what I think is the slowest teams, the fastest teams, and I list them all 1 to 10, and I'm really struggling to list them at all at the moment. I don't know who's the fastest yet, and I don't, because it's so difficult to tell. I think Red Bull are certainly number 1. I think Ferrari are 2, but I think Aston Martin are 3. I don't think
Aston Martin looking really quick.
Yeah.
I know it's only testing. Obviously, everyone run their own programs, but Aston have been looking really quick so far. Obviously, I think it's hard to judge off of Drugovic's times because he's brand new to F1. He's not got the experience. If we had Lance Stroll, we'd definitely be seeing more of what the Aston's capable of, because at the moment it's more like, is Alonso really quick or is Drugovich really slow? You know, it's one of them, isn't it? It's hard to judge because Alonso, we know he's a top driver, so it could be, oh, the fact he's just out powering the car. You know, we don't know if we had Stroll in that would help us kind of, you know, it'd be a bit more even and balanced to what the Aston can actually do. Because if you saw last year with Sebastian Vettel, Stroll, in terms of qualifying pace, was never ever far off.
No,
There was many times where
close,
Stroll was actually ahead into Q2 and Vettel was out in Q1.
We had George Morgan in the commentary box this morning, and he said as well he would love to see Drugovich actually get a seat.
It would be nice.
Because Alonso could teach him a lot. And Drugovich is a fast driver. That would be good, but as I said to him, and he said as well, it's very unlikely that Stroll's going to be back for the first 2 races with a broken wrist.
They've already confirmed, haven't they? He's missing out the first 2.
We haven't had it. I don't think it's been confirmed yet. It's unlikely.
I'm sure it was confirmed yesterday. I'm sure. I'll have a little look, but that's what I heard. I'll have a quick check, because I might be wrong. But I'm sure it was confirmed he was missing the first 2 Grand Prix.
Let's have a look and see if I've seen anything.
I'll have a little look. 1 second.
I know on Synthal's post, he posted something about, Stroll has broken both wrists and may have to miss out Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. But surely he's going to. He cannot race with a broken wrist at all. He's got to step out.
I think it's more the fact of, like, you know, if he's got broken wrists, they might, I don't know how quickly they get fixed, but if they was fixed for the first race, he needs to have that time just to let them, you know, get better, because you can't, you know, even if your wrists are fine now, you can't just jump straight into the car. You know what I mean? Like, you'll see just say someone breaks their arm. I know it's a bit more severe. If someone breaks their arm normally, even when their arm's completely fine, they'll say, right, just take it easy. When they go to normal workplace, you never mind driving a Formula 1 car.
I've just had a look. After wrist fracture, which is what he's done, he's broken his wrist, most of the healing happens between 6 to 12 weeks.
Oh, well, that's not ideal, because we're at Bahrain next week. Also, just to cut you off.
Yeah, go on.
All right, Verstappen's gone purple in that first sector. 400s up.
29.142. Come on, Max.
And
how
you've got
fast
to
can
remember,
he
he's
go?
on the C3, so he's not on the quickest tyre, and he's looking to take even higher on the time balls by, could be up to a second. Let's have a look. They're always down, though, in the middle.
I think he's backed off.
There.
Oh, he's got wide as well. So, just happens with Red Bull. You go for the faster times and you start making a few little errors. The car just doesn't want to seem to be planted.
Like, people, I saw on Twitter earlier, people saying, Red Bull aren't going to do as well. Perez is 12th or something, or 2 seconds off. But I'm like, at the end of the day, this is Perez's first session so far.
Yeah, it was.
So, what they was, I think the main thing for Perez this morning was to get the car set up to him. So when he has the full day tomorrow, he can just try and push and get what he can out of the car.
I think that's exactly what they did.
His first session, the car was suited to Max. They need to make it ready for Perez. Hence the 4 hours this morning, just getting Perez built, the car built to Perez. Then tomorrow he's got the full day. That's when he can use that whole day for himself to work out what he needs to do to his car.
And look at that, bouncing over the curbs at turn 4 and at turn 13 as well for Max Verstappen. So he was struggling. But I think you're right, Richie. That's exactly what they've gone and done. SHG's already saying Max, 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 super, Max, Max, super, super, Max, Max, Max. What a song that is. I wish that we could play that song. I think we can play that song. I think we can. Lando, let's go, Lando. Lando is okay. I love how he's just okay.
I don't know what the rest of the words are. It's all about, it's a shame he's not Dutch.
Yeah, it's something like that, isn't it?
Well, he's Belgian, isn't he? So.
Yeah. That's the thing.
That's the thing. I saw someone on Twitter the other day talking about saying, Max, he shouldn't be racing under Dutch flag because his mother's Belgian. But I'm like, what about Lando Norris?
Yeah. British.
And I'm sure, is it Stroll who's got Belgian, or is it Belgian for Stroll?
I think he's completely Canadian, isn't he, Belgian? I'm not too sure.
No, he's, because it's Strolovic, isn't it?
Yes, that's point, yeah.
He's Canadian-Belgian, that's it. Lance Strulovic, better known as Lance Stroll. He's Canadian-Belgian.
Unusual lineup. As a Canadian-Belgian.
Yes, I think Lawrence is Canadian.
Yeah.
And his mom is Belgian.
Did you? I just heard that massive. You probably heard it on the stream as well. That's Grosjean massively bouncing.
Grosjean?
Sorry, I got distracted because SSG put Grosjean and Maldonado song is also good. Smooth Criminal. It was Charles Leclerc bouncing over the curbs doing the sand dune section at 6, 7, and 8, and really struggling. But yeah, the Grosjean and Maldonado song, have you heard it? So, as Richie, Smooth Criminal. Smooth Criminal.
Never heard. I'll have to get that one.
Get it on. It's same boys, same boys. It's fantastic.
Leclerc, is he up in that middle sector? He's down. So the middle sector is where people are losing time, because that's where Max lost 6/10. Leclerc's lost over a second here, so that's where they're losing time, this middle sector. And I don't know if that's because cars are working on the straight line, because obviously middle sector there's not much straight line speed, it's more about the first and third, so maybe they're looking at you know, maybe it's looking at building setup for the first and third sector at the moment, figuring out the top speed, and then they can look more about the cornering speed and stuff.
Devil may care for Charles Leclerc at the moment, running wide at all the tracks. Look at this. Oh, hello. Laura Winter's in the box. Oh, that's the bump we saw. It's huge.
Yeah. It's not ideal for the car at all. Can really damage the floor.
Right, here's Laura Winter in the box.
I think I'm about a toddler now. I still feel like the new girl at school sometimes, but no, the paddock's good. It's bustling. It's happening. And honestly, if I hear or say the words, "But it's only testing," one more time. I know.
That's the rule.
It's only
Part
testing.
of the job. Part of the job.
It is. It is very much just testing, but it's exciting.
Even though it's only testing. From everybody that you've spoken to over the last 2 days, you know, you can't read too much into the times, but you can read body language. And you know, having interviewed the drivers for a long time now, you can read who's happy, who's not, despite what words they're saying. Who looks like they've got this?
I can tell you who I think maybe doesn't have it
Yeah,
at the moment.
cool.
I did speak to Lando earlier, and obviously we've heard the comments from Zach Brown saying that we have missed targets.
Yeah.
And when I spoke to Lando, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he'd just woken up. So, well, he said to me, "I've only just woken up, so I'm
That's the clue.
sparked out." So he'd been asleep, and you know, therefore he probably needed a bit of waking up to be a bit jollier. But he did seem downbeat, whether that was because the car isn't where they want it to be, or whether it's because he'd literally just woken up and perhaps didn't want to face the world's media. I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, unfortunately that falls into what we were talking about about 5-10 minutes ago.
I spoke to Kevin Magnussen as well, and for him it was very much a case of, we don't know yet, it's just testing. I think they're itching to open things up tomorrow, to lean in, to get it going tomorrow on track. I think they kind of just want to get to day 3 of testing, and then ultimately to race day. And they can stop fielding these questions from us about what does this mean, and they are basically saying we don't know either.
Yeah.
You know, at the moment nobody knows. It's just testing.
Okay, so she ends her first piece then with "It's just testing," which I think is fair, Richie. But yeah, so Lando Norris may not have it. It seems the McLaren's not looking too good.
I'll be honest. The car hasn't actually looked that quick. I know it's only testing, like just said on the broadcast, but you know, there's not been much improvement, has there?
No, there hasn't.
Throughout the morning and the afternoon, they're currently what, 15th and 16th.
Piastri's really struggled. I mean, Piastri's done 23 laps so far. Norris this morning did 65, but you are right. There's been no improvement. 135.522 for Norris, Piastri 135.628. There's no difference between the two. So the McLaren, I think, if you're looking for back marker worst teams, I think you've got to put McLaren towards the back markers, which is insane to think with that Mercedes engine.
Then again, the issue I heard was that it was to do with brake cooling. Well, we all know last year they finished 16th and 18th in the Bahrain Grand Prix, and that's when everyone thought, McLaren are slow. But after that first race, they really pulled it back. So it could just be Bahrain just doesn't work for them at all.
Good point, yeah.
Because
look how quick
they
topped the sessions, didn't they, in Barcelona, the shakedown before we got to the official test. I think Megan said that yesterday.
When they went to Bahrain, they was, I think, the slowest car on track. But then after that, obviously, they're the 4th quickest. They've been the 3rd quickest car at some races last year. So I think it might just be a matter of that it doesn't work around here for them.
We'll keep an eye out to see if they change their minds about anything. coming forward, and they get some good running. I mean, is Piastri even out on the track? No, he hasn't. And how long has Piastri been? How long has actually Oscar Piastri been in the garage? That's the question, because we
Been there a while, I think.
yeah, because I don't think I've seen it that much. I haven't even seen him on the driver tracker. If anybody knows when the last time he was there, but I've not seen McLaren in a long, long while.
The race back in the pit lane now, so that is our Terry's run done just for now. Hulkenberg will be back out for a while.
Yeah, gotta keep
now
pushing.
we're on board with, I believe that is Gasly, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep, he is just coming through into the final corner.
The Alpine
Alpine are
colours.
looking, I would
Yeah,
say, pretty strong this season. Possibly top 5, top 6 at the moment. Oh, what are they doing to Nick de Vries's car there? Practice pit stop, I presume. Getting him back into the pit lane.
Yeah. And then blue,
Nice feelings are into the garage.
I think Sam Collins is checking something
See
out.
how the floor waves
Also-
around on the edge, and it has
so-
that little wire running underneath it. Bob will be able to get a bit of a look when it stops in the garage, just behind the All-In logo. I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but you can see it there. Sure, you can see it just when the mechanic gets out of the way for us, which is nice of him. He's doing his work, but this car has got a lot of really nice aerodynamic details on it, so I'm not quite sure why we're not seeing the performance from it on track. But the team do seem quite together, quite organised. It's just not showing us on track the things we really need to see at this point. But the details on this car and the level of detail on it is absolutely beautiful. And again, AlphaTauri bought a car with a lot of technical interest on it, but it isn't really showing what it can do. One thing that you may not have heard much discussion about is their cockpit installation for the two drivers. Yuki Tsunoda and Nick de Vries are very different sized drivers, so the cockpit will have to be designed unusually around Nick de Vries, who he has to be able to fit in for his full body height and weight, whereas Yuki Tsunoda, he's so short, they have to put special adaptations into the car. When Yuki Tsunoda had his debut season, the team had to get special dispensation to the FIA to be able to make changes inside the monocoque to fit Yuki Tsunoda into the car. But this car, designed around de Vries and Tsunoda, so it should be their car and it should be working quite nicely. Just a little interesting detail down here on the front bulkhead. Really neat bit of design from AlphaTauri by moving the steering rack just straight into the middle of the front wheels, putting it right down by those lower wishbones. So back in the day, the lower wishbones were not in the middle of the front wheels. That's the way Formula One cars are now. And there's that pushrod front suspension that AlphaTauri are using those parts from an old Red Bull under that 21 vanity panel, we call it. So that's just one of those interesting details of the AlphaTauri. I really genuinely think, though, there's a lot more to come from this Italian-built car. Back to you, Will.
Richie, you had something.
Yes, talking about esports for F1. Red Bull Esports announced earlier that they put to it saying there's an announcement at 4 PM. People think it's a driver signing. Who do you think could be going to Red Bull Esports?
After last night's performance, I would sign up Cameron, but he's already with Haas, isn't he?
No, I mean like full time.
Oh, it's a full-time course. Oh, Sizzle says Josh Idaho.
Could be Josh, but I'm going to go bold, and I'm going to say Danny Bresnay.
Danny Bresnay?
Left Alpha. He's a strong driver. He hasn't been on his form much this year, but we've known in the past he's really good. I think he finished 4 a couple of years back. I think he wouldn't be a bad show. Plus, I think if they have Josh, I think if they had Josh Ido in, I think he will probably want a bigger contract than Danny would.
I'm trying to think who could make the switch over. Borman,
Piastri's now on
he's
the
locked
track.
in.
Finally, he's just coming round in towards turn 8, I believe, with Alonso just getting past him.
4 PM, you say? You'll have to let me know because
2 hours from now.
Yeah, that'll be during the test. So,
Let's say
2006,
you
yeah.
could see.
We need
I was
to.
going to
who
say,
do
if
we
you have
know?
George Morgan back in this afternoon, you could ask him. You could have asked him and said, "Who do you
Would he
think-"
know? Would he know? Where is he? Is he? I don't think he. He can't join. He won't be free, will he?
I said you could know. I mean, like if he was,
Yeah.
because I didn't know what times he would. But if he was on there this afternoon, you could have said to him, "Oh, when you
Kind
know,
of want
if
to
you
grab
think
it.
we'll take it."
Kind of want to ask if he's free now and just drop in or drop us a voice note. Actually, I'm going to say, could you drop us a voice note as to who you think it could be? And I'll play it on air.
Brendan Lee, SHT. Brendan Lee's gone to Haas.
Yeah.
That was announced a couple of weeks ago, I believe now. Obviously, Nicholas and Barry have gone to Ferrari. They've got someone called Jonathan Riley. I'll be honest, I've never heard of him. Then Aston Martin, I believe they're keeping the same lineup. I'm not. No, sorry, no. Aston Martin have got Fabrizio Donoso. I forgot who left. Ron Howell, yep. The thing is, maybe Ron. I don't know if Ron Howell will stay at Haas. To be honest, because Ron Howell's a championship-winning driver, so he should be at somewhere like McLaren, Mercedes, Red Bull. He shouldn't be at Haas. Haas haven't got the. I don't think Haas have got as much facilities as the top teams have. They haven't got enough money to use the cost cap in real F1. Never mind, have a full esports facility.
I've just sent George a text, so I'll wait to hear a response. We've got an audio up lap with George Russell, so turn up your audio and enjoy. First audio up lap of the season to George Russell.
I was just having a look on the timing screen. So Nico Hulkenberg has got 2 purple mini sectors.
2 purple sectors where? Oh, yes,
2 purple mini sectors.
Yes, you're
then,
right.
End of sector 2, start of sector 3. So we could be seeing Nico on for an improvement. Is Piastri going slow because he's on the lap, or has he got an issue? Can't tell.
He's on an out.
Oh, he's fine.
Oh, Hulkenberg does go up the order. Brilliant from the Haas.
P2.
Very nice. 132, 466. Brilliant.
Obviously on the C4 compound. So yeah, it's not a bad lap from Hulkenberg. Kept it nice and neat. Leclerc's got 2 purple mini sectors, but every other mini sector is yellow.
pushing. So I'll wait for George's text to come through and see what he can say. What's happening here? Oh, hello, there's a season tracker from Eva. So her qualifying journal, I think she's made it into a book.
Where's that?
I've just got sent it by Josh on Twitter. Hang on a second, I'll send you it. It's on Amazon, a year tracker, a season tracker. Where is it? I'll send you it. I just found it. Josh sent me it. I'm just looking at it. I'll send you it now. And I'll share it. Josh, share that in the chat. I know you're watching. Share that in the chat. Get people if they want to get it. Alex, Josh has ordered it. Got to get the 2023 circuit handbook next. Yeah, I've got to get that.
The thing is, I'll be honest. I've been looking. I've just seen a picture of someone. I believe it's someone who does photography at F1.
Yeah.
And he's just put a picture in of a Williams on track down by turn 6 with the blue flooring. What is it? Is it concrete? Or paint, whatever, painted floor, and then they've also got a picture of the Mercedes at the exact same place. And the Williams looks 10 times better than the Mercedes.
It does, doesn't it? The Williams looking so planted.
Look there.
Yeah, I've got it up on the stream.
So, that's the Mercedes picture, George Russell's, and this is Logan Sargent Williams, both in the exact same place on the track, or near enough the same place on the track.
Right. God, the laptop's going a bit slow. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm showing this. I'm showing the coverage. Battle screen. Battle screen. Battle screen.
Quick.
Right. Okay. Let's get this working. Let's put it over
Sound
here.
bad here, Josh.
Yeah, nearly. Right, there it is. I've got it on. So, what are we looking at here? This is the
Exact
Williams.
same place. Look how much better the Williams looks over the Mercedes.
It does look a lot better, doesn't it? It's less
Yeah.
messy than the Mercedes. It looks like.
I think the issues with the Mercedes because it's so dark.
Yeah.
Like obviously the Williams is dark, but the Mercedes is black and it's fully carbon, isn't it? Most of the car. Obviously you got the blue stripe and then the paint at the top, but the rest of it just looks a bit dull. I can understand why Mercedes have done it and they've pulled it off well. It doesn't look bad, but the Williams just looks 10 times better.
It does, a million times.
And the Williams is starting to grow on me a little bit more now. I'm starting to like it more and more as it goes on. I still think
it's the Duracell battery.
I don't know what the
for
part
me.
of the car is, but the top bit by the halo, I still think the Williams Duracell's the best of all cars with that there. Amazing. I don't know what that part of the car's called. Do you know what it's called, Josh?
What? Where the Duracell logo is? Where the airbox. Rollover hoop
Well,
airbox.
the airbox on the Williams is the best of all. I think of all airbox on the cars, it looks amazing. I love it.
It does look mighty.
The brown battery, the brown colouring.
I do enjoy it. Looks mighty. Looks like they're going to have a lot of fun with it as well as the session continues on. Track temperature is increasing a little bit more as well. So slowly we're getting there. 2 hours 28 minutes to go of this session. As I'm trying to get me back up on the screen. There I am. Up here with the correct driver tracker. What's impressed you most of all then, Richie, during these tests so far? I know we said about Williams as well, but in terms of driver performance, which driver have you thought, oh, that's good, he's good?
I've got to be honest, Guan Yu Zhou.
Really? Yeah, I think that's a good one because he's been consistent as well. Kept himself quiet, but he's done 82 laps today.
I think it's unfair for me to say Sainz, Leclerc and Verstappen because I think that's an easy one. But also, looking at where I was just like, Sargent hasn't done too bad either.
Yeah.
He did too bad yesterday, so I think he finished 10th or 11th yesterday. Obviously, he's in 4th now. Obviously on a C5 compared to everyone else on the C3s and C4s, but still quite good considering he's a rookie. Unfortunately, though, I haven't really seen... the two drivers I'll probably say are not doing the best. I'd probably say Tsunoda's one of them.
Yeah.
But I'd be expecting more from Magnussen.
Right, Jolyon Palmer's trackside at turn 8.
The Red Bull, and yesterday I went to the high speed, turn 11, just over that way. Now the low speed, the tightest corner on the circuit, and I wanted to try and see the cars in a very different section. And there's some subtle differences still. We've seen so far. I saw Nico Hulkenberg, by the way, fly through here on his soft tyres, and the car looked hooked up. Generally, soft tyres will do that, but the Haas, I think, looks okay. And it had quite a sharp turn in the traction. He took advantage of the extra purchase of the rear grip on the soft tyres. Fernando Alonso has come through a few times and been on the limit, locking up. Logan Sargent here in the Williams coming through. Waiting for the throttle, picking it up, and in a high gear actually. There's a difference in gears, second gear for some, third gear for others, and Sargent there on the up, as is Zhou in the Alfa Romeo. Seems to be on a very consistent, longer run, turning it in, waiting, squeezing on the throttle, and getting out there nicely, but not particularly aggressively, unlike Fernando Alonso. Here he comes then through, having a little correction, fighting the wheel slightly on traction, and getting out there again. But Fernando's looking really aggressive at the wheel. The Aston doesn't look quite as composed in the low speed as it did at the high speed, and he is, I think, about the only driver I've seen locking up in this corner. It's a tricky braking zone because you can see come through 5, 6 down the hill in towards turn 7, and now we find Max Verstappen in the Red Bull. Let's see what he does. Stamps on the brakes. It looks good. It looks really good, the Red Bull. No corrections, using some grip in the rear tyres there, stamping on the brakes, and a really clean exit. Don't want to get too wide out on the curbs. You'll break traction. Don't want to be exiting with too much steering lock. You'll break traction as well. And Max has the front end to turn it in. No corrections at the rear. Drive on the way out. It still looks good. But yeah, overall, some subtle differences. I saw earlier on, Lewis Hamilton was way out on the entry curb coming through here. So I wondered if anyone was going to go for the Lewis line. I can't quite see that from here, but it looks like some people nibbling the entry curb, but not going too far. Let's see Logan Sargent through once more. On the brakes, neat and tidy, no frills for Logan, and out he goes. A bit less dramatic, to be honest, down at turn 8, but some interesting details. Fernando Alonso locking up, and the Red Bull, once again, looking very strong.
Cheers very much down there as well. At turn 8 now, Max Verstappen driving in a bit slowly now as well. We've seen him do a double cool lap before, Richie, but is he just gearing up to go again, do you reckon, or is there something else we're missing?
I think he could be. I think everything, he's either going to go back into the pits or he's going to go again. Obviously, testing, well, yeah, again, they've got the Flovies on, you can see, at the bottom of the car, so they're really looking at the under side of the side pods. And they did that yesterday as well, didn't they? And he's into the pit lane now.
Yeah, straight back in.
That might have been a Ferrari.
It was Charles Leclerc.
I couldn't see.
Yeah, it was Leclerc going straight ahead.
And then Sargent just going past as well.
Yeah. So he's got that one sorted. Trying to figure out what's going on with our data timing screen from F1.com, but the mouse keeps flicking to the other screen. I can't seem to drag it on quite okay. So while we fix that, just stay with us temporarily as we come through, and more strength coming in finally. And hopefully we're going to expect something exciting, because otherwise we're all going to be a bit like, oh, this is a bit boring, if there's not a lot of action out there on the circuit. 3 cars out. Leclerc, Sargent, Zhou, according to my tracker here in the box. Who do you think's going to win race? Who do you think's going to win race 1? Just judging by these 2 days, because so far it's impossible to tell again.
Verstappen.
Safe bet, but I think you're probably right.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna play it safe. When all the testing's over, and maybe after we've seen the 3 practices, then I might be able to make a bit more of a better assumption. But for now, I think it's easy to say Verstappen. He's topped both sessions, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's completely on the ball.
Yesterday, he's also topping right now.
Who topped?
Then again, I think I think Red Bull. I think it's part of Red Bull's plan. They like to go to the top because it's like people might think, oh, Red Bull are looking strong, really strong, because they're going to be pushing. A lot of cars aren't pushing as much as Red Bull, so I think Red Bull are pushing a little bit more than the others. Still not nowhere near 100%, but just to say, oh yeah, we're quickest. That's going to make other teams think, actually, you know, is this what Red Bull are actually producing, or you know what I mean?
Yeah. Are they
just pushing to show off?
Look at the helmet rub on the side of that Haas. It's going to need a repaint before next weekend at this rate. I mean,
Sargent there bouncing as he heads down into, I believe, turn 1.
It must feel weird for the drivers, because usually they have their own car for testing as well, and it becomes theirs. They have a little bit of a sort of ritual with it, but now it just all changes. They all go testing. They all have the same car. There is a different chassis available, but it's very rare that you will swap over to it, because it takes too long to swap all the components around.
Yeah.
So the drivers must be thinking, the car feels good, but is my car going to feel like this when we get going in race 1? Because even though the setup can be the same, the components can be completely different.
That could be the case indeed, yeah. So that's the one thing they've got to, I suppose, not worry about, but they've got to be cautious and think, well, you know, this might not be the full package I'm getting. I might get something that's a little bit different.
Just being informed as well that the drivers are complaining a little bit in the post about that bump as well. So there is a lot of problems down at turn 1 with that bumping. That's costing people a lot of problems. Interesting to know. George Russell has officially said he doesn't expect to be in contention for the first win of the season. But then again, didn't Toto Wolff say that at the start of every single year so far?
What did he say?
George Russell says that he's not going to be fast enough to be in contention for race wins at the start of the season, and that Red Bull are going to be the winners. Yeah.
Bit early to say, but I don't think that's exactly true.
Actually, we're going to hear from him, because he's actually spoken about it to F1 in the media briefing, so we're going to get it up on YouTube, and we're going to actually hear from the driver's press conference and George Russell. So that's a handy little toy we can throw in now as well to hear from him. As yeah, just trying to do a million things at once here. Sorry for the coverage there, because YouTube's taking an age to load on a computer that's a bit slow. So it would be faster to do it on the main PC, but I think I don't know what's happening with the laptop and why it's going so slow. Okay, here it is then. This is what George Russell had to say in the press conference. I presume we're going to have an advert because it's Sky and they're mean on their coverage. But this is what in the press conference that just happened around about an hour ago, and there is an advert. This is George Russell talking to Tom Clarkson about Mercedes' chances of victory even in the early parts of this season. Here we go. If it loads.
In terms of feeling, it feels a step in the right direction, but as we know in this sport, it's not all about feeling, it's ultimately about lap time. I think comparing to this time 12 months ago, things are running a lot smoother. Obviously, when we were here last year, there were a lot of alarm bells ringing with the porpoising, unsure how to solve it, was a bit lost. The car characteristics were not good. So I think things have been running much smoother. Reliability's been strong so far to allow us to do the test program. For sure, we've got things we need to improve with the car, but I would say, generally speaking, we're roughly where we would have expected to be at this time of year. Entry phase has been improved. I think it's no secret when you're watching the onboards and the videos that we are struggling a little bit with the balance, struggling a lot in the mid-corner. But I think it's a balance that is probably easier to solve than we had last year. So even though it's still a limitation, I think let's say it's a good problem to have.
Thank you, George. Next one.
Phil Duncan, PA. Question to George. George, you spoke about the car being a step forward, and I realise it's obviously very early days, but is there belief in the camp at Mercedes that you can take the fight to Max and Red Bull this year? And also on a personal level, do you head into the season thinking that you can win the World Championship?
Yeah, you definitely head into the season believing. Every point of my career, I've always gone in believing, but you need to take a rational view once you get to the track and you learn. I think we definitely believe eventually we will have a car capable of getting in that fight. Whether we're going to have that next weekend in Bahrain, I think maybe a bit of a stretch. They look very strong, they look very stable, the car's looking really strong, and obviously Max performing really well, so I think realistically it will be a stretch for next week, but there's no reason why eventually we can't get there at some point this year. And we've always seen the strength of Mercedes and their development rate, so yeah, definitely the belief is there.
Interesting, Richie, as well, that he keeps saying that, and he's confident that the car's good, but he doesn't know if it's a race winner.
I'll be honest, hearing that interview, I don't think George is actually sandbagging that much.
No, I don't think he is.
It's believable.
Yeah. He's,
you know, it's
in the voice.
He says about the balance, and you can see it on the onboards. We can see exactly what he's talking about. You know what I mean? So, Mercedes, yeah. I don't know if they're going to be fine at the first race, but with their, like George said, with their rate development, they're one of the really good teams at getting that car where it should be. You know, so last year, going into Bahrain, there was 7 or 8 tenths off Red Bull and Ferrari. By the time we got to season break, there was, well, on pole at Hungary. Going back at Belgium, there was nearly, I think it was 1.5 seconds off at one point. Then by the end of the season, there was winning in Brazil. So they're very good at developing the car. It's just what needs developing.
Yeah, I think they've got to be faster. Now, also, Josh has texted me, but I've also got it up on the iPad here. Aston Martin have confirmed its day 3 lineup for F1 testing. In the morning, it's going to be Felipe Drugovich, and in the afternoon, it's going to be Fernando Alonso. And Josh, yeah, Richie, that's just completely, as Josh has just texted me as well, and we've both agreed. Do you, Richie, that it must be now Drugovich in for round 1 at least?
Surely.
To replace Lance Stroll, because a broken wrist, we've just seen, one wrist is 6 to 12 weeks, but both wrists, that's what, 3 months. 3 months. That
Surely
takes
he's missing
us
the first race, maybe the first two. That's
3
it. Maybe
months.
we'll get
Well,
drunk a few
6
more.
to 12 weeks. If well, that's what, month and a half. So that takes us to Azerbaijan. But if it's to 12 weeks, that's what. Yeah, it's 3 months, isn't it? 3 months. Which when would that take us to? Late May? May time? That's around about Monaco and all that. That's insane. If
But I don't think it'll be that long. I think it'll be
Yeah.
the first few races, maybe the first two.
What was
But
it,
Josh,
broken
I
wrist
have
then?
got to leave now.
Yes,
because
no
things have came up.
worries.
So I will see you maybe tomorrow. I don't know what the schedule is yet.
Yeah, you will. I'm not actually sure. I think with the bits I'm doing, I've got Jess is on, and I've got Kieran McCauley on as well, who is a commentator who messaged me earlier on. So I think you're with Megan at some point tomorrow, but I know I'll be back in with at some point when the sessions aren't on. So I think I will still see you tomorrow at some point.
Okay, well, yep, thanks again, Josh, for having me on, and I'll see
Pleasure.
you tomorrow.
Pleasure as always. Thank you, Richie. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So, Richie will disappear. We'll pass over to F1 TV with Laura Winter still there in the commentary box for a few seconds.
Nick.
Oh, Nick, even in the interview earlier, honestly, he's always going.
He's
and we
brilliant,
have to
isn't
try
he?
and keep up with him.
He's just brilliant.
Yes,
He's so
I know.
fun.
He's a brilliant co-host, isn't he? We both enjoy.
He's a wonderful foil.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Because but the thing with him is he'll wind you up.
Hey,
And
that's
he'll-
what I mean.
And
He
he'll know
always winds me up.
He knows exactly how to do it.
Yes.
Keep it just the right
Yes,
side of
yeah.
professional, and just put you off your stride enough.
It's putting you off your stride. You think you know where a show is going, and Nick will say something, and you look
You're
at
like,
him
right,
and think,
thanks.
"What on earth? Where do I go from there, Nick?"
He's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a challenge, but a great one.
He's wonderful. Yeah. The reduced size Haas pitwall.
Did you see the Instagram caption they put up for this?
No, what was
I'm
this?
not gonna. Let's just say I read it, and I actually am ashamed to say I didn't understand it. Sometimes jokes go over my head. Yeah, ashamedly so. I think it was written by a chap within the team, I was told, and it alludes to size and it getting colder. I'm going to leave it at that. Go and look at the Haas Instagram, and you'll see what I mean.
Okay.
But it went over my head initially. But yes, it's reduced in size.
Yes.
I wonder if the teams will copy.
It's a clever idea.
Always a thing. Everyone's looking at the other solutions.
For most of them, it's pretty easy because their pit gantries are two solid sections bolted together in the middle, so you just have to bring one.
Easy.
But I'm not sure the boys and girls in the garage are going to want engineers who normally sit on the pit wall in the garage with them.
It would be a sea change.
Wouldn't it?
Be completely different.
Don't think they'd like that.
We'll find out.
I'm speaking to Gunter shortly, actually, so I shall ask him about it.
Ask him if it is 250 grand or if it's more that it's going to save.
I will. I'll make a note of that.
I mean,
now,
obviously,
Will.
ask him whatever you want, but you know.
What is on your question list?
Yes. Sorry.
Laura. Out of interest.
Sorry.
Mr. Drive to Survive on Drive to Survive Day.
You know what you're doing. Oh, shut up.
No, I shall. Yeah, we should explore some things with Mr. Steiner. Looking forward to speaking to him for the first time this season. He's always a great character, isn't he?
Oh, he's
within the
wonderful.
paddock. Yeah, he's brilliant.
It's good sitting on board with Alonso. This car does look pretty hooked up. A little deep in there.
As you started that sentence.
Yeah, just as I started it.
Slewing on
Yeah.
wider and wider through 11.
Yeah.
Always happens. Always happens. That adjustment he made into
Yes, yes,
11 as
yes.
well.
As the rear end comes around and we get a red flag.
It's commentator's curse.
It's been tidy out there.
Everyone has,
It's
haven't
been
they?
really, really immaculate. I mean,
Yeah, reliable and clean driving, hasn't it?
reliable, clean, no snaps, no moments. We saw Charles Leclerc head out of the pits. Kevin, and he was on the limit immediately. Same for Lewis Hamilton, fighting the car a little bit yesterday. Kevin Magnussen is always animated behind the wheel. There are no easy laps for Kevin Magnussen, but I think wide moment for Lando Norris earlier. I'm trying to think of a moment when we've seen a car off the road.
Jolien will be disappointed.
Ice creams.
Oh.
It's that time of day.
We're in commentary box
Oh,
31.
don't do that to us. Come on.
Ice cream cab. Here we go. Do we have another one?
Jakesy's finished his cup of tea. That's just mean.
No, I was saying Jerry Neal will be disappointed, won't he? Yesterday he was hoping for thrills and spills and drama on day 2 of testing, and I'm not sure we've had, I wouldn't say it's been quite at that level. The teams will be happy, though.
They will. This is why we, why we go testing. They don't want red flags. They don't want cars breaking down. It gives us something to talk about, but ultimately what we want to see is cars on track. That's the most important thing. It's so funny, isn't it? You think back, not so long ago, group testing didn't even exist in Formula One. I remember when I started, and in my earliest years of writing for F1 magazine, and we would all be, each journalist would be sent off to a different track in the winter throughout January and February. I'm looking back at 2002, 2003.
I think this is good to point out though, because we have a lot of new fans in recent years.
So we'd all be sent off to different tracks. Ferrari would be either at Fiorano or Mugello, and they would have 2 or 3 Ferraris just pounding out the laps, lap after lap after lap after lap after lap, for days at a time, literally until the sun set, no floodlights around the track, until they couldn't see anymore, and then stop testing and go to the hotel and eat some pasta and come back the next morning as the sun rose and go testing again. And as a journalist, you would sort of, if you weren't allowed in, you'd sit on the outside and you'd try and time the laps. You'd usually have Toyota and maybe Minardi and Jordan would be at Paul Ricard. So you'd have 3 teams there. You'd have 1 journalist over at Ricardo Tormo in Valencia because Williams would be there with somebody else. You'd have a couple of teams over at Barcelona putting in the laps, each of them with 3 cars, but they wouldn't all be on track at the same time. So you'd have to do, one day there'd be 2 Williams and a Minardi, and the next day there'd be 1 Williams and 2 Minardis and a Jordan, and then the next day, and the climatic conditions would be different, the temperatures would be different, it might rain a little bit in the afternoon. You'd have to keep tally of tyres they were running and the lap times that they were all running, and you would have to then report that in, because there was no timing that was done or anything like that. And,
none of this luxury.
And then every month, or every week in Autosport, or every month in F1 magazine, there would be a table of literally an entire month of running, and at every single circuit.
Fantastic.
And you would have to try and create some form of picture of who looked good, and you wouldn't know, because
it feels like another world. And it's not even that long ago that it was a totally different approach, and you had separate testing teams.
Yes, you did.
You had personnel getting their starts on testing teams before getting promoted to the race team. That is completely gone.
And as journalists as well, you step up from Formula 3 or Formula 3000. Your first gig of reporting on Formula 1 would be, all right, well, we'll let you out to a test, and you'd go to a test and interview a driver or report back with the times, and if you did all right at testing, they might let you out to the Thursday at Silverstone, and then if you proved yourself there, you might get to go to Monza or something. It was amazing times. It was it's how you cut your teeth.
And now all unified for you, with 7 minutes of our stint remaining, and all in the one place, testing restricted for a cost-saving basis, really, and to make it a more even. But the classic thing is, they just instantly went and spent money on simulators. So until the cost cap came in.
Could you imagine trying to televise it now? 5-way split screen between Mugello, Ricard,
you in
Barcelona.
Ricard, trying to lure in Mugello.
I'd quite like it. It'd be fun.
And then you'd find out who the producer liked the least when they sent whoever they sent to Valencia, because that is not a classic track for 4 wheels.
Ricardo Tormo was great for testing. Great for testing.
All right, they say Will then.
Great track for 2 wheels, but not a great track for 4 wheels.
Honestly,
where
for
Will's
testing, it was
going.
brilliant. I remember watching them as Checo is having a little snoop down at
what's
Mercedes.
happened there?
It pushes him away.
Yeah, George's like, come on, let's go and have a look at where they're going down. Oh, let's listen.
Let's listen in.
Oh, okay, let's listen. Oh, I can't hear. No, we can't hear anything, and we're a radio at the moment, so we'll leave that for a while. We are actually waiting. What we're waiting for, in case you don't know, is the fact that we're going to have
talking about wind.
Yeah, we're going to have a pit lane walk soon, while they do the changeover from Crofty as well, from Alex Jakes, Will Buxton, Laura Winter to Crofty and Davidson. I believe it's going to be Rosanna Tennant So when that happens, I'm going to nip and set up the timings to record for the Formula E. That's on in half an hour. And then Megan will be back shortly, so she'll come in here and check things while I have to run in and out as well, and it's all going to go hopefully swimmingly as well here as we get the end of the second day. The sun beginning to set here at the Shakir International Circuit in Bahrain, and the lights are coming on, which means we are going to go into the night and the glory runs, as we like to call them. Well, I like to call them as well. I'll tell you who doesn't like to call them, though, and that is Tom, who doesn't like it. But I finally fixed my internet to the map book was lagging a little bit. That's why the driver tracker was a little bit glitchy. But it's all fixed now. That's what we did a reset of a few seconds ago, and just got everything ship shape and sorted. Logan Sargent, who is now out on the circuit as well, the Williams, 4th fastest at the moment, as it's all going around at the moment, isn't it, for George Russell? He's talking to every single person. Whoever he wants to have a word with, he's getting a word with as well. Well, here's the commentary box. What is that jacket?
Hey, kids. So you got ducked down, Crofty. No one can see you.
Crofty's wearing a jacket, a Las Vegas jacket.
I like it. I want one.
MC Croft in the place to be.
I mean, we all get given free merch from time to time.
Loving it. He's loving it like this.
Vegas,
that
baby.
Is something.
Well, we've got 21 seconds to go, so we'll finish it up and then we can leave. That is.
Wow.
Now, in the old days, Crofty would have been the perfect host for the monkey seat on the F1 post-race show, because we used to have very sparkly jackets like that. I'd love to say it's a beautiful thing.
It is.
It's.
Where can I get one?
He's not got a microphone.
No one can hear you. No, I know it's your first time doing this, Crofty, but
I didn't realise we had to speak. You have to speak to the right people, Laura.
Okay.
Shall I get my people to talk to your people?
Oh, please.
We'll get you a jacket.
Is it silver and emerald green? Are they the only colours?
No, there are colours for every team. I just thought green and silver was a very Vegas colour. We get one for Jakesy, but this might be a bit big for you.
Well, we've come full circle.
A difficult winter.
Well,
oh boy.
I wouldn't start throwing punches about size, mate. That's a revisit from the session we did years ago together.
Oh my God.
And that is why they split us up, folks. So it's not just pure iron nonsense.
If you can hear cackling in the background, it's Anthony Davidson.
Oh my word.
This is chaos.
Yeah.
Can I leave now, please?
Chaos.
I need to speak to Steiner. I feel really awkward.
Yes,
Bye, Laura.
that might be a good idea.
When you speak to Gunther Steiner, ask about his jacket, and his sunglasses. He's got some Elvis glasses.
Oh, I'm going to force him to wear it.
Does he look like Jackie X?
No, he looks like a bad Elvis.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, I'm going to go find him and get him to get that on for the interview.
Oh,
thanks,
thank goodness.
Crofty. What a vision.
We're out of vision now. And the world breathes a collective sigh of relief.
Okay, I'm throwing somewhere to someone whilst we have a massive argument off air.
Bye, guys.
Let's go downstairs. Thanks for your company. Crofty and Ant next to take you to the flag.
Sam Collins.
Try and sum that up, my friend.
Over to you, Sam.
Well, I think I'm going to speak for many fans in the world that now where we're going to have a little less conversation and a little more action, and that's nothing to do with Gunther Steiner's sunglasses. I've got a camera in my hand because I've been walking around up and down the pit lane taking photos. Now, a lot of people ask me, what are all the photographers in the pit lane doing? And some of them are just taking photos for magazines and websites. That's normal. There's people like Albert Fabregas there. He's taking pictures on his mobile phone, sticks up on Twitter, and all the engineers follow it. And I do similar things, and I also supply some of these pictures to F1.com. However, there are photographers in the pit lane who are taking pictures for the teams. And you hear all the teams and engineers say, oh, we haven't looked at every other team's cars and we're just concentrating on our own program. That's absolute nonsense. Every single team has got photographers looking at every other car. There's engineers back at the factories making reports on different areas of interesting cars and different bits of other cars and discussing the regulations around them. Is it legal? Yes. Is it not legal? It is legal. Could we use it on our car? Let's have a look in the wind tunnel. And there'll be discussions going on, already started from even yesterday. Even the launch pictures are poured over by each and every team. And they will be studying some of these photos that we take today, and they will be looking at anything publicly available. And one of the teams, and one of the reasons the teams are getting so secretive about certain things they do on the cars, that when they take the floors off the cars, is that they don't want other teams to do that. And that's why we can't see the Red Bull RB19 right now. The Red Bull RB19 currently was being driven by Max Verstappen, but is undergoing some pretty serious work. Now, we don't know what that work is, but these screens being up in front of the garage, that's only allowed by regulation, even during testing, if the floor has been removed from the car. Remove the floor from the car tends to suggest you're taking the power unit off the chassis or the gearbox off the chassis, so pretty substantial work there going on for Red Bull. And they're not alone in this respect. They've got the screens up, but they're not the only team with a lot of work going on right now. And it seems quite early on day 2 of testing to put the big screens up and to stop work on track and do the work in the garage. Ferrari, they also have been doing a lot of work on their car, and there's a front wing that's been photographed a huge amount by everybody up and down the pit lane so far in this test, because you've got those Fox slot gap separators, which we talked about quite a lot yesterday. There was a big dispute about the legality of them when Mercedes used them, but it's fine now Ferrari are using them. There has been a rule change over the winter, and in my opinion they were always legal in the first place. It was quite clever engineering. So Ferrari just doing a bit of work on the car. It all looks fairly routine. They've got a mechanic bolted in. That's not a new Ferrari young driver or Ferrari Driver Academy signing. As far as I know, they haven't signed him to the Ferrari Driver Academy. That's one of the mechanics, and quite often you put a mechanic in the car, he might cycle through some of the electronic systems, or he might be just I have seen drivers replaced in junior formulae for this role when they're setting up the car with a sack of potatoes or frozen chips or something like that, just to put the weight in the cockpit so they have their car in the right weight distribution window and they're able to do these things. So the mechanic's just in the car. You can see a cable coming in from the right, so there's clearly a bit of work going on. It might be on the brake system. And there's a little bit of discussion going on with the mechanics here with the laptops out. So maybe not quite as routine as we first think. So a little bit of running backwards and forwards amongst the team here, just poring over their laptops on Charles Leclerc's. Well, it's the only Ferrari they're out to use Charles Leclerc's numbers on at the moment. They'll swap it around if Carlos Sainz wants to have a go. They did that earlier in the day. So they're just making a few changes to the car. And then, so let's work along a little bit further along the pit lane, because I do want to get down to Mercedes, because there was big work going on that car a few minutes ago. We're just working forward through the Ferrari garage. We talked about the wheel guns yesterday. I'll come around this side, Bob. And this pit lane here at Bahrain is very long. Big gaps between the garages seem even bigger during testing because each team is only using one car. Now, a lot of teams are building up the second car for the race in the garages at the same time, but they're not allowed to use them at all during the test. If you smash up your car during the test, you won't be allowed to use that. You're not allowed to have a spare car, basically. So now the work on the Mercedes is still ongoing, but it's coming to a conclusion. A little while ago, the hybrid system safety tape, the high voltage tape, was up behind the Mercedes, and everybody had cleared out of the garage. They were doing a legality check on the car as well with the component measuring system that every team is using, and they were doing it on the underside of the car. So I wonder if there was a battery change or certainly a floor change on the car before George Russell was able to get back into the car, which he's now doing. That's a big job. Now, I don't think that's a bit of scheduled work for the Mercedes team, and so they are just having a look at the car, but it looks like it's all bolted back together, and they're certainly bolting George Russell in. I will address at this point a question that comes in all of the time on social media, and people are constantly asking us because it's something you see on every single car. Hopefully Bob can see it. Just above the 63 number on the front of the Mercedes, you see this rectangular section with a semicircle or the top of a planet sticking out of it. Everyone asks, what is that? Well, that's not a sensor or anything like that. That's the 360-degree camera that all cars are fitted with. So you sometimes see the footage from that used in broadcast. So that's what that little blister pack is. And occasionally you'll see them being swapped in and out for battery changes or whatever it is. So they are operated by FOM for all teams, and that's part of the broadcasting package, and one of the few mandatory camera housings that are located in the car. The other two mandatory camera housings you can see are either side of that Petronas logo on the tip of the nose. Now, you can see there's no openings in them on this because there are no onboard cameras on the front of this car because we're in a test. Now, we'll go into the Grand Prix. There will be onboard cameras located in these pods and on the roll T camera as well. I think that one does have a camera in at the moment. They're the most visible ones. But sometimes you see other cameras dotted about the car, and I'm always interested to see which different angles the team at Formula One come up with. But let's work down the pit lane a little bit more and start speaking French, because Alpine is the next car in the row. Again, it just feels so far between the cars. Come back next week and this will be absolutely bustling with pit equipment. There'll be noses and spare bodywork laying all over it. There'll be just members of staff and people just wandering around. It's just really a strange feeling at this point. Middle of a test, sun's beginning to set, everybody's doing sort of long distance runs, learning about what they're doing. Here you can see this will be the floor space for Esteban Ocon in a week or so's time. His car will be sat here, but that car hasn't been built yet, or hasn't been finished yet. They'll be working on it probably in the back of the garage down at Alpine, and that's why these computer monitors are basically all on, well, the Windows screen and rather than the screensaver, because this side of the garage isn't fully active. Some of the crew may not even have flown out to Bahrain yet. Some of the crew flew out a week ago. So it's always just a little bit, let's wait and see what's going on. In the meantime, car 10, Pierre Gasly in the Alpine, which is getting increasingly pink. The team's going to run 2 liveries at different points this year. Some will be in blue and pink as you see it, and sometimes to reverse it, have a lot more pink on the car. But you can see here, this is something you don't normally get to see, because Formula One cars are no longer allowed to refuel on the pit lane. They have to do the refueling in a different way, and they can only do it in the garage. And you can see that green drum there. That is a green drum of BP Ultimate fuel being pumped through the refueling rig, which is by the side of the car. So they're going to put some fuel in this Alpine, and then they're going to be sending it back out. And it all comes from these fuel churns that are travelled around the world. Then other typical work you tend to see teams doing at this point, this is all completely routine, are these little red objects which each team make for each car. And you can see, come around here, Bob, you can just see down there, if you have a look at the screen on that little unit here. So what they're doing here is they're measuring the front wing angle of the car. And that's what these little red things that they're mounting to the front wing are all about. The engineers take a look, they try and get the front wing to be exactly what they want, and you can see the little pocket, there you go. And they'll make these for each individual wing specifications, 3D print them, and I guess paint them bright red. So you can see there, little wing adjustment going on here, and then you'll see the wing angle change as the engineer, the mechanic, is raising that front for the upper flap ever so slightly by the look of it, just try to get the car a little bit more where Pierre Gasly wants it. Or at least the engineers tell Pierre Gasly he wants that a change being made. Spending a lot of time in the garage, McLaren, it's not going well for them.
I apologise for that. We seem to be having a few technical difficulties at the moment.
In fact, in this case, as you're looking down there, you can see the seat. I'm guessing that will be, well, it's not for Lando Norris, actually, it's Roscoe Piastri's seat there.
Yeah, what's happening is the computers have crashed up here in the commentary box, so we're just trying to fix them to get them back operational again.
The McLaren's fitted with their magic sponsor changing logos, but let's keep
It'll
on
probably
working
do it
down
again.
there, because otherwise we're going to run out of time. We won't get to the other end of the pit lane, which is I want to do before we start talking to Crofty and the team back in the commentary box, because I want to show everybody as much of the cars as possible, because pre-season testing is all about the cars and what's contained on the cameras and things like this. And it's not just the film cameras, it's the still cameras, which we like. And you have to have special permission to use one. You have to get a little sticker on your camera like that to be allowed to use it in the pit lane. I'm lucky enough to have one. So you will see some of these images dotted about in future various places. And Alfa Romeo, they've been quite quiet out on long runs, so we'll skip past them for now. These two boys have been standing out on the pit road basically all afternoon. They must be very hot under those shiny helmets, but we're about to see the green team, the Aston Martin, finally come in. Now, Fernando Alonso has done a lot of endurance racing. He's won the Le Mans 24 Hours. He's done the Dakar Rally. He's done the Indy 500 mile sweepstakes in Indianapolis. And now he seems to be trying to achieve the same in pre-season testing in the Aston Martin AMR 23. He is pounding in the laps. Last time I looked at the screen, which was probably an hour ago, he was over 90 laps. I haven't looked at the screen to see what he's on, but he's probably well over 100 by now. Here comes that Aston Martin, the big talking point on the car amongst many people online. And it's very hard to go, look, big backfire from the car. I hope you heard that, because that was quite spectacular. Is 110 laps for the Aston Martin team so far with Fernando Alonso. He must be tired, but for the oldest driver in Formula One, he's showing no signs of his fitness abating at all. And now if you have a look down here, this is the bit that everybody wants to have a look at, because it just dips down so deeply, and you can see the sculpting shape of the side pods as you get set onto the car. And that shape, to me, looks really reminiscent of the Ferrari of last season. Now, everybody's calling this the Green Bull and saying, oh, it's a Red Bull copy. Nonsense. It's nothing like the Red Bull. You look at that side pod shape, that is straight out of Ferrari's textbook, but it just doesn't have those big cooling louvres. The front suspension is a push rod front suspension. The Red Bull's a pull rod. This car is by no means a copy of the Red Bull. There are inspirations on this car from other cars. I see Mercedes inspirations, I see other details on it. But for me, it's looking like a reliable car. Yesterday, it proved to be quite a quick car, although you have to temper that because it is pre-season testing. You quite often see teams not really performing realistically. However, this car is the one to watch for me at the moment. That doesn't mean it's going to be the front of the pack, but I think their performance is going to be greatly improved over where it was in 2022. Now, when Bob's finished having a very nice look at the front end of this really nicely painted car, and it does have green paint on the top of it, but they are reducing that paint. You can see bare carbon fibre down here. Fully painted F1 car, 6 kilograms in weight, just on the paint. So that's why they're stripping it all off. How much have they saved? Not sure, but Aston Martin, I think, made an effort to save 300 grams on the AMR 22 at one point last year by removing paint from just one panel. And I think probably we'll just work our way along a little bit more. I want to get down to Williams, so we're just going to rattle through the last couple of teams, because Williams has really lit up the timing sheets today, and they've shown a car that looks pretty good in performance terms, and I think could be a little bit of a surprise situation. The Haas team have been going quite well. The car's up on the high jacks with work going on the rear, though. That's not really what you want to see. So that, I don't think, is a rear suspension change. And the way the senior management of the team are hovering around the front brakes as well, that's not ideal. But let's work our way along past AlphaTauri. Now, I think the Williams may actually be out on track at the moment, but we'll still finish up down there because there's the other Williams being built in the garage at the moment. And I would like to say that yesterday I was saying Williams were not really performing as we'd expected, and I wanted to see better from them. Well, they did that today, didn't they? The reason that we're expecting a bit more from Williams is that they've got the biggest wind tunnel and CFD testing, and that gives them a little bit of an advantage in terms of car development. But let's have a look. Oh, this is quite nice. Look, have a look at the screen there. You can just have a look at the data system that the teams are using. So we can have a look at a bit of the data that the AlphaTauri driver, Nick de Vries, will be looking at. Now, he's not watching his favourite Dutch soap. Well, they've turned it away now, so he's probably just watching us live here on pre-season testing as Nick de Vries gets back in the car. But more wing adjustments going on down at AlphaTauri, and this is all fairly standard fare for pre-season testing. You can just see that wing adjustment strip going in there. They're just measuring off what's going on, and you can see how that block's been shaped to suit this specific front wing. Each individual front wing will need its own specific tooling. But on that point, I think I've shown you enough little details up and down this pit lane. For now, I could go on about this and do it all day long, but I'll hand you over to some other people who can talk all evening long, starting with David Croft.
Good evening, Crofty.
Sam,
Good evening.
We could listen to you all day long. That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. And a great technical detail. And just showing as well why it's so important to have the garages open during testing. Do you remember the days when we used to come to testing and the garage doors were shut and we couldn't see what was going on?
Yeah.
Well, as fans, we do want to see it. Hi, Anthony Davidson and David Croft in the commentary box. Sam Collins,
Yay.
that was mega. Anthony Davidson, where do you want to start with the golden hour of testing on day 2?
Well, let's start with the lights getting lower. The cars are nice and shiny out there. Things looking nice and sparkly.
Yeah. Things at this time of night do look very sparkly. Things change under the lights, don't they?
They can, yeah.
Your appearance, for instance, I'm liking it.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
That.
It's cold.
Yeah,
that
it's cold.
jacket.
Back to the action.
I'm not doing Vegas this year. Feeling a bit left out.
Do you want an invite to Vegas?
I think I'm busy, actually.
I'll get a twin room and come to
actually
Vegas.
quite comfortable.
It is a very comfy
So
jacket,
Ant's
isn't
not
it?
in Vegas.
I really like it. That is... that's going around the world with me, that is.
I'll give it back at some point, I promise.
The Vegas people are here, and there's a lot of chat about the things they're going to do. for the first race.
What
in
can they
November,
do?
The penultimate round of the season. They have got some big plans.
I bet.
Can't say too much at the moment. Sworn to secrecy.
It's going to be a great race. I'm looking forward to it.
I think it's going to be
Vegas.
a race like no other. He said, but I did say what we do want some details about is the track. What's it going to be like? You know, what's the speeds? What's the cornering speed? You know, how fast are the lap times all predicted? That information is coming soon.
Oh, great!
Excellent.
Because we are there for the
racing.
racing.
I've got a feeling it's going to be on the higher speed side of street tracks.
Yeah.
You know,
For sure.
more kind of like
I just want to answer the question.
with maybe Jeddah-style cornering. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of just building that picture. That's what I would hope it to be anyway. And
I mean, Formula One
going to
cars,
be a show.
Formula One cars racing down Frank Sinatra Boulevard, which is the official name of the strip. Frank Sinatra Boulevard. You imagine George Russell as he hurtles past the Bellagio with the fountains going off.
It's going to be great.
I mean, I say hurtles. I hope he's hurtling. It's a good word, hurtling.
Well, has he been hurtling today, though, Crofty?
Good point.
He's down there in P12 at the moment.
Well, yeah, Russell's P12 at the moment. I just want to, right, okay, we've got everything back operational finally. I say that, and then it looked like it was freezing slightly. Because we had a little power glitch up here in the Commons box, actually, in terms of the fact that the MacBook, the internet went off it as well, so it didn't affect the stream, but I couldn't get access to all the data we have. But it's all seemingly fixed now, and this is Charles Leclerc leaving the pit lane on a brand new set of medium C3 tyres being pushed out of the garage. That's alarming to get pushed out there. Tom Dillon says as well, you'll be interested to know, Josh, it doesn't look like we'll be commentating England on Sunday, the cricket. I said, oh no, why is that? What's happened? England got pumped in the first innings. They're still favourites. It's just going to be tough. Right. So we're not going to win the cricket today. So, Tom, if you're still watching, is today's match dependent we go through to the final? So if we don't, we're not going to... Are we still covering it? Are we not covering it? What's the deal? Coming forward there as the action continues on. Formula E's first practice session is going to start in around about 13 minutes. We're not covering it live. As always, we cover the practice sessions in highlights, but for this weekend, because F1 testing and there's not enough time to edit the two sessions down together, practice 1 will be recorded and then streamed tomorrow as in the highlights, and then alongside that, straight after, we'll cover live practice 2. So it's the best of both worlds as a sort of live highlight show, if you will. That's coming tomorrow, as well as coverage of qualifying and then the race itself, which Tom is going to be streaming alongside myself and Ed. Fingers crossed it all works. If Ed has to sit it out as well with his MacBook not being exactly top-notch at the moment, we'll double-check as well. But we're going to, me and Tom are going to set the stream up later on this evening and make sure everything is cooking with gas and is all in a good order, and he's got all the graphics that I use as well, and he's got all the data in the correct place and all that lot, and everything's absolutely ship shape. Actually, if Tom, are you still here? Let me know in the chat if you're still here, because I've just read I'd like him to do a screenshot of the timing page in full so that you can set up the driver tracker graphics easily without causing issues, if you get what I mean, because you can put a bit as an image on the web page. Trust me, it saves a fortune of time. As Russell in the first sector, a slow time, it's a 31.486 in the first sector. Second sector is a 43.341, 6.1 seconds off the pace on Russell's first push lap here in the 2023 night. He was in the morning session yesterday. Hamilton took over in the evening. Now it's Russell's turn for the evening spot, as I think we're going to hear from Ted Kravitz in a few moments' time. Reminder, Megan will be here soon, coming into the commentary box and helping me whilst I get things sorted. It's now 41, but this is where we are at the moment to fix things. And it is Friday as they come through. As Russell continues to push hard, let's have a replay of, as we saw everybody mentioned in the commentary box today, the proporcing effect coming through turn 12. Current tyre, pit window, lap, powered by AWS. Don't think that's meant to be there, as F1's graphics having a little failure. But yeah, not looking exactly top-notch there. Just waiting for F1's Formula E's timing page to come available so I can run in and start the recording for the... Because we record the web page and then just edit down the graphics. And then we'll record the session later. I'll edit it down tonight, get it all on, saved onto Megan's laptop. Then we'll stream the practice tomorrow, everything, because it's going to be pretty much how we know it. But I apologise to anybody who was maybe looking forward to enjoying the audio for the track tomorrow, because when we're in the commentary box, it's going to be incredibly difficult to get things sorted. But believe me, it's going to be a lot more difficult commentating tomorrow on 2 different series. We've got to cover the Formula 1 and we've got to cover the Formula E. I rue the day when we have to cover loads in one as well. As the action continues on, Charles Leclerc's on a push lap now as well. 19 seconds as he runs up towards turn 4. 29.188 was Verstappen's sector time as well. What's going on here?
Have just
Crofty.
brought in, come on in, everybody. I've just brought in a little present just for you.
Has Ant got a present?
That is your very own Vegas jacket. I'm going to put my jacket back on.
Oh, they've got Vegas coats.
Because it would be wrong to keep the sparkles all for myself. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see sartorial elegance in its finest, this is the smallest jacket we can find for you as well.
We're waiting.
Which might be just a
I
little
don't
bit
mind.
big.
I don't
But
mind.
there we go,
There it is.
ladies and gentlemen. Look at that.
I'm in your club now, Crofty. I've been imitating you all week.
You've done the commentary.
And it's another step closer.
To what?
To being you, mate.
Oh, baby. I love you. Yeah, that's your jacket. Isn't it great?
Thank you so much.
Jocelyn has come over with your present for today.
It's like Christmas has come round again.
I love that coat. I
Fantastic
want
stuff.
one.
Thank you very
Can
much.
I talk about all the exciting things
My
that
kids will be
you're
jealous.
doing in Vegas, or am I still sworn to secrecy? If we could just hold it for a second. Oh,
Oh, no.
I'm bursting with excitement about what's going to be happening. To be honest, there's going to be a race as well at some stage.
Oh,
and the
Crofty's
race is going to be
excited about
epic.
all this.
But yeah, we'll bring you all the flavour, the full flavour of the Vegas Medicine Cabinet, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
is
no.
coming your way. But I did mention that people up and down the paddock have been trying on their Vegas jackets today. They've been receiving them. And one man did do like the full Elvis. That man was Gunther Steiner. He is with Laura Winter
Really?
now.
Oh, yes. Laura, down to you.
Quite with me yet, and I'm still waiting to find my Vegas jacket as well, Crofty. I'm yet to find it. But here, with the grand entrance, I am now going to welcome, we need some sort of music or something, Mr. Gunther Steiner.
Look at
For the
that,
first time
baby.
this season.
Vegas, baby.
Wow. Vegas, baby, indeed. Crofty is delighted. What do you make of the jacket?
No, what I make of the jacket of Crofty, I was told Crofty can wear it, so I said, I mean, how did he wear it? How did he get into it?
With style. How did I get into it?
No, with Crofty always, you know, because he gave me a hard time yesterday, so I have to give him something back, you know. So, Crofty, this is for you, you know, I wear it nicely.
I will leave that between you two boys to work out off air. That's fine. Oh, we've got a... Okay, there we are. I guess he's getting warm.
Yeah.
All about the sponsors. Get the sponsors out. Gunther, hi. It's brilliant to see you. Here we are for the 2023 season. How are you feeling ahead of this one? And the cars both look decent out there. They look reliable. They're up the timing sheets as well.
Yeah, it's difficult to say where we are. I mean, the most important is being reliable. Oh, fingers crossed, I've got one more day to go tomorrow, but today was flawless, so very good. Obviously, we try different things. Everybody's trying different things. So where we stuck up, we don't know really. Will be very tight this year, in my opinion. You know, tighter than ever, but which is good for the sport. Hopefully, we can get
Red flag!
out on top of it.
Red
But,
flag!
up to now, also with Nico fitting in very well.
We've got a red flag. George Russell has stopped at the exit of turn 10, and the red flag has come out to stop the proceedings. Unbelievable. So Mercedes are having more problems than we first thought. The car comes to a stop. We were worried about him down in 13th position. Williams can relax. They're not the worst car in testing. It seems to be the Mercedes. It stopped on the track. And he's out of the car. It's at turn 10, so the red flag comes out to stop the proceedings. And let's go back over to Laura.
P8 and P20.
As resplendent as you look, and as great as it is to hear from you, I've heard there is a red flag. George Russell has stopped out on track, so Gunter for now, au revoir, and Crofty, back to you.
Yes, he's come to a stopper.
Apologies, Laura, that we had to cut Gunter short there. But there is the sight of George Russell stood by the side of the track after his Mercedes car ground to a halt amidst all the jollity today. There's a serious test going on, and this is a seriously bad time for any team to have issues on the track and to lose track time because, well, conditions that much better for more representative night
with 1
race
hour
running
to go
than they were during the heat of the day, the track temperature.
Okay, let's take a listen on board. And this is what happened to George Russell then. It's turn 4. Oh, mechanical fail, hardware fail, it stopped. So it flashed up on the monitor. The car's stuck in 4th gear. He's not shifting, so it's hydraulic, I'm thinking, because he stayed in 4th gear. And the car just generally dies.
Yeah, so there's a message that popped up on his dash, and I'm pretty sure it said something about the hydraulics.
Hydraulic failed,
It makes sense that he's stuck in 4th gear as well. As soon as he was told on the radio, obviously, yeah, because the hydraulics controls all of the gear shift mechanism as well in the car, along with the power steering, and yeah, look, he's fighting with the steering as well.
Hydraulics have gone.
I think we're looking at a hydraulic
Anti-stall
issue
now.
there. So
And it
now
went
it's
into anti-stall.
Yeah, because he's still in 4th. So yeah, he had no clutch. That's also controlled by hydraulics. So I'd say hydraulic issue there on the Mercedes.
Hour and 34 to go of the session. Hydraulic issue. That's going to be a struggle to get fixed.
And it's got it's got the green light on the top of the car as well.
Yeah.
So not a hybrid issue. He didn't really do the, as we used to call, the KERS jump, where you clear yourself and the car at the same time. He looked a bit more relaxed than that and getting out the car. So yeah, I'd say not a hybrid issue on the car, nothing to do with the electrics, it's more hydraulics. And is there any oil spilling out the bottom of the car, which would be the hydraulic fluid? I haven't seen anything yet, but yeah, the team and himself were quick to react on that one. And I'd say all the systems were doing what they should have been in terms of the warning, so that message on the dash, wish I could see it again, but it was a little bit blurry on our screen.
Just come to a stop, hasn't it, on the circuit?
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
It's at hour 34. By the time they get it back again, are they going to be able to fix that to get the Mercedes back on the track once more to give George Russell a bit more time in the car? That's concerned faces, as you would expect in that Mercedes garage. Simon Cole's there, the chief engineer, the man in charge. Reliability is his thing, and what a good job Mercedes have done with the reliability over this hybrid era. Let's see.
Here it is again then. Let's take a listen to what happened with the car.
Wasn't there before he changed from 3rd up to 4th?
I did see the message. Maybe it came in around this next corner in
turn 4.
Through that, I thought it happened around 1 and 2. Oh, there we go.
Hydraulic failure.
Hydraulic failure? It is,
yeah,
isn't it?
hydraulic failure.
See, that's the best thing about nighttime racing. We get to see all the displays on the dashboard. So just as he was in turn 4, hydraulic failure pops up on the dash, and that's why you see no gear changes whatsoever, and he's stuck in 4th gear all the way down to just beyond turn 10, when finally it comes to a grinding halt because he hasn't got the momentum, he hasn't got the speed.
Well, you know the protocol as a driver, when you have a hydraulic issue, you don't change gear. And
okay,
this is the bit where he tries to turn into turn 9 and 10, where the steering clearly gets a bit heavier for him.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, finally, the revs die and grinds to a halt. And the clutch, it's got no clutch, so it, completely stalls the engine.
And then there is silence.
Well, the anti-stall actually tried to kick in. That's when the automated clutch mechanism kicks in when it feels the engine revs go too low. Yeah. And that didn't even work.
Could he have gone a lot wider to try and take more speed through to try and get that car back to the pits, or was he just fighting a losing battle at that stage?
Yeah, to get through turn 10 in 4th gear, that's asking a lot, I think, of minimum revs from the engine.
He would have had to have gone a lot wider.
Well, and he also might have been told to stop the car.
that's another
So,
fine
which
point.
he probably was.
Yeah. So we have a red flag, which it has to be said is unusual for this test session.
So only the second red flag.
Well, we had obviously the red flag
Real
part
red
of the
flag,
test,
yeah.
but the real one was Felipe Drugovich yesterday. After about 6 minutes, well, here at nearly 6 o'clock Bahrain time, we've got our second. Talking of Felipe Drugovich, he is back in the car tomorrow. Aston Martin have announced that Felipe will take the morning session, Fernando the evening session. Surprised?
A little bit, yeah, because that means he hasn't had an evening session at all then, as Drugovich.
No, he hasn't.
So he hasn't had the circuit in the best conditions. That's all been for Fernando. Does that mean that Lance is on his way back? Well, am I reading too much into that?
In terms of Lance, the latest from the team, Lance Stroll missing this test, of course, because of an injury he sustained whilst training on his bike in Spain. The latest is that the team are expected to issue an update on Monday or Tuesday next week, but that might even be Wednesday. And I would imagine will do whatever they can to give Lance Stroll a chance to prove his fitness to get him racing here in Bahrain. But Felipe tomorrow, Fernando as well tomorrow, morning session for Felipe, evening session for Fernando Alonso, and we wish Lance Stroll all the best in his recovery from that training injury. Rachel Brooks is trackside. Rachel, as you made your way down to see George Russell at speed?
I have, Crofty, and I've just spoken to him as well, and just asked him where it happened, because he came past us at turn 8. I was trackside with Jack Doohan. He came past us at turn 8, and it didn't sound right, but he said it happened in turn 4, and then he's got down as far as here trying to get the car back, and unfortunately had to stop here. So yes, he's right in front of us at the moment here trackside, and he just said to us, we said everything all right. He said, I'd rather be in the car, because this is so important for all of them to get time in the car, isn't it, Jack?
No, very important. They were just ahead of a long run, and this doesn't obviously just set back now, but depending on how deep the issue is, it's going to set them back for the rest of the night, and that's just going to delay George's running and George trying to get comfortable in the car, so it's not ideal for him or the team.
We saw him go past us before as well, round at turn 8, and we'd been watching cars there for a little while. I wouldn't particularly see anything wrong with it though, did we?
No, nothing seemed wrong. Like he said, I think they were stuck in 4th gear. He was advised not to change gears. So just while they're probably assessing the issue, trying to diagnose it, just better off to not change gears and keep everything safe so that they can fully reveal it later on.
And when you are doing these testing sessions as the driver, it's your first chance back in the car before the season. You want every minute of it possible, don't you?
No, 100%, especially for these guys with one car and sharing the car through the day. For George, it's so important. Lewis had not a smooth session, I don't really know, but they had a full running session this morning. Then George will be hopping in the car, and he wants as much time as possible for the rest of this test. So to not be able to maximise that isn't ideal.
The mechanics have come out here to join him, Crofty, to try and help get this car back as quick as possible, because there's only an hour and a half left now, of course, of this day's running and day 2 of this 3-day test. So they're going to try and get this back onto lift it up, get it on the low loader, and back to the Mercedes garage, Crofty.
Yeah, and obviously this is a sensitive time as well for the team. You don't want anyone seeing the underneath of your car, so that's why they're being so careful in trying to cover the thing up before it gets lifted onto the truck. So it's like a double impact in a way of having a failure out on circuit. The fact that then there might be some spy photos that you really don't want to get out because of that failure.
Well, on the subject of spy photos, if the car is just sat there like that, what can photographers take that other teams can learn from?
Well, it's the underside of the car.
Yeah.
So as soon as that gets lifted into the air, they're probably going to be quite careful in minimising the amount of exposure that side of that
right,
part of the car
here.
that rarely gets seen.
Because that's where the magic happens, right?
Exactly. That's the part that, where these ground effect cars today, it's always been a crucial part of the car, the floor, and how it generates its grip, but even more so today with this ground effects era of Formula 1 that we come back into.
Red flag is out then as Mercedes cover up George Russell's car. I've literally just been running backwards and forwards to and from the commentary box. because Formula E have started, but their live timings didn't want to start. It literally took them 3 minutes into the actual session to get it sorted, so I apologise for being away, but I chose my time well with the red flag, and whilst I was on my own, no better than David Croft and Anthony Davidson to talk you through it, and Rachel Brooks down there in the pit lane. But red flag is out. Josh has joined me now for the remainder of the session, and Megan will be with us shortly as well when she gets back. I think at 3:30 she's going to be joining us. Josh, what a mess for Mercedes. They've stopped on the track for the first time in a long, long time.
Yeah, it's really not the best from Mercedes. Hello, everyone, once again. And George Russell is not getting a moped back to the garage, so no F1 bingo, unfortunately, this red flag. But a massive, massive shame for Mercedes. Not what they needed with the track at its best.
And that's what we were all worried about as well, wasn't it? Was the fact is that Mercedes are now losing the best of the times, isn't it? And do you reckon this is going to set them back a lot more in terms of the championship? They were already saying in the meetings this morning that I don't think we're going to be in a position where we're going to win the first couple of races. Is this an alarming error, or is this just something normal that you could see? Or do you reckon, because it flashed up with the hydraulic failure, is this a bigger problem that we could just keep having these issues throughout the season, or is it a one-off?
Well, of course it's going to hurt Mercedes a little bit, because it's an hour and a half of session that they're not going to be able to run with the runs, and I believe Hamilton's in the PM session, so this would be the last of George Russell, so of course it's going to hurt George Russell. But is it a one-off? We've seen hydraulic failures. But if the issues continue tomorrow, then of course, yes, it's going to hurt them even more, and we'll have to watch them for the practice 1 in Bahrain under a week's time.
Yes, in fact, at this point it will be practice 2, won't it? 3 o'clock GMT. So, and there's a red flag in the Formula E practice session. What's happened there? Yellow flag, turn 9. So I don't even know where turn 9. Oh, it's turn 9. Who's gone in the 16? Is it Cassidy? Oh no, it's Buemi. Buemi is. I think there's several guys involved.
Buemi has crashed.
Oh really? Oh. Well, I know you're going to think I look shocked now when you watch the highlights tomorrow morning, because I'm commentating on the session after. I'll have to pretend to be shocked. So Buemi's gone in the wall.
Right rear tyre is fully off the car.
How on earth has he done that one? That's weird. So there's a red flag in this, there's a red flag there, but at least there's one good thing that the clock keeps on going for Formula E, so it won't delay anything. But actually, that gives me a bit of a rest, because then it makes my job easier, because there's less of a practice session to commentate on as well. That's going to be my evening, everybody, by the way. If you think I'm out of here at 4:30, I'm not, because I have to record the wrap-up, the 60-second wrap-up for YouTube and TikTok.
Oh, big hit.
Don't spoil it, I haven't seen it. I'm not going to. Is he okay?
We'll have to see.
Jaguar better redeem themselves after Sam Bird collision into his teammate Mitch Evans was caused a double DNF for Jaguar Racing. Yeah, we were commentating on that race, myself, Ed Hunter and Nick Homewood, and we were very, very shocked at what we saw in terms of that event. And I'm just having a look at it myself, actually, because I thought, why not? We're under a red flag and we're running out of things to talk about while Mercedes do cover-up techniques down there on the circuit. The session is stopped, by the way, with the red flag. So this is our second red flag of the test, isn't it, for an actual mechanical, because the one this morning was a test red flag. This is our second official red flag, and one was Aston Martin, one was a Mercedes. That's both Mercedes powertrained. Only they have stopped in testing.
Yeah, that's quite concerning. And by the way, Cassidy, yes, he is okay. No, Buemi is okay.
Yes, I see what you mean there. This looks like a great circuit. Oh, he's probably hit the wall sideways. So that's a fast part of the track to watch out for. I'm looking forward to the Cape Town E-Prix. I think it's going to be really good. And it's going to be weird commentating in a different location for the session as well, because we're in a different commentary box. Hopefully it won't look too different. I mean, it's not going to be the checkered flags behind us, but I'll still have my headset, and you'll still hear all the noise from the track as well. We've run tests, we've planned this to perfection. Trust us, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. We can't wait to see it. As the field now keeps on going through, and we will have to wait and see now what's going to happen. Gasly walks through. I'm surprised we haven't heard anything from the pit lane, actually, or Ant and Crofty just talking to each other as they put it down. Oh, hang on, what's Ant going on?
Lots of people agree with you. Some people think, no, you're absolutely wrong.
Good thing to say,
I actually don't disagree with your principle in theory that if you get a red flag, then you shouldn't be able to change things on the car, and you shouldn't be able to change tyres.
What's that?
The trouble comes with if you've had an accident, you know, you don't want to see that many cars out the race if they don't have to be out of the race, and they can't go back out with damage on the car. And you have to try and find a one-size-fits-all rule for that, because otherwise you're into endless amounts of scrutineering, which takes way too much time and resources.
I think with that, then you just start at the back. You know, if you've got damage or a puncture or whatever, and you have to make any change to your car, you just start at the back of the queue.
Talking of queues, so when you were trying to do your commentary at the start, and only
that
Kevin
you forced me into.
Yeah, but you were a willing participant on that one, and you enjoyed it, with the plucky Kevin Magnussen bursting off the line.
You made a great start.
He made a great start, but what should have happened on that one apparently is that only the car at the front react to the lights. The other ones are supposed to wait until the one in front is gone. So Lando Norris was actually doing the procedure right. Fair play to Lando Norris.
Yeah,
we didn't know the rules. He knew the rules. Others might not have known quite so much. Thank you very much to a couple of people in the paddock who told me that during the luncheon interval.
It makes a lot of sense, really, doesn't it? Because the FIA would never want to take any chances when it comes to safety, and it is the safest thing to do, and that's why we have, when we have the dummy starts at the end of a session on the track, on the grids, they do it one by one. You can only go when the car in front of you is gone, and you wait your turn, basically, and that's what they wanted, because that's the safest thing to do. It makes sense, but just goes to show how hardwired the drivers are. Slash stroke competitive they
it's
are.
Like Pavlov's dog.
Lights have gone out.
It's like Pavlov's dog.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you're trained to do. How are your reactions?
Lights go out and they're off. But yeah, it wasn't for Lando. He did the right thing. He stuck to the rule that was there today.
What was that rule, Josh? I stepped out the commentary box.
I think it was something like that the people behind must wait for the people in front to go, so Lando Norris actually did the right thing.
But it was supposed to be a start procedure, so it was supposed to be lights out. So he's done the right thing, but also the wrong thing. One day they'll get it right. One day they'll get it right. I'm sitting down in the commentary box, but I can't move the camera, so I'm sorry. It looks a bit dodgy at the moment on the stream. But the Mercedes are just taking it they've got into the infield now, so the session should actually restart by now, because there's enough infield here to get it back to the pit lane, and it has actually. We have gone green. The red flag has come back out. The track is clear. The session will resume at 18:14, which is in a minute's time. But that's a lot of running lost. If it's an easy fix, Josh, for the hydraulics. Yeah, it's hydraulics. So that's gonna be an hour, won't it? He's out. Russell's out for the remainder of the day. So that's a bitter disappointment as we watch him go in. All of the world's media is now converged outside of Mercedes. That is literally like somebody has opened the can of jam, and the bees the flies are buzzing round it as well as they wait to get the car back in. Lewis Hamilton is still at the circuit. He's helping with the debriefs, so he too will have seen this, and I don't like to think what he is thinking as we get ready to go back to green flag running here for another hour and 16 minutes. Green light, away we go. So what is going to happen now in the remaining 1 hour 16 minutes of day 2? Do you reckon we'll have another stoppage on the circuit, Josh?
Yeah, we possibly could, and I think we might, depending if we get into that time where they are going to be pushing and pushing and pushing. So if one car pushes too much, yeah, we could see a red flag.
The session, by the way, I'm thinking for Formula E might be extended, you know, because they've lost half their running now, and it's a new track, so they might do it. It's a weird-looking track layout, actually. It looks like a continent of Africa. We're in South Africa, but it actually looks like we're racing around the continent of Africa. Have you seen it? It's really weird layout. I'm just looking at their timing onto my iPad, so I know what's going on in the session. I'll be commentating on that as soon as I'm finished here, and then doing all the edits and everything, and then collapsing into my bed at around about 8:30 and getting some sleep, because it is a very, very early wake-up call tomorrow. And when I say very early, I mean it's 4:45 a.m. It's a full half hour earlier, so that I can get ready, and then I can set the commentary box up in the front room for the practice session, and I can set up this commentary box in here for Megan. And also Megan needs to get ready as well for 6:45. So it's a long call. I think Megan actually said what she's going to do is that she's going to wake up, put the clothes on that she's going to wear for Saturday, and then as soon as she's finished on air here, she's got an hour, something like that. So she's going to go and have a shower and then come back again to do the next part of the session. So I think she's got a system worked out where she can get as much sleep as she can. I can't do that, unfortunately. So FP1 will be extended to 17:40. So they are getting those 15 minutes back in Formula E, by the way. So I thought they usually extend the session. That's annoying for me, because that means that I have to stay longer in this commentary box. I might just fast forward. I know it's cheating, but I might fast forward. Rachel Brooks is down at Mercedes, though.
For a chat where she didn't quite
Who's she
expect
there
it.
for?
Can now, with Jack Doohan, bring us some trackside action, I hope.
Okay,
Over to you,
trackside.
Rachel.
Yes, indeed, Crofty. This is where we came first of all, actually, when we heard George had stopped. So we ran down to turn 10. But this is Nico. We've got the Alfa Romeo going through here at the moment, and now the Haas of Nico Hülkenberg coming past us. And then the Red Bull. And I was asking Jack, when you come through this section on this circuit here, what are you looking at? Where are your braking points? What lines are you looking to take? And are there any particular challenges through 6, 7, 8 now that
No, very. So exiting turn 4, you have to bring the car back over to the right to try and position yourself as best as possible for turn 6. There's a bit of an escape road before turn 6 where that turn 5 kink is, and there's a little bit of a curb that I use, and I'm pretty sure everyone uses as a sort of brake point, and then a piece of track that enables you to kind of open up turn 6 before you throw the car in. You know, it's quite tricky whether you prioritize turn 6 to flow the speed through and sacrifice a bit of 7, or you try and make them very even. Something that's difficult is on the exit here of turn 7, you have the double curb, and seeing quite a lot of people taking too much of that exit curb and ending on that outside wall. So it's a crucial part of the circuit.
We're just watching Logan Sargent come through, and you said there are options for breaking into turn 8. People choose different lines or
Sure.
different options, I guess. And this is Charles Leclerc coming through now.
No, the car's very combined coming through turn 7, and you want to bring it back to the left-hand side as quickly as possible to try and be as straight as braking for turn 8, as especially over the course of the lap, you can either have quite a lot of rear locking at the latter part of braking, or initially pinch to the front right tyre. So to try and make that car as straight as possible, where that's bringing it back to the left and having a straight braking, or really just angling out to the left, like I've seen Lewis Hamilton doing quite a lot, is angling out to the left, braking straight, and kind of braking over the left-hand side of that curve before opening up the turn.
When you say the car's combined, what do you mean?
It's when there's quite a lot of load still coming from, so the car's not, center and flat. As exiting here in turn 7, it's got a lot of load on the right-hand side of the car, and it's almost squatting to that right rear. So then when you're bringing it over for turn 11, I think it was just the Haas that you can see the smoke, just had a lock-up into turn 8. So when you're bringing the car back over to the left, it's too short period of a time to have everything settled, so the car's going to be combined on braking and not flat.
The AlphaTauri had a lock-up as well. This is the Red Bull going through turn 8. No such problems for them.
No, I saw yesterday when I was watching from the grandstand above, I could see Lewis struggling a lot with the rear. Every time he was trying to turn the car in, the rear just wasn't sticking with him and kind of sliding like a drift motion through there. One car that looks very strong is the Aston Martin. I was watching them through turn 8, 11 and the final turn. Rear looks very planted and it seems like they're able to have a lot of trust to really turn the car in.
It's Logan Sargent going through and the Williams now past us, down towards turn 8. Is this a fun part of the track, or is this a challenging? Which bits of this circuit do you enjoy driving, and which
Turn
bits?
6 and 7 for sure. You know, it's a crucial part. The start of sector 2, a crucial part of sector 2 because it's medium to high speed, and there's a lot on the line. You know, it's how much do you take? How ready is those front tires at a high speed corner? You're throwing the car in, having trust, and hoping it's going to stick. So you kind of get through turn 6 and 7. You can exhale because okay, now I've got through that tricky section. Now I've got the slow speed corners to go through.
Can you talk us through Oscar coming through here?
So depending on what sort of run he's on, it seems like he's at the start of a race run. Through 6 and 7, he was actually pretty neutral through them both, not really exiting too wide of 6, and gave himself a nice line through 7. So he's probably at a stage where he's having to look after those tyres, early on in that stint.
Just seeing the Alpine go past us there. We're hoping to see the Aston Martin come out as well in a minute. When you said it looked really planted, what do you think particularly that Aston Martin seems to be doing well this year?
The rear of the car just seems like it's behaving super well. Something with this car at the moment, the traction's very poor. It's super difficult with the new regulations to have the car, working front to rear mutually. So for them having that trust to throw the car in and knowing that it's going to stick is really beneficial for them as well, to be able to, out of the slow speed turn 8, as the race is evolving, they're starting to struggle with that rear tyre. Turn 8, you can have that over rotation with the rear locking, and then you have to ask for so much traction for turn 8 and then turn 10. So knowing that you have a reliable rear that you can trust and lean on is just going to be so important for them.
Great stuff. Well, we're going to say watch a little bit more down here, Crofty. It's great being down here at the track. I'm envious of your sequin jacket, though. If anyone on this team wears one, I would have thought it would have been me first, but you go for it, you two.
Well, Rach, we wanted to break. We wanted to break with tradition a little bit this year. Ant and myself are auditioning for Strictly. Strictly not doing dancing. That is not our bag. But I thought we look pretty good on a dance floor, to be honest, with those jackets.
Isn't that a song or something like that? You look good on the dance floor. My friend Libby and Luke are going to be shouting at me now about it. Maybe even Jade, actually, think about it. So, I wish they could have stayed there a bit longer because I had literally one little bit left of my jammy shortbread Scottish that Megan brought me. A giant Scottish cream shortbread, round filled with delicious strawberry jam, made with fresh Scottish double cream. Some Pattersons, by the way. I highly recommend them. They're very, very tasty. Where is it? There they are on the logo. They're very, very tasty. I'm going to have to start ordering them in when she leaves college because they're absolutely fantastic, Josh. Cake time. It is testing, so we have cake. It's pretty much normal, isn't it?
Firstly, where is mine?
Well, there is 2 left. I can send you one. If I throw it hard enough, it might just reach there in about 3 hours. And go. Now, I'll tell you what would be really brilliantly timed is if I went like that off screen and you just picked one up from that side. That's one of the perfect TV planning moments as well when it happens.
Well, I mean, I could go get a golden syrup oat biscuit from downstairs, which we made earlier.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Oh, do it. I mean, earlier on we had yum-yums, whatever they're called. I can't remember now.
I love them.
Yeah, basically giant penguins with chocolate. It was fantastic. I had one earlier on. I was giving it. That's my second one though, and there wasn't that many that got made, so I'm not having any more. And Megan brought me very kindly a jammy shortbread. Megan, by the way, will be in the commentary box in 7 minutes time. She's in for the last hour with myself and Josh up here in the commentary box. Here comes Fernando Alonso, though. Hello, he's fast sector 1, fast sector 2. Alonso at the moment is 6th fastest, crossing the line. And just as she's about to enter the box, Alonso goes second once again. It's a 1:32.429. Fernando Alonso in that Aston Martin. It's looking like, Josh, it really is a quick car.
Yeah, didn't Fernando Alonso do a 1:32.429 yesterday, or was that someone else?
You've got the notes as well as I do. Second on fresh and medium. Alonso's on a fresh and medium tyres. He's right. Chin up old. Leclerc's on a fresh and medium compound tyres as well. Who did a 132.42? Nobody did. Nobody did that lap time yesterday. Alonso yesterday was a 132.866. Verstappen was a 132.837. That was the fastest times we had.
It might have been.
Earlier on. Yeah, I think it was earlier on actually, because Verstappen, amazing everybody, is on a 131.650, the domination time he had earlier on. We're closing in on the pole time from last year, which I think we'll get tomorrow in the golden hour in the evening. I feel sorry for Megan though, who's going to do a lot. I think Megan's doing like a long stint tomorrow, like 3 hours worth as well. What's going on here? Yeah, Josh, I was talking earlier on to Richie and to Synthel as well, and even to George Morgan about the Lance Stroll wrist breakage. He can't race for another 6 weeks. That's the minimum time. Yeah. Maximum time is 12 weeks. What if he's out for half the season? 3 months. That's unbelievable. Drogovic looks like he's going to be in the seat for the next race, at least, maybe the next 2. Yeah. But is it wise to bring Lance in like that? Like, he's going to have testing in some form. They'll have to give him a test run with an old car at some track to bring him up to speed. Otherwise, he'll be a liability.
Yeah, I don't think Lance is going to be here for the first couple of races, maybe even the first 4 races. So we could see Stoffel Van Dorn come in if Formula E doesn't collide with Formula 1, because Stoffel Van Dorn would have been here this weekend, but he's out in South Africa with Formula E at Cape Town.
Right, so Formula E after this are on a month break before, so they're 26th of March. If you run with me here, well, 25th of March, race 1 is 3rd to the 5th of March. Race 2 is the 17th to the 19th of March. Race 3 is the 31st to the 2nd of April. So that would mean 4 straight race weekends in a row for Stoffel Van Dorn. Well, 5 actually. South Africa, Australia, and then Saudi Arabia, over to Australia, and then over for Sao Paulo. That's a lot to put on a driver.
Yeah, there's no way Stoffel's doing that.
So it can't be Van Dorn. And I doubt DS Penske are going to allow him to get worn out like that. So it's got to be... Oh, hang on a minute. Davis just said they're called Tim Tams. They're Australian. How does he know? Where are you? How are you watching us? Are you back at the house? Oh, well, must have not done that. Yeah, okay, they're called Tim Tams then. And they were delicious. Absolutely delicious. And there's another red flag in the Formula E. Does the motorsport gods not want me to go to sleep early this evening because there's a second red flag? What's happened now? Double yellow turn 7. So somewhat... Oh, it's the number 4. It's Kelvin van der Linde in his home race who stopped on the track in Formula E. Has he crashed too, Josh? You've got the stream open.
Just stopped, and it's a place where you can go too wide, and that's it. It's one of the tightest parts of the circuit.
Oh, for God's sake, Kelvin. Right, okay. We'll wait then. The session's going to get extended again at this rate.
Yeah.
Well, we could be having a crazy race again on this new track for Formula E. I really hope we do, but the one thing that's alarming me looking at it is the fact is that if there is a red flag, am I going to miss testing? Because the race starts at 2, and it can only last a total of 90 minutes. So I might get the last 45 minutes of testing, or the last hour or so. I might still get enough of the test. And I like how it starts at 12:15 and ends at 4:30. Yeah. It's a lot easier. And it does fly by. I mean, this is day 2, and I've been in the commentary box all day for this, and it's been fine. But tomorrow, I'm yinging and I'm yanging. I'm going this way. I'm going that way. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. It's going to be a lot of fun. Nick de Vries, second fastest, 1:32.403. Moves within the seconds of Verstappen. Zhou goes 8th, but that is de Vries 1.4 seconds off the pace of Verstappen. But that is a good opening gambit for Nick de Vries in the AlphaTauri as George Russell is back in the garage now. How quick can they get that car fixed up and sent back out? That's the question. If it's
I don't think.
I don't. I'm hoping.
Hoping, but not. Hoping, but not.
Yeah. Max Verstappen walking around. It's not 1.4 graphic error. Ah, okay. So I did wonder why is it that much, because Alonso was only 7/10 back. So that is a graphical error on the timing screen on ours. It's 7/10 of a second, so it's 0.753 between Verstappen and De Vries. De Vries did his tyres lap on the C4. Verstappen was C3, same as Alonso. Hülkenberg was on C4. So what on earth has the pace got of the Aston on the C4 and the C5 tyres that we'll see tomorrow as Verstappen dives through on the inside of Nico Hülkenberg in towards turn number 1 in the Haas and gets through ahead. So if you had on-track battle, you can cross it off your list. But if you had anyone making tea or coffee, considering that earlier on we had Will Buxton make Alex Jakes a cup of tea, that counts. That counts. Especially as Alex was wearing it. So how much...
We have a row on F1 bingo.
A row on the bingo. How many have we got left?
A rookie tops the session.
De Vries is closing if he considers himself a rookie.
An exclusive test delivery, which we won't get.
Hang on. The Alpine is...
rookie if he's new to Formula 1.
Yeah, the Alpine livery will be different for the first 3 races, so technically that's a testing livery. True. So you can cross that one off your bingo list. What else?
Roscoe spotted.
Roscoe's not here.
And a driver gets a moped back to the garage.
Russell
Wait a minute.
hasn't been anywhere, so yeah.
What about
Russell got the car.
if we go on
That's true.
Roscoe's Instagram?
Oh, only you would think of Roscoe's Instagram. Hi, Megs.
Hi.
You alright?
Yeah.
Ready for... I've had one of the Jammy Dodgers from Patterson.
Good. Only 2 to go.
David just said, I see and hear everything you do, Joshua. Laughy face. What?
Tams.
What, sorry?
Tim Tams.
Tim Tams. Is he in the house?
Yes.
Ah, where is he?
I don't... In the kitchen.
I went in the kitchen. I didn't see him. Did he come over the same time you did?
Yeah, they're anywhere that
I didn't see him. They're stalking. They're all stalking me. Infamy. They've all got it in for me as well. Why is that up as well?
Does this count?
See Roscoe during testing. Roscoe's there. Look, you've seen him.
I follow his Instagram.
But if I get it done.
I'm having the rest of my jammy biscuit. Could you just talk?
Yeah,
I'm eating cake.
I follow Roscoe
we do
on
some
Instagram.
Photoshop, then yes, we could make Roscoe spotted.
Hold
at
on,
the
let's see if I can get Roscoe onto a track.
Bahrain. Get him on Bahrain.
What if we have Ange walking him?
Where is that?
I don't know. It's in August somewhere.
I don't think that's Bahrain. Looks deserty though. Come on, race 1 of the season. Go to March. You're going too far back.
No, I am not.
By the way, have you looked at the timing screens?
Yes, I am.
Alonso in 3rd
Third.
position.
Go up!
He was 2nd, but De Vries went quicker. Look, he went 26 thousandths of a second faster.
I've got June.
All right. Well, Roscoe's at a track, so if that counts, there you go. You cross it off your bingo list.
Yay!
Let's have a look. Synthol says the Aston is very interesting. I'm curious to see the Aston's pace on the C4s and C5s, especially because they have been doing C3s as their fastest tyres in these 2 days of testing so far. Yeah, you're right. I am wondering what is going to happen. Mercedes have confirmed it was a hydraulic failure, the cause of Russell's stoppage, and it adds it's highly unlikely the car will be back out in today's session. So Russell is out and only manages 13th fastest, Hamilton 15th. And if you look actually at the Mercedes-powered car, I'm going to get ready to turn Megan's microphone down. If you look at it, the highest Mercedes engine-powered car is Fernando Alonso in the Aston Martin. He's the highest Mercedes power. Red Bull and AlphaTauri 1, 2, and then Aston Martin 3. Ferrari power fourth. Hulkenberg is the fastest Ferrari-powered car in this test so far.
Not a surprise, it's not actually a Ferrari team.
That's true. Well, Haas is pretty much Ferrari, isn't it? It's got a lot of ownership together with it. FP1 has restarted with 6 minutes to go in Saudi Arabia. What's going on? New, strange Drive to Survive editing made me look happy with 8th, Ocon. So, I don't think Esteban Ocon's happy with Drive to Survive. I haven't seen all of it yet. I've seen 20 minutes of the new season of Drive to Survive. I've just got to qualifying last year in Bahrain before I had to come to the commentary box. It looks okay, but I haven't seen all of it yet. Have you watched any, Josh, at all during the testing or lunch break?
Absolutely nothing, but you will be happy to know that the FP1 session for Formula E will not, yes, not be extended any further.
And God for that, it's only going to be around about 40 minutes or so. I'll have to go. Where's that?
Roscoe inside, like, a paddock somewhere 33 weeks ago, I don't know.
33 weeks ago. Turkey. No, not Turkey. 33 weeks.
But it's not at the track.
Yes, not the
It doesn't
track in
specify
Bahrain.
which track.
It says the track. Which
there are a lot of the tracks.
DRS has been enabled. Don't know why it was closed, but the message just flashed up on our screen. DRS enabled, which is interesting.
Josh, you see what I mean?
Yes. Well, when is your new phone arriving? 4th of March. That's a week away. Today is the
11 days.
Oh, hang on a minute. 8 days. No, hang on. No, you're right. Yeah. Mental math is tiring. As De Vries is on a lap time, he said, actually, Nick De Vries has gone really quick in the first sector. Oh, hang on, Ted Kravitz is down there in the pits. Tedos.
Of all time in Formula One, Pat Simmons. He needs no introduction, so it's time, Pat, for our annual Geek Fest. We've chosen
we get a break.
a perfect moment to come down, because we can actually have a look at the car that's dominated winter testing so far, and that's the Red Bull RB19. And what do you like about this car?
I think, Ted, that what we're seeing here is what we're seeing a lot of in the new cars this year. We're not seeing the revolution, and we saw that last year. And what we're seeing now is the evolution. Now, I think if you look at that car, it's hard to spot the differences. But I think that there have been some fundamentals. So porpoising was a big issue last year, and the FIA, as part of the measures to try and reduce that a little bit, made some changes to the floor. They've lifted the outer edges by 15 millimeters. They lifted the throat by 10 millimeters. And these are things to take these surfaces away from the ground, try and make the porpoising better. So what are the aerodynamicists been doing? Well, they've obviously had to re-optimize. And, you know, whenever this happens, it happens time and time again, where you get a rule change that takes away some of your performance. Your initial target is straight away to try and find that performance back again. And I think, talking to people up and down the pit road, I think that generally they've found that performance back again. They lost a few percent, they've got it back. But I think the other thing we see on a car like the Red Bull, everyone last year was running really scared of weight. And even, you know, a top team like Red Bull, a dominant team like Red Bull, was still running overweight, I think, at the end of the season. So a lot of work will have been going into getting that weight off, using it effectively, adding a little bit of ballast. So I think those are the sort of things we're looking at this year.
Yeah, we had the birth of a new verb, to lightweight. And everybody has lightweighted their chassis this year, not just Red Bull, but absolutely everybody. And how hard is that to do? Because you never make a chassis heavier than it needs to be in year one of a new rules regulation, but in year two, how hard must it be to
It is hard, Ted, and of course, you know, you've got these very, very stringent safety tests that the chassis has to go through. But if you look at the Red Bull, we can't see it very well at the moment because they've got the cooling fan in there, but little things like that inlet duct being a little bit smaller means you can make your roll hoop a little bit smaller. Means you saved a little bit of weight, and you've actually, in this case, saved it at the top of the car. But most of that weight saving won't be visible things. It'll be areas of the suspension, there'll be areas of packaging. It's a really difficult thing to do. It's a very expensive thing to do, but you know, it's instant performance. There's no argument about it. If you save a kilogram off your car, you're going to go 0.03 quicker. That's a fact. That's physics.
Okay, actually, for testing, there's quite a lot of activity in this garage at the moment. So I was kind of expecting Max Verstappen to come in, but they're getting towards the end.
Yeah, exactly. And they are getting towards the end of the day. The track temperature's coming down. We haven't got the sunlight on it anymore. This is a time when you can start setting some fast times. That sort of thing's not too important to a team like Red Bull, and we've seen Perez has done a very impressive race distance today, which has further underlined the fact that I think they're still the dominant team. But nevertheless, they'll be going through their tyres now, running slightly lighter fuel loads, setting those sort of headline times that everyone likes to look at, but actually are very, very difficult to interpret.
Yeah, that's pretty frenetic activity of testing. I do like on the Red Bull the gullies that they put in underneath the side pod.
Yeah.
It looks to be, when you saw the Flovis paint on them, they look to be hitting every single point that they wanted. It's
Exactly. And that's all about getting this high energy air to the rear of the car, getting it clean, getting it to sort of help the diffuser, extracting air from underneath the car.
What about Ferrari then? I think they're coming in for a pit stop as well, so we'll just stay clear of their pit box. But they've taken a concept that was obviously very, very quick. They have talked about the power unit, how they have a smaller turbo with longer inlets that helps them get to sort of VMAX, or maximum speed on the straight, quite quickly. And we've seen that on the GPS traces here as well, now that they've perfected that engine. We'll just stay clear of the mechanics.
It's an interesting concept, you know, because when you want to add performance to a car, a lot of it is about getting out of corners and really trying to, you know, use your power at the beginning of the straight. Even on the Red Bull, there's a subtle change on the rear suspension that I think has been done to aid traction, which is a similar sort of philosophy. The interesting thing to me with the Ferrari is looking at the little bit of data that we do get to see. I still see this car porpoising quite badly. And whereas I've seen others looking really significantly better, that's one car where I think that they've got the performance there, but I think they've still got a bit of bouncing going on.
Because with the floor height up, and you've already spoken about how much it's going to cost, or the raising of the floor, half a second, which has largely been found back from the teams. So lap times should be about the same, but it doesn't mean that that porpoising, if you go look for it, will still be there.
Oh, of course, yeah. If you start pushing the limits again, I said earlier, you know, the floor had been lifted by 15 millimeters at the edges. The FIA actually wanted to lift it by 25. You know, their CFD simulation, their computational fluid dynamics simulation showed that would be a better solution. But the team said no, 15 millimeters and we'll handle the rest. And they are handling it, you know. I can say that's a great pit stop, wasn't it?
Very good. That felt like a 2.1.
Yeah, that was a good
me.
one. That definitely was a good one. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, if you do seek out the porpoising, of course you can get the car to porpoise again. But I think that they'll get a better sort of compromise between still getting the lap time out of the car, still getting the downforce from it, but perhaps with a slightly more comfortable ride.
Okay, we've passed Mercedes. Of course, they've confirmed that it was a hydraulic issue that stopped the car a little bit earlier, so it's an early bath for them at the end of day two. It's the first bit of unreliability we've really seen, major unreliability. When you have a hydraulic failure, that's quite a big part of the car and affects many systems. First bit of unreliability we've seen, really, more or less, apart from Djokovic in the first one.
But that's why you go testing. You know, there's a huge amount you can do on your simulation rigs these days, but still that final little bit of vibration, that final little bit of bouncing off a curb and things, it gets shown up in testing. And I think the interesting thing with Mercedes, as I alluded to earlier, now that's the car where I've really seen, compared to the beginning of last year, compared to this test last year, massive difference in the ride. It looks significantly better. The sort of peak G levels I'm seeing, and I don't have the detailed data that these guys have, look to be about a third of where they were this time last year. So I think they're in for a much better season.
Okay, eventually though, Mercedes quite open about that, talking about eventually we aim to be back or expect to be back, hope to be back in championship contention, talking about a big upgrade package which is coming for the start of the European season, we think. And just explain to those who might not know about the inertia and the way these things work. Well, if they have this upgrade, if they know it, if it's in their head, if they found that there's going to be so much pace that's going to be coming to the car, why isn't it on the car now?
It does take a finite amount of time to get these things from the brain of the aerodynamicist through the testing in CFD, in the wind tunnel, then going into production, producing. It's not just the components, you have to make the jigs and the fixtures. Significant amount of time. So, you really have to start thinking ahead. People often talk about strategy in Formula One. To me, strategy is about making sure you've got your parts on time, you've got the right parts. So, later in the season, we go to Monza, a really low drag place, you need different wings for it. You really have to start thinking about that in May. Race in September, think about it in May. And it's the same here, all the time there'll be new parts coming along. And as these concepts reach fruition, there's a finite time between concept and component.
Okay, Charles Leclerc, we're still seeing on the screen there, Charles Leclerc going for it. Ferrari with the gullies in the side pod, something that I know the Benetton B195 had.
I think it was.
Around the time. But something then that Mercedes have with their little cooling gullies going to the back. We're seeing gullies on the Alpine here as well. Ferrari are feeding that gully, if you like, with what they're calling the S-duct. A little bit of a second side pod, taking air. Is that what it's doing? Taking
exactly,
air and just getting rid of any sort of latent air that's not moving in the gully.
Exactly what I was saying earlier. The secret to getting the performance on the cars, now we've sort of, I won't say we've eliminated the sort of outwashing aerodynamics, but the real secret now is getting this high energy air to the rear of the car. And the more you can control it along the way, the higher the energy will be of that air as it gets to the rear, and then it starts really helping to extract the air from the diffuser.
Okay, we're just past McLaren. A critical season for them while they build up their infrastructure. We're just going to make it down to Aston Martin, which I think, Crofty, is the sort of key standout, interesting technical team of the test so far, considering Fernando Alonso's pace over the last couple of days. But McLaren, we've got Alfa Romeo Sauber as well. Developments of last year we've seen on their cars.
Yeah, absolutely. But I was talking to Valtteri Bottas just half an hour ago, and he was saying, the car really feels much better. He feels much happier with it. Again, they had quite a lot of porpoising here last year. He says that's much, much better. He says the car feels nicely balanced, and he seemed to be quite confident. And he's a guy I obviously know well from my Williams days, so I think I can interpret him reasonably.
Well, Pat, we timed this perfectly. You're a lucky charm down here because we've got the Aston Martin coming in, and considering the amount of not only McLaren getting a new simulator, new wind tunnel and everything, considering the amount of work going into what was effectively the old Jordan factory at Silverstone, and it's going to be the Aston Martin factories. Could they aim to be the sort of class of the field, leading the field in a sustainable and amazing factory there? And well, tell us about this car, what you've seen on it so far.
Well, again, I think we're seeing a lot of tidying up. I think probably a big hit on weight. Luca Fabata, the chief designer here, really, he's one of these guys very, very good on the detail, very good on looking at each part, looking at its function in its form, getting the weight out of it. Aero-wise, absolutely still this thing of I've lost 10% or whatever it might be from the changes that have been made, I've got to get that back. So again, it's detail, it's evolution. Nothing too startling, I don't think, but a good solid start to the car. And as you say, huge investment going on when they get their own wind tunnel.
And when you have a new group of people, as you said, Luca Fabato, you have Eric Blandin, you have Dan Fallows, all coming. How long does it take for a group to really gel and start kicking off?
Yeah, it's a good question, Ted. And they certainly are putting together an impressive group, aren't they? And you know, I think that's one of the things that Fernando saw. I think when Fernando said, right, I'm going to Aston Martin, he was looking at the future. You know, he's unfortunately made some poor choices in the past, but maybe this is the one that's good, because they are bringing these people together. It does take time. It does take time for everyone to understand their roles and to start to know the strengths and weaknesses of the team. And of course, in the case of Aston Martin, they really do need this infrastructure upgrade, which I think starts to come online middle of this year. Wind tunnel a little bit beyond that, but I've absolutely no doubt, particularly with Dan Fallows. I think he's a very, very competent guy. And yeah, I think we're going to start seeing them moving up a bit. And one thing you do know with Aston Martin, they've got sitting in the cockpit Fernando.
Yeah.
And he is going to give everything.
Would you be surprised if he didn't score a few podiums this year?
I think he's very, very capable of it. When that guy gets his motivation there, when he gets pushing, he's still amazing.
And on his day, I wouldn't put it past him to win another Grand Prix.
I'd
to add
like
to his
to
count
see
this
that.
year.
I really would. Yeah.
Everyone would like to see it. Okay, Pat, thank you so much. Let's just have one thought about the teams still left down in the pit lane. We've got Haas, of course, we've got Williams and Alpha Tauri, who against their, you know, they've got a good factory, good in Faenza, and they're going to be wanting to improve down there. And what have you seen from Williams as well this year?
Well, let's just go through them. I mean, with Haas, I think, you know, they were a little bit the surprise of last year. They were the ones who moved up. And from what I can see at the moment, I'd say that they're keeping that position. You know, they're looking quite good. Down at Williams, certainly when you look at the headline times, you've got to be surprised at what Sargent's done. Now, the thing with testing is headline times don't mean anything. You know, so much depends on when you run, what tyres you've got on, how much fuel's in the car is, of course, the really critical thing. But I did a little bit of digging with his times today, and even if I take a pretty pessimistic view of his fuel load and the tyre corrections, etc., I have to say I'm still impressed. And on top of that, he's done a lot of laps, he hasn't made mistakes, so I think that's a real good marker for Williams.
Okay.
I just hope they got the car that will allow what I think are going to be two really rather good drivers, really allow them to show what can be done.
That's encouraging you say that about Logan Sargent. Fantastic. He certainly seems to have his head screwed on. He's a hard worker as well, so let's see what he can do. And Nick De Vries coming back to partner Yuki Tsunoda at Alpha Tauri. And, well, they must be a designer's dream, being the jockey sizes that they are. I know I go on about it, but if you're looking to save weight, then I know the weight is done with the driver, etc., etc. But there's not effectively a packaging job you can do if you have two jockeys in the car, is there?
That's true to some extent, Ted, but there are regulations that were introduced a few years ago that ensure that you don't make a size 0 car and you do make a car that actually will take a driver that might be way taller than your actual drivers, so they can't exploit it as much as you might think. Having said that, I know all the little tricks you can do, and you do, and yes, I would rather have a short driver than a tall driver any day.
Okay, fantastic. Well, listen, I know you're going to join Crofty in the commentary box, I think, tomorrow, talk about the future of sustainable fuels and how much Formula One can contribute into the phasing out of fossil fuels in the whole planet, in the world, not least in motorsport. There is a final look at the Williams, and we'll end with a thought on the racing this year, Pat. What will be with the pecking order, whether it's going to be the top three, Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes, whether Aston Martin is going to join that as well. But we saw at a new rules package last year, the racing, they could race much closer together. What are your hopes and expectations for this year?
Well, I think I set out with some very, very lofty objectives for the car last year, largely around racing close together, and I think we achieved all that. But the one thing I was a little bit disappointed at was I wanted the field to close up, and I did various things in the regulations that I thought would help the smaller teams, but we didn't actually see it. We still saw this sort of 3% of performance differential front to back. Different ways of looking at it, and you could argue it's a bit less than that, but what I really hope is that we're in year 2, we're in this sort of, now we're into a bit more evolution, So I really would like to see the field close up, and I'd like to see people fighting so close that, you know, you have your day in the sun. Things go for you. You're a midfield team, but you can win a race, and that's what I want to see. It's the unpredictability that I want to bring back in.
Fantastic. Pat, thank you so much for your insight, for your expertise, and for your analysis of the F1 grid for 2023.
Absolutely fantastic. Ted, thank you. The pit stop was 2.5 seconds long, not 2.1, but you know what? That was
Up, up, up. It's over.
I read 7 pages.
It's over. Wake up, everybody. How long was that?
Enough for me to read 7 pages of my book. It's small writing in my book.
Are we finished?
I think that took about 25 minutes. What?
Well, let's think about this. You left me here at what time left?
Whenever they said 14 minutes. That took around about 14 minutes to do. So call it devil's advocate. That took around about 15 minutes of coverage to get that sorted.
That means I read a page at 2 minutes.
Well, to be fair, that gives us a nice little break, but also means we're ready.
Can we have another break?
No, wake up. It's time to go.
No.
You're in front of the heater. You've literally been reading a book in front of the fire.
Yeah. It's quite enjoyable.
Yeah, it's in my chair as well.
You see, I'd rather be reading a book than on my phone.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, which reminds me of my phone.
You started Siri up with Clean Bandit to rather be. You've asked it to find Rather Be by Clean Bandit as well.
A picture of Roscoe at the Bahrain track. Not this year, though. It's Roscoe at a track.
And Leclerc's done a practice pit stop, and it's looked like it's gone A-OK. He's gone over to, I think, a brand new set. What tyre compound was that? Is that hards? Yeah, it's the C2. No, it's the C1 tyre compound. So it's the hard tyres he's put on. So he's going to go for a long run to end this day, Josh.
Yeah, he is. And I was just having a look at that camera angle. It looked like the front wing looked pointed down more than the other cars.
Yeah.
That type of front wing that Ferrari have. Did you see that?
I did. It looked like it was down a lot more as well. Oh, we've lost Josh because the internet's decided to go funny again. Sorry. He'll come back. It just does this every now and then as they come through. There we go. Josh can hear us. We're back. Sorry, dropped out.
Yeah,
It's been doing it all day. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I did see it. It was the front nose cone, wasn't it, that just sort of goes down. And that's where they had the problem yesterday. Do you remember with the... what's happening here? The mouse. Was it your mouse, Josh, that went out?
Yes.
I know your pain. Mine is too, running out up here in the commentary box. My nice little RGB one I got for Christmas. What percentage is it on, actually? It's on 38%, so it's still okay, but it needs charging ahead of tomorrow. One thing is, though, Megan, by the way, as we lose Josh again, I am taking that mouse to control your horrible computer.
How dare you offend my laptop? Also, when do you need it?
Your laptop?
When can I have it back? It's a more better question I should ask.
You can have it back at 3 p.m.
You do realise that it's past 3 right now?
Oh, now? Today?
Yes!
Oh, I thought you meant tomorrow. Oh, you can have
tomorrow
it back.
Tomorrow too.
Oh, no, you can have it back now.
Good.
You can have your laptop back now. We were all sorted there. You can have it back tomorrow after 3. But considering you're in the commentary box until 4:30, I will be giving you breaks, though. I'm not
I was going to say, I better have some breaks.
After the race. And we've just had a massive power cut up here in the commentary box. Your computer restarted because of a problem. Press any key or wait to continue. So,
we're still on air, right?
We are still on air, but our machine's cut out up here in the commentary box.
That was very creepy.
Well, we'll come over to the main camera. In fact, no, battle screen will be operational, won't it? If we get the correct stuff in, we'll go over to battle screen. But it is confusing a couple of things here, and we don't know why our computer's cut out like that. That's alarming
Yeah.
and worrying me. I've just had an idea of what it could be. I think the storage is running low. Your computer restarted because of a problem. Report, please, to Apple and send. So apologies for that. Let's go over to Crofty for a
On
second.
Sunday's race, absolutely.
So here's that moment. I think it's a replay of that snap he had on turn 2. It wasn't much. He's just feeling the rear end of the car, and he'll get away with that for now, but you don't want to be doing that in a corner that's any higher speed than that.
Such a great camera, though, when you're on a night
Brilliant.
race like this, isn't it? To see where their eyes are looking, to see how much they're dealing with during a lap of the track. That's just a brilliant camera to have on the
Round
car.
about 200ths of a second on the last lap between Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen. In Charles Leclerc's favour, 1 on the hard tyre, 1 on the medium tyre. And if it is during the race, round about 200ths of a second a lap difference between the Ferrari and the Red Bull, well, yeah, then we'll bring that one on.
Yeah, what a race.
That'll be very nice. Gasly has pitted. So that reference has gone now.
Yeah, it's a shame. But he was further along his run than Leclerc is on this C1 tyre.
We've got soft tyres on for Zhou Guanyu here.
Yeah, we have. So that's the C5, the softest of Pirelli's range that they have here for this test. We won't be seeing that tyre next week.
No.
We will have a soft tyre, but it won't be the C5.
It'll be a harder soft tyre. Just to really confuse
We understand what you mean, Rachel.
It will be the
We've been here long enough now,
Right.
yeah.
Well, so here's the thing. So the tyre compound choices for the Bahrain Grand Prix, C1, C2, C3. So in terms of the testing here, as Zhou Guanyu goes fastest overall with a 131.6.
Oh, it does! Zhou Guanyu goes fastest overall, a 131.610. And Alfa Romeo rejoice that they look fast. How about that, Megan?
I'm proud, and Bottas has no expression. Everything's as it should be.
Fantastic from Zhou Guanyu, who crosses the line and sets the fastest day of testing so far. What tyre was he on? He's on a soft. He's on a. Is that soft? It's C4, isn't it? Looks like C4 to me. Ah, it is C4. Good.
I'm very proud.
Josh is back. Hello, Josh. I can't hear you at the moment. I know why. I know why my computer's been slow all day. It is the storage. It was running on 2.5 gigabytes all day. So it's been eating itself up. And that's because this Muppet forgot to test it. There we go, 10.67 gig. Phew. It's my fault. It must have been all the editing we've been doing. So I apologise. I'll be back with you shortly, Josh. As we get all sorted here. And honestly, it's my fault because of everything I was doing with PSGL last night, and I was in a rush. I didn't adjust it. So while I fix this up, Megs, what do you think is going to happen in the last 28 minutes? Can anyone else top the timesheets as well? Alonso, maybe?
Hopefully. I think other people will top the timesheets because they're going to be like, Joe? We can't have that. We have to be first. We have to be
can't have
first.
that. Got to be faster. Got to be meaner as well to find things out.
They're very territorial.
They are extremely territorial in this format of Formula One. I've noticed as well. Right. Okay. I think that should just about clear up my PC now until I can get everything sorted. I was wondering why it was crashing on me an awful lot, as we're just getting all our timings back, and Josh is somewhere around. Josh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, hello. Well, that was fun. My PC literally crashing out on me. I did wonder why everything was failing on me, and now I know because I didn't clear the cache files and everything was going buggy. So apologies for that. And I feel sorry for my laptop now. I'll get that sorted for tomorrow, so you have to deal with that, Megan.
Yeah, because you know me and technology, we don't exactly get on great.
No, I know you don't. That's a worry for me as well. And that's Zhou Guanyu, the fastest driver then of this session so far. Verstappen second, Alonso third, and Alonso, Megan, did a 132 for 209. Alonso's closing in on the overall time. Game, set, match.
Territorial.
Territorial leader identified? Where's the Daleks when you need them? Bottas is going to be looking a little bit happy, I reckon. I reckon he might have an expression on his face after he runs the car tomorrow. What do you think?
Horror?
Horror?
I don't know.
He's not going to be horrified if he runs the car tomorrow. I think
You never know. He could end up having a bad one.
That's true. Right, let's get the cameras back on and get everything sorted. I think Discord's using the most memory. That's what's causing the problem. As we flash back on now. And we're back. Let's go back up to button 2. Look at that. All sorted. Apart from the fact that Josh is now grey.
It's had a very long.
There he is. There we go. All back to normal now. I'm ready. I'm about done. I want a break. I can't do this anymore. I'm struggling to keep the technology alive in these tests. If it does that now, think what it'll do at Le Mans.
Ay, ay, ay.
Right.
I need to get that sorted.
Hang on a minute. What's going on here? There we go. So, I've lost the chat temporarily, so I apologise for that.
Crossed seeing Roscoe at Bahrain off since I showed a picture of Roscoe being walked by Lewis at Bahrain 3 years ago.
Your PC has been taken over by SCC because it's all gone black. The PC even thought it was boring. Yeah, it just bugged out. Are we back? Yeah.
Even the PC couldn't take all the talking from Ted.
Poor Ted. Love Ted, but need a break after that. Testing is the time to do that, but not when it costs us. Although I suppose I should be grateful, but with that, when was that? At the 2-hour mark. We had that with Sam Collins.
For me.
Yes. Oh look, Karen Horner is on the pit wall. The CEO.
I would like to speak to your manager.
I said as soon as we streamed the Red Bull launch, but they sent me a buggy stream. And the audio was crackling, and they couldn't fix it, and they point blank refused. So I said, the gloves are off. I will be critical of Red Bull this year. Because...
Oh, yay! What?
You can do what you like in your own show, but it's Christian Horner there, or Karen. Apparently, you're going to enjoy this, Megan. In episode 2 of Drive to Survive, apparently Toto Wolff has a massive go at Mattia Binotto and... Christian Horner about the proposing, and Christian says, "Well, sort your own effing car out." And apparently it's a massive row from Canada, so I can't wait to see that coming up shortly.
I might watch that episode.
Episode 2.
Immediately go up to it, just like I want to see that.
Max Verstappen is on the medium compound tyre now, the C3, and he's into turn 1. Down on the brakes to third gear. Control the wheel spin at the exit as you gradually touch the accelerator. Rise up through the kick at 2, uphill through 3. Open up the DRS as you approach turn number 4. Flat out uphill, 15.4 metre elevation change. Slam on the brakes, drop down. Fourth gear, flick the car through. Gently hit the accelerator as well. He's kept in the white lines this time. Now my favourite part of the track, the sand dune section as well. Fifth gear complex of corners as well. Lightly touch the accelerator before a heavy stop downhill. Third gear corners we turn in. But Sam Collins is down in the pit lane to spoil our fun.
Loitering in the pit lane just to see what's going on, have a chat with Pat after Ted was chatting. And I noticed something with Ted just as he's walking back. Alpine have a bit of a problem with their pit stops for this season. Each time that Alpine has come in this evening into the pits, there's been a problem removing the rear wheels. Either one or both of the rear wheel has been stuck on the wheel gums. Both these snazzy wheel gums in the pits, but also if you walk around with me, you can still see some attention going on at the back of the car to the rear axle and the rear wheel of the Alpine. Now they've got the wheels off after the last time it came in, but it took a good 2 or 3 minutes. So we're not quite talking Mercedes Monaco level of issues, but there is a clear issue with the rear axle of the Alpine in that they're really struggling to take the rear wheels off every single time they come into the pit box. And there is still investigation and work going on the back end of that car right now. The team are a little concerned about it. And after this car, Fernando Alonso brought this car into the pits. Actually, it's not Fernando Alonso, is it? I've made that mistake.
So last year, Sam.
Gasly
so last
brought the car into the pits. there was a huge amount of investigation at the rear end of the car, but also on the rear jack and on the wheel guns. So Alpine have a pretty major issue to solve. And actually, yeah, you can see it on the wall of the garage. The team are investigating that issue, replaying the footage from the pit gantry over and over again. And you can see that they're getting it done there fairly easily. But when the car returns to the garage, the rear wheels do not remove from the car. There is a problem. So Crofty, back to you. But Alpine have got some serious work to do for next week.
So what you're saying, Sam, is that Alpine, the back of the car, it can't take it from the rear. You wouldn't expect that from the French, would you? Anyway, as we come back down, here's Logan Sargent, the road to F1. 2022, 4th place in the F2 title. 2021, F3, he was in 7th. F3 in 2020, he was 3rd. 2019, he was 19th. Why he didn't get promoted to F2 after 2020, I don't know. He had to do another season in F3 before getting to F2 as well. But the American in Formula One now as well. Definitely a talent that can be in operation as well.
Wait a minute, he's American?
Yeah, Logan Sargent's American.
Have we had an American?
Yeah, Alexander Rossi was the last driver, but the last permanent driver was Scott Speed, 2006. But Alexander Rossi was American.
I haven't really had an American. Like that I remember fully. Of course I remember Rossi.
Alexander Rossi.
I know, though I don't remember much.
2015, 2016, where have you been?
Busy.
You were commentating then.
I was still busy. Also, may I remind you...
It's going to be a lot of classic races next week.
May I remind you how many years ago that was?
Spoiler alert, classic races. Getting some organised. There'll be a classic. There'll be a couple of classic Bahrain Grand Prix around.
First time watching them.
You were there commentating on them.
I know.
Only Megan could forget it. But yeah, there'll be a couple of classic F1 races coming shortly up soon, with more watch-alongs as we build up to the Bahrain Grand Prix. I think we've got Bahrain. I'm hoping the plan should be Bahrain 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, because we covered 2020 and 2021 and 2022. So the classic races are the things that we've recorded beforehand and have never actually done. We might have to start there with 18 and 19 because they... No, we had these headsets and this bus mixer. That's when we started taking audio from Sky. But back in the olden days, even though we commentated on it, every now and then if we stopped to hear from Ted, it would be added in later. Yeah. So I've got to go through that editing, so I've got to record the race
And you might hear
twice.
people in the background.
Yeah, so I think we're going to start with 18 and 19, and then gradually throughout the year we'll be uploading some good races all the way around as well, and getting some classics in from what we've recorded from 2015 when we started recording the commentaries, because we were commentating on them before, but they were not recorded the sound waves. They were recorded like DVD, video, that sort of thing. And this was when we started recording on a voice recorder dictaphone. And now it's ended up as this.
Good evolution.
I think it's the better evolution, isn't it?
Yeah.
Instead of having to do everything, it's now on YouTube. The amount of money we save on batteries now. And discs. And discs, yeah. Although, I think if you calculate it, it's like £100 a year for hard drives. But...
Yeah, but how much was it a year for discs?
Well, they used to cost a tenner a pack. And we used to go through...
A pack a week,
pack a weekend. So that is
£520.
What? Yeah,
I'm just saying.
It's roundabout.
Because we had our own things.
It's round. I would say it's closer to around about £700 a year was spent on discs in our vault of recordings and things.
I feel like we could basically build a whole maze of the discs at this point.
The F1 archive vault. Everyone says, "You got an archive?" I said, "Yeah. I've got every single race from 2001."
I remember having to help you. put them
And
there.
I've downloaded every race from 2000 and every session, and I've started my back catalogue as well. What is Logan Sargent doing here? Why is he getting out of the car in the pit lane? Is this part of the test procedure that he has to do about jumping off the car at a safe distance? I believe so. Yeah, he has to take the wheel. You have to put the wheel back on. And Logan, you've got to do this in under 8 seconds. So you've already failed. In fact, let me get the stopwatch on you.
If you were Carlos Sainz, you would be a
3,
barbecue
4,
by now.
5, 6, 7. It took him 8 seconds to jump out the bleeding car. Good jump, but quicker.
If he was in the Ferrari last year, Carlos Sainz, he would be barbecue by now.
Yeah. Oh, Grosjean.
Exactly.
Yeah,
if he was Grosjean, he really would be.
Yeah, but he's American, so it would be Kentucky Fried Chicken. Oh, please let... I'll tell you what, though. If that Williams at any point this year catches fire, the Duracell battery thing, the memes you'll have on that.
Duracell
Yeah,
works so bad.
explodes.
So works so good it explodes. We've had. Hold on, I work on a catchphrase.
Duracell, exploding batteries since 1999 or whatever. How old is Logan Sargent anyways? He's younger than me.
Is he?
Yeah, I think. How old is Logan? Yeah, look. Google. We haven't got our driver stats for Logan Sargent up in the wall yet, because I can tell you how old everybody else is apart from Logan Sargent, because they're not on the wall. He doesn't go on the wall until next week, when I write my notes. Why am I hitting my wall? We've got a yellow flag in Sector 2. Oh, hang on a minute. What's happened here?
Is it needed? I don't think it is.
This is our virtual safety car test procedure.
22.
Oh! I've just realised. If they're doing this, that means we'll have a red flag procedure like this morning, which means we get another standing start.
Yay!
Let's hope it's a bit better than this morning.
Do you want to hear his birthday?
Yes.
Same as Voldemort's birthday.
That helps.
The 31st of December 2000.
So I am older than him. Virtual safety car.
22.
Virtual safety car has been deployed, which means we might be having the red flag test, Josh, that we saw this morning. That was almost a giant accident.
Yeah, yesterday we saw the yellow flag in Sector 2, then we saw the virtual safety car.
Oh, what's happening?
And
down to Rachel.
Max Verstappen in those softer tyres for
She's at...
next week.
Was it just a drill?
Okay, what's happening here at Williams? They've attached a very large-looking old-style laptop, haven't they, Max? That looks like it's from the 90s.
Why is it so thick?
I don't know. Oh, don't say that, because now all I want to say is that's what she said.
We technically have just said.
I know.
Is this actually for a reason?
I think the calibrates.
No. I mean, it's safety.
Oh, the virtual safety. No, the virtual. That's the pit lane for practice start.
Why is
they're doing the virtual safety car test, and then they're going to red flag the session. So you'll see in a minute it'll go red, and they'll do a procedure. But
it looked a bit.
What are they up to down there at Williams? I think they're doing a computer check.
They're seeing if their car's smarter than a 5-year-old.
It's a Williams, so probably not.
Maybe a 3-year-old for them.
What do you think, Josh? Calibrating the lights, I think, or something or other, just making sure everything's okay.
probably, yeah.
Oh, what they really are looking a bit weird, aren't they? On
But
the side of that car.
you have a pit garage for that, Williams.
Yeah, so why aren't they going out and using it? That's what I want to know. I hope this
Here
is a
is
drill.
the Alfa Romeo.
Oh, hang on a minute. Let's stop.
Of
Let's
Zoguan Yu, and it was smoking out of the exhaust
See,
a
that's
couple
what I
of
meant.
seconds ago.
It has stopped. Was he expecting the red flag to come out, or has he just
Maybe.
stopped?
I think he's just stopped. I'm wondering whether he's the reason for the yellow.
No, I think it's the test because I think
I think
we'll
it's
go.
a bit of both.
It would be the virtual safety car test, is it?
I think he's expected the red flag and stopped at the end of the pit lane to do the warm-ups,
You
but
can't get it back again.
yeah. So, what tyre is Joe on to do that lap time? He was on the C4s, so Joe was on.
Photographer, I might move out of the way.
Yeah, not really looking, are they there? So they haven't gone red flag yet. Oh, there we go. Just as I say it, they're going red flag.
Yay!
So that's an end to the day of running now. So we've done 4 hours. Now we're into our scheduled running because this red flag is part of the FIA test, which means we get a grid procedure and we get a lights out. Just like this morning when George Morgan joined me in the box and I had to get him to do it's pedal to the metal, go, 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 go. I had to. I could have not let George do it. I had to let him do it. I don't bring good news, I'm afraid, Josh. Oh, Tom, we lost, didn't we? We're not in the final. England lost. No, we needed 60. We needed 40. We needed 65 from 42. I thought it was doable.
Is this cricket?
Yeah, the England women's cricket final. Here's the start for Zhou Guanyu. Let's listen.
Or that lack of start.
We did a bide point fine. Now what's happening? False start, neutral. It keeps going into neutral. He can't get out of neutral. So the car was stuck in neutral. He couldn't get out. Wow. Tom says, England lost. Is this the cricket? Yeah, it was a double. Basically, we choked massively. Oh, no! And they've cordoned off Logan Sargent's car. Have I cursed Williams by saying they were having a good day? That's 3! 3 Mercedes-powered cars have now had problems here in testing.
I see their car isn't smarter than a 5-year-old then.
Formation lap will start at 19:21 in 1 minute's time.
1921.
Yeah, hell of a year.
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to be partying all the time.
I'll dress like it anyway. Although right now I look like I'm dressed for Breaking Bad.
Oh, ashes to ashes.
Yeah, what's that?
Oh, ashes to ashes.
Yeah, that too.
Or life on Mars.
That too. So red flag is going to get rescinded, and we'll go for the formation lap. Look at that, we get the graphic. Yeah. So who's going to take the start? It's going to be Kevin. It's going to be Nico Hülkenberg. 2, 1, now. So Lando Norris. Oh, is that? And that's Oscar Piastri's going to take us. Hey, look. One side, the graphics are fixed. So that'll be ready for tomorrow, finally. So they're going to be done. Right, the formation lap is go. So it will be a standing start procedure. And away we go for the Shakir Test formation lap at the Bahrain International Circuit. Are Red Bull going out? Are they going out? Well, they need to. Well, they need to work it out if they are, because otherwise the pit lane is going to be closed. Red Bull are going, but they've missed the opening. They were supposed to line up at the end. Has nobody read the rules on a red flag restart? You can't just come and go as you please, because this is a standing start.
It's Red Bull. They think the rules don't apply to them.
How come we did this last year? No problem. And this year we're having so much trouble. Look, standing start procedure. Everyone's been I hope Red Bull have kept Max Verstappen alert. I really do.
And also there's revenge.
Hang on though, the problem is Verstappen's just coming out of the pit lane. De Vries, Hülkenberg, Piastri are down at turn 9. Gasly and Leclerc have gone through. Verstappen's just coming at turn 1. This is supposed to be a red flag procedure. The teams are not following the FIA's instructions. You all line up at the end of the pit lane, you all go back out, and you all do your start.
If anything, this shows that testing is necessary.
Yeah, because they're all idiots at this rate. They're not getting this sorted. Who
are the ones who actually follow procedure?
Well, this morning it was Magnussen in the Haas, Sainz in the Ferrari, and Hamilton in the Mercedes. So that when the lights went out, they all went go. But Sainz nearly ran to the back of Norris because he just didn't get going because he didn't
That's
start.
usual for Sainz. He has no hand-eye coordination when it comes to people.
No, Norris didn't start. He wasn't even doing it.
What? Did Norris just forget something?
I think they've all been told, look, this is a practice. You better start, otherwise you're gone. You won't be allowed into any more procedures. Yes, you can turn up to testing with the words most illegal car. Yes, you can, because the FIA don't run anything.
No, Red Bull.
Yeah, there's no homologation with this sport. There is no homologation in the testing All that the FIA asks is 15 extra minutes at the end of the day.
Do you know what I heard?
Verstappen might actually just make it in time because he's had to gun it on this lap.
The engineers and the designers for Red Bull are getting awards saying the laziest engineers and designers that there are.
So, I've just made you stand up, but I forgot to tell you actually, Megan, is the fact is that we're going to have an aborted start.
Well, I needed the toilet.
Well, they're going to abort this start. Everyone's going to form up on the grid, then they're going to abort it, and then they'll go for an extra formation lap, and then we'll go for an actual start. Unless they got bored this morning and they just want to go now. As Max Verstappen, taking an age to form up, forgetting that rule that there is not supposed to be a lap.
I think you missed a memo on shirts.
Oh, yeah. Here we go then, amber lights. So the start procedure is delayed. There will be an extra formation lap. So away we go once again with Nick de Vries, who will be on pole position. Kevin Magnussen is second. Oscar Piastri is third. And then Charles Leclerc, Pierre Gasly and Max Verstappen lining up on the grid as well. And away we go. This is the standing start procedure that the teams are asked. Start aborted. An extra formation lap. A good way to end off day 2 will be lights out. Away we go. But it's not really action, is it? It's not a race. Lights out. Walk. Yeah. It's now lights out, test on. That's that sort of thing. It will actually, considering this morning's didn't go exactly to plan, this is sort of going to be giving us a dress rehearsal as to what the sessions are going to be like. We need to go green. We need to get it sorted. So we're on an extra formation lap, so we'll put that up. As we finally, you might have noticed, we fixed the graphic for the formation lap this year after it kept bugging out last year. So I've just got to remember to press it. We've also got a checkered flag button I've forgotten to press for the past 3 sessions because a lot keeps happening. I need it on big letters above the commentary monitor.
I can make you something that says press the checkered flag button.
Yes, that's what I need. Big letters. Press the C button. I know. We're coming around the last couple of corners. Our timing tower is just broken on one side of the screen.
I think it's having a mental breakdown because it can't cope with the amount of
I think you're right, actually.
horror it is seeing from the drivers.
I'm going to turn it off because we don't actually need it and it's bugging out like mad and it's actually going to cause a lot of problems if we're not careful.
It's favouring little Claire.
Yeah, okay, so I've switched it off. Save a bit of memory. Right, here we go then. This will be a 5-line start procedure.
Can I just sit down?
No.
It
gives us a dress rehearsal. Up you get. Come on.
I don't need to stand up during the standing starts. I already do.
Up you get. It's a standing start. It's literally in the message.
I prefer a sitting start.
It's not a sitting start or a rolling start where I push you down a cliff. It's a standing start. So it's Nick de Vries on pole position. Nico Hülkenberg alongside him. Oscar Piastri's in 3rd position. Esteban Ocon lines up in... Sorry, Pierre Gasly lines up in 4th position. Then we get behind will be Charles Leclerc. And then it will be Max Verstappen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars on the grid. All 5 lights are on. Lights out in testing. It's a good start from de Vries, who gets ahead. And now Leclerc had a better getaway to Piastri. And now away goes Pierre Gasly and Max Verstappen too. Testing, starting, has been completed. And what a getaway that was.
And then I thought our world champion had a little bit of a stall.
Yeah, I thought so.
He seems to forget that, I've got to go now.
Well done! Everybody managed to actually get away after they had to change the rule this morning. Nobody got away. And we've got a red flag.
What now?
That's just to bring an end to the test.
Does that mean I can go to the loo?
Do you have to leave? Okay. What's been your moment of the test?
Probably the hilariousness
Do you know
of
about
Logan
Russell?
Sargent. Yes, I do know.
Yeah.
Of Logan Sargent not knowing that, I actually have to get out of this like the car's on fire.
I thought it was a bit warm.
Yes, it's fine, Megan. Right. Thank you, Megan. We'll see you later. See you tomorrow for when you're leading us off tomorrow morning.
Oh, yay.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. Megan will have the
I will
run.
be tired.
Yeah.
So don't expect much.
Okay. Bye, Megs. Megan's leading our commentary tomorrow. Careful, I need that lead. And you need that headset. Yeah, but I'm nicking your lead tomorrow. Oh, and she's taking the commentary box with her. Yes, but I'm taking your lead tomorrow and then just swapping between this headset. She's a walking liability. Anyway, Ted.
Fernando Alonso.
Okay, no Ted. I thought we were going to have Ted. 50 seconds then left of this session. Actually, what's she done to my box? I swear she's pulled the lead. The flags. It looks a bit dodgy. Anyway, what's been your moment of the session then, Josh? If you can stop laughing. It's been okay. We're nearly there. Go on. One. Hey, look, the time screen's fixed itself. What do you reckon?
Well, it was a bit. Well, I think they need to put Sargent in a. How quickly can you safely jump out of the car?
Yes.
If it goes suddenly orange.
Big orange flames equals jump out really fast.
Yes.
Yeah, but Logan Sargent's American. He just thought he thought it was barbecue time. That's all he thought. 3, 2, 1, and the checkered flag goes out, and it ends the second day of running here at the Bahrain International Circuit. Look, I've remembered to press the button for the new checkered flag graphic. I've remembered to press that button. So, yay! There's a mirror on now for some reason, taking photos of Nico Hülkenberg. The admin team really like to get in-depth and personal. They'll be following into his shower next, at this rate. So that's it. Session over. A reminder that Megan will join us tomorrow in the commentary box. She'll be leading the opening half an hour of the session, or at least 35, 40 minutes or so. Then I will join the commentary for 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours. And then I will be going to the formulary qualifying. And I should be back for the last 20 minutes. But if not, Megan leads you to the lunch break. Afternoon, I'm there for the first 2 hours. Actually, I'm there for the first 1 hour, 30 minutes. Then Megan takes over from 1:40 actually, Megan takes over from 1:35 until 3:10, something like that. Maybe 3:15, so 1 hour 40. And then I'm back for the last hour of the test. The last hour, 15 minutes of the test. And we'll all be together then, having conversations as well. So the rota will be announced later. Everything will get into plan, and everything will be sorted as well as to who is with who, and who will be with where. And hopefully we'll be I think we're going to pair Tom and Megan together for the first half hour, and then have Tom on. Then Josh, you'll come in, and then it'll be Tom, Josh, Megan for the longest stint of when I have to do qualifying. Or I think Jess is actually that's it. I'll work it out. But Jess Bowl is coming in as well from PSF1, so I think she's with me, and then you're all together for qualifying. So then I think there's a break in between, so I know what it is. Here's the results then from day 2. It's Zhou Guanyu who tops the session. It's a 1:31.610. Max Verstappen second. Fernando Alonso still third. It's good for Aston, highest Mercedes-powered car. Nick de Vries is fourth. Nico Hülkenberg is fifth. Carlos Sainz 6th, Logan Sargent 7th, Charles Leclerc 8th, Oscar Piastri 9th, and Pierre Gasly goes 10th. Kevin Magnussen is 11th, Esteban Ocon 12th, George Russell 13th, Sergio Perez 14th, Lewis Hamilton 15th, Lando Norris is 16th, and Yuki Tsunoda rounds out in 17th place. So then, Josh, what are you most looking forward to ahead of the final day of testing?
Hopefully seeing some faster times than today. Of course, Verstappen not in the car tomorrow, so hopefully someone else can top the session and get a couple of good times in.
So it was on Friday, Sainz was fastest in session 1. Session 2, it was Zhou Guanyu. They've done the differences. Tomorrow, same time, it's going to be 7 AM for our first session. Megan takes you through it. And then session 2 is underway from 12:15. I'll be there for the first couple of hours, and then we're all together for the end of it. Then it's done. Reminder, Formula E tomorrow as well, live here on YouTube. Again, thanks to Tom Dillon for streaming the race alongside me and Ed. He'll be controlling that end while I can control the feed going into the commentary. Thanks to you, Josh. Thanks to everyone who's joined me in the box today. We'll see you tomorrow. More action from Bahrain as we have just 24. Oh, hang on a minute. 24. Let's see. 8, 9. Yeah, 9 hours left then of Formula 1 testing for the teams to get into the action. Thanks for your company. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.